Well, good morning, everyone. Before we begin, I want to welcome all our members back to the committee and extend a special welcome to the new members joining us. On the Republican side, we're joined by Senator Perdue and Senator Sass. On the Democrat side, we are joined by Senator Warren and Senator Peters. It's a special privilege to serve on this committee, most of all because it affords us the opportunity to spend so much time in the company of heroes, the men and women who serve and sacrifice on our behalf every day. I hope you will come to cherish your service on this committee as much as I have over the years, and I look forward to working with each of you. The committee meets this morning for the first in a series of hearings on cybersecurity to receive the testimony on foreign cyber threats to the United States. I'd like to welcome our witnesses this morning, James Clapper, Director of National Intelligence, Marcel Lettre, Under Secretary of Defense for Intelligence, and Admiral Mike Rogers, Commander of U.S. Cyber Command, Director of the National Security Agency, and Chief of the Central Security Service. This hearing is about the range of cybersecurity challenges confronting our nation. Threats from countries like Russia, China, and North Korea and Iran, as well as non-state actors from terrorist groups to transnational criminal organizations. In recent years, we've seen a growing series of cyber attacks by multiple actors, attacks that have targeted our citizens, businesses, military, and government. But there's no escaping the fact that this committee meets today for the first time in this new Congress in the aftermath of an unprecedented attack on our democracy. At the President's direction, Director Clapper is leading a comprehensive review of Russian interference in our recent election with the goal of informing the American people as much as possible about what happened. I am confident that Director Clapper will conduct this review with the same integrity and professionalism that has characterized his nearly half a century of government and military service. I'm equally confident in the dedicated members of our intelligence community. The goal of this review, as I understand it, is not to question the outcome of the presidential election, nor should it be. As both President Obama and President-elect Trump have said, our nation must move forward, but we must do so with full knowledge of the fact. I trust Director Clapper will brief the Congress on his review when it is completed. This is not the time or place to preview its findings. That said, we know a lot already. In October, our intelligence agencies concluded unanimously that, quote, the Russian government directed compromises of emails from U.S. persons and institutions, including from U.S. political organizations. They also assessed that, quote, disclosures of alleged hacked emails were consistent with the methods and motivations of Russian-directed efforts, and that these thefts and disclosures were intended to interfere with the U.S. election process. Since then, our intelligence community has released additional information concerning these Russian activities, including a joint analysis report that provided technical details regarding the tools and infrastructure used by the Russian civilian and military intelligence services to attack the United States. Every American should be alarmed by Russia's attacks on our nation. There is no national security interest more vital to the United States of America than the ability to hold free and fair elections without foreign interference. That's why Congress must set partisanship aside, follow the facts, and work together to devise comprehensive solutions to deter, defend against, and when necessary, respond to foreign cyber attacks. As we do, we must recognize that the recent Russian attacks are one part of a much bigger cyber problem. Russian cyber attacks have targeted the White House, the Joint Staff, the State Department, our critical infrastructure. Chinese cyber attacks have reportedly targeted NSA, the Department of State and Commerce, congressional offices, military labs, the Naval War College, and U.S. businesses, including major defense contractors. Most recently, China compromised over 20 million background investigations at the Office of Personnel Management. Iran has used cyber tools in recent years to attack the U.S. Navy. U.S. partners in the Middle East, major financial institutions, and a dam just 25 miles north of New York City. And of course, North Korea was responsible for the massive cyber attack on Sony Pictures in 2014. What seems clear is that our adversaries have reached a common conclusion that the reward for attacking America in cyberspace outweighs the risk. For years, cyber attacks on our nation have been met with indecision and inaction. Our nation has no policy and thus no strategy for cyber deterrence. This appearance of weakness has been provocative to our adversaries who have attacked us again and again with growing severity. Unless we demonstrate that the costs of attacking the United States outweigh the perceived benefits, these cyber attacks will only grow. This is also true beyond the cyber domain. It should not surprise us that Vladimir Putin would think he could launch increasingly severe cyber attacks against our nation when he had paid little price for invading Ukraine, annexing Crimea, subverting democratic values and institutions across Europe, and of course, helping Bashar Assad slaughter civilians in Syria for more than a year with impunity. The same is true for China, Iran, North Korea, and any other adversary that has recently felt emboldened to challenge the world order. Put simply, we cannot achieve cyber deterrence without restoring the credibility of U.S. deterrence more broadly. To do so, we must first have a policy, which means finally resolving the long list of basic cyber questions that we as a nation have yet to answer. What constitutes an act of war or aggression in cyberspace that would merit a military response, be it by cyber or other means? What is our theory of cyber deterrence, and what is our strategy to implement it? Is our government organized appropriately to handle this threat, or are we so stovepiped that we cannot deal with it effectively? Who is accountable for this problem, and do they have sufficient authorities to deliver results? Are we in the Congress just as stovepiped on cyber as the executive branch, such that our oversight actually reinforces problems rather than helping to resolve them? Do we need to change how we are organized? This committee intends to hold a series of hearings in the months ahead to explore these and other questions, and we look forward to hearing the candid views of our distinguished witnesses today who have thought about and worked on these questions as much as anyone in our nation. Senator Reid.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to commend you for your leadership in promptly scheduling this hearing on foreign cyber threats. I'd also like to welcome our witnesses, Director Clapper, Undersecretary Lettre, and Admiral Rogers. Thank you, gentlemen, for your service and your dedication. While I understand that our witnesses will be discussing the cyber threats that many countries, including China and India, pose to our nation, I would like to focus for a few minutes on the widely reported instances of Russian hacking and disinformation that raised concerns regarding the election of 2016. In addition to stealing information from the Democratic National Committee and the Clinton campaign and cherry-picking what information it leaked to the media, the Russian government also created and spread fake news and conspiracies across the vast social media landscape. At the very least, the effect of Russia's actions was to erode the faith of the American people in our democratic institutions. These and other cyber tools remain highly active and engaged in misinforming our political dialogue even today. There is still much we do not know, but Russia's involvement in these intrusions does not appear to be in any doubt. Russia's best cyber operators are judged to be as elusive and hard to identify as any in the world. In this case, however, detection and attribution were not so difficult, the implication being that Putin may have wanted us to know what he had done, seeking only a level of plausible deniability to support an official rejection of culpability. These Russian cyber attacks should be judged within the larger context of Russia's rejection of the post-Cold War international order and aggressive actions against its neighbors. Russia's current leaders, and President Putin in particular, perceived the democratic movements in the former Soviet states, the West's general support for human rights, press freedoms, the rule of law, and democracy, as well as NATO and EU enlargement, as a threat to what they believe is Russia's sphere of influence. Putin's Russia makes no secret of the fact that it is determined to aggressively halt and counter what it characterizes as Western encroachment on its vital interests. The invasion of Georgia, the annexation of Crimea, the aggression against Ukraine, featuring sophisticated hybrid warfare techniques, the continuing military buildup despite a declining economy, saber rattling in the Baltics and Baltic Sea, the authoritarian onslaught against the press, NGOs, and what remains of the Russian democratic opposition, the unwavering campaign for national sovereignty over the Internet, and the creation of an iron information curtain like China's Great Firewall and its aggressive interference in Western political processes all are of one piece. Russia's efforts to undermine democracy at home and abroad and destabilize the countries on its border cannot be ignored or traded away in exchange for the appearance of comity. Furthermore, what Russia did to the United States in 2016, it has done, and continues to do in Europe. This challenge to the progress of democratic values since the end of the Cold War must not be tolerated. Despite the indifference of some to this matter, our nation needs to know in detail what the intelligence community has concluded was an assault by senior officials of a foreign government on our electoral process. Our electoral process is the bedrock of our system of government. An effort to manipulate it, especially by a regime with values and interests so antithetical to our own, is a challenge to the nation's security which must be met with bipartisan and universal condemnation, consequences, and correction. I believe the most appropriate means to conduct an inquiry is the creation of a special select committee in the Senate, since this issue and the solutions to the problems it has exposed spill across the jurisdictional divides of the standing committees on armed services, intelligence, foreign relations, homeland security, and judiciary. Failing that, our committee must take on as much of this task as we can, and I again commend the chairman for his commitment to do so. Therefore, I am pleased and grateful that his efforts will be expended, the energy will be invested on the matters that are so critical to the American people. I also want to applaud President Obama's initial steps publicized last week to respond to Russia's hostile actions. General Clapper, Undersecretary Lettre, Admiral Rogers, we appreciate your urgent efforts to discover what happened and why, and to make these facts known to the President-elect, Congress, and the American people. Although your investigation and report to President Obama is not yet public, we hope you'll be able to convey and explain what's been accomplished so far, including the steps already announced by the President. In addition, I am sure we will have many questions about how we are organized in the cyber domain and what changes you have recommended going forward, subjects that President Obama referenced in his signing statement of the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2017. These are difficult issues, but they are of vital importance to our nation, our security, and our democracy. Mr. Chairman, I look forward to working with you in a bipartisan manner to conduct a thorough and thoughtful inquiry and to do more to address the cyber threats our nation faces more broadly by state and non-state actors. Thank you very much.
Welcome the witnesses, and Ms. Secretary, we'll begin with you for any opening statements or comments you might have.
Thank you, Chairman, Ranking Member Reed, members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to be here today. I will shortly turn the microphone over to Director Clapper for some comments, followed by Admiral Rogers. As this is my last appearance before this committee, before stepping down from 8 years of Pentagon service in a few weeks,
I'm sure you'll regret not having that opportunity again.
It will be nice to be skiing a little bit in February, that's for sure. But having said that, since I am just a few weeks from stepping down, I do want to thank this committee for its partnership. And I want to thank Director Clapper and Admiral Rogers for the privilege of being able to serve together with them in the leadership of the U.S. intelligence community. And to the men and women of the U.S. intelligence community, civilian and military, thousands of whom are deployed today around the world, advancing U.S. interests and protecting America. I do admire your integrity. I admire your service. It has been an honor to serve with you over the last many years. In the interest of time, I'll briefly note the Department of Defense's views on cyber in 3 core themes. First, the threats we must address. Second, what we are doing to address them now. And third, the difficult but urgent work we know still lies ahead. First, the threats. As you know, the Department of Defense's leadership believes we confront no fewer than 5 immediate but also distinct and evolving challenges across all operating domains. We are countering the prospect of Russian aggression and coercion, especially in Europe, something we unfortunately have had to energetically renew our focus on in the last several years. We are also managing historic change in perhaps the most consequential region for America's future, the Asia-Pacific, and watching for risks associated with China's destabilizing actions in the region. We are checking Iranian aggression and malign influence across the Middle East. We are strengthening our deterrent and defense forces in the face of North Korea's continued nuclear and missile provocations. And we are countering terrorism with the aim of accelerating the lasting defeat of ISIL and al-Qaeda. These are what many in the Department of Defense have termed the 4+1, 4 state-based challenges and an ongoing condition of battling terrorism. As our joint written statement for the record has detailed, each of these security challenges, China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, and global terrorist groups such as ISIL, presents a significant cyber threat dimension to the U.S. military. Cyber is an operating domain that is real, complex, dynamic, contested, and must be addressed. Second, what we are doing about it. The Department of Defense has for several years pursued a comprehensive strategy for maintaining the necessary strategic dominance in this domain. Secretary of Defense Ash Carter has pressed for DoD to change, to adapt, and to innovate, not only to meet today's challenges, but also to ensure that we effectively defend against cyber threats well into an uncertain future. We have built and continue to build the means and methods that will strengthen our relative position against each of these dimensions of the cyber threat. The government's cyber policies, reflected in presidential policy directives and executive orders, provide guidance on the absolute necessity of a whole-of-government approach critical to protecting our nation. The Department has developed, refined, and published its cyber strategy, which clearly lays out 3 key DoD cyber missions: defending DoD networks, providing cyber options for our military commanders, and when called upon by our nation's leaders, defending the nation against cyber attacks of significant consequence. As the Director and Admiral Rogers will note, since 2009, the Department has matured Cyber Command to ensure clear command responsibility and authority, and growing capabilities essential to our unity of effort for cyber operations. We also continue to mature our cyber mission forces, which this fall achieved Initial Operating Capability, or IOC, status. This force is providing military capability to execute our 3 missions in cyberspace. We're building new capabilities and new tools for the cyber mission force to use. Third, what remains to be done. As much as we have done, we recognize there is much more to do. Let me mention just a couple of those most important tasks here. First, we need to continue to develop and refine our national cyber policy framework, which includes the evolution of all dimensions of our deterrence posture, the ability to deny the adversary its objectives, to impose costs, and to ensure we have a resilient infrastructure to execute a multi-domain mission. This refinement and evolution in our deterrent thinking and capability will further empower decision-making at net speed. Second, within the Department, Cyber Command has matured and is doing more to protect the nation and support global operations than ever before. And we need to continue, in fact, accelerate this maturation. Accordingly, the Secretary of Defense supports the elevation of Cyber Command to a unified combatant command and supports ending the dual hat arrangement for the leadership of NSA and Cyber Command, and doing so through a deliberate, conditions-based approach while continuing to leverage the shared capabilities and synergies. And finally, we must redouble our efforts to deepen partnerships between government and the private sector and between the U.S. government and our allies. We must continue to seek help from American industry, the source of much of the world's greatest technology talent, in innovating to find cyber defense solutions, build resiliency into our critical infrastructure systems, and strengthen our deterrence. With our international allies and partners, we must work together to promote stability in cyberspace, universal recognition that existing international law applies in cyberspace, and the adoption of voluntary peacetime norms of responsible state behavior. Mr. Chairman, thanks. I look forward to your questions. I'll now pass the baton to Director Clapper. Thank you.
General Clapper.
Chairman McCain, Ranking Member Reed, and distinguished members of the committee, first, thanks very much for your opening statements. Obviously, we're here today to talk about cyber threats face our nation, and I will offer some brief valedictory recommendations and a few parting observations. I certainly want to take note of and thank the members of the committee who are engaged on this issue and have spoken to it publicly. I know there is great interest in the issue of Russian interference in our electoral process based on the many classified briefings the intelligence community has already provided on this topic to the Congress. Secretary of Homeland Security Jay Johnson and I have issued statements about it. The joint analysis report that you alluded to, publicly issued by Department of Homeland Security and the Federal Bureau of Investigation, provided details on the tools and infrastructure used by the Russian intelligence services to compromise infrastructure associated with the election, as well as a range of U.S. government, political, and private sector entities, as you described. As you also noted, the President tasked the intelligence community to prepare a comprehensive report on Russian interference in our election. We plan to brief the Congress and release an unclassified version of this report to the public early next week, with due deference to the protection of highly sensitive and fragile sources and methods. But until then, we're really not prepared to discuss this beyond standing by our earlier statements. We are prepared to talk about other aspects of the Russian cyber threat. We also see cyber threats challenging public trust and confidence in information, services, and institutions. Russia has clearly assumed an even more aggressive cyber posture by increasing cyber espionage operations, leaking data stolen from these operations, and targeting critical infrastructure systems. China continues to succeed in conducting cyber espionage against the U.S. government, our allies, and U.S. companies. Intelligence community and security experts, however, have observed some reduction in cyber activity from China against U.S. companies since the bilateral September 2015 commitment to refrain from espionage for commercial gain. Iran and North Korea continue to improve their capabilities to launch disruptive or destructive cyber attacks to support their political objectives. Non-state actors, notably terrorist groups, most especially including ISIL, also continue to use the internet to organize, recruit, spread propaganda, raise funds, collect intelligence, inspire action by disciples, and coordinate operations. So in this regard, I want to foot stomp a few points that I've made here before. Rapidly advancing commercial encryption capabilities have had profound effects on our ability to detect terrorists and their activities. We need to strengthen the partnership between government and industry and find the right balance to enable the intelligence community and law enforcement both to operate as well as to continue to respect the rights to privacy. Cyber operations can also be a means to change, manipulate, or falsify electronic data or information to compromise its integrity. Cyberspace can be an echo chamber in which information, ideas, or beliefs, true or false, get amplified or reinforced through constant repetition. All these types of cyber operations have the power to chip away at public trust and confidence in our information, services, and institutions. By way of some observations and recommendations, both the government and the private sector have done a lot to improve cybersecurity, and our collective security is better, but it's still not good enough. Our federal partners are stepping up their efforts with the private sector, but sharing of what they have remains uneven. I think the private sector needs to up its game on cybersecurity and not just wait for the government to provide perfect warning or a magic solution. We need to influence international behavior in cyberspace. This means pursuing more global diplomatic efforts to promulgate norms of behavior in peacetime and to explore setting limits on cyber operations against certain targets. When something major happens in cyberspace, our automatic default policy position should not be exclusively to counter cyber with cyber. We should consider all instruments of national power. In most cases to date, non-cyber tools have been more effective at changing our adversaries' cyber behavior. When we do choose to act, we need to model the rules we want others to follow, since our actions set precedents. We also need to be prepared for adversary retaliation, which may not be as surgical, either due to the adversary's skill or the inherent difficulty in calibrating effect and impact of cyber tools. That's why using cyber to counter cyber attacks risks unintended consequences. We currently cannot put a lot of stock, at least in my mind, in cyber deterrence. Unlike nuclear weapons, cyber capabilities are difficult to see and evaluate and are ephemeral. It was accordingly very hard to create the substance and psychology of deterrence, in my view. We also have to take some steps now to invest in the future. We need to rebuild trusted working relationships with industry and the private sector on specific issues like encryption and the roles and responsibilities for government, users, and industry. I believe we need to separate NSA and Cybercom. We should discontinue the temporary dual hat arrangement, which I helped design when I was Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence 7 years ago. This isn't purely a military issue. I don't believe it is in NSA's or the IC's long-term best interest to continue the dual hat setup. Third, we must hire, train, and retain enough cyber talent and appropriately fuse cyber as a whole of IC workforce. Clearly, cyber will be a challenge for the U.S., the intelligence community, and our national security for the foreseeable future, and we need to be prepared for that. Adversaries are pushing the envelope, since this is a tool that doesn't cost much and sometimes is hard to attribute. I certainly appreciate, as we all do, the committee's interest in this difficult and important challenge. I'll wrap up by saying, after 53 years in the intelligence business in one capacity or another, happily, I've just got 15 days left. I'll miss being involved in the intelligence mission, and I'll most certainly miss the talented and dedicated patriots who are in the United States intelligence community. I'm very proud of the community of professionals I've represented here for the last 6.5 years, who don't get much public recognition and who like it that way. They've always supported me, and I'm confident they will do no less for my successor, whoever that turns out to be. So with that, let me stop and pass to Admiral Rogers.
Thank you, General. Admiral Rogers.
Chairman McCain, Ranking Member Reed, members of the committee, good morning. And thank you for the opportunity to appear before the committee today on behalf of the United States Cyber Command and the National Security Agency. I'm honored to appear besides Director Clapper and Undersecretary Lettre, and I applaud them both for their many years of public service. It's been a true honor, gentlemen. When we last met in September, I discussed the changing cyber threat environment, and today I look forward to further discussing this complex issue. Of course, some aspects of what we do must remain classified to protect our nation's security, so today I will limit my discussion to those in the public domain. We have seen over the course of the last year how this cyber threat environment is constantly evolving. We have all come to take for granted the interconnectivity that is being built into every facet of our lives. It creates opportunities and vulnerabilities. Those who would seek to harm our fellow Americans and our nation utilize the same internet, the same communications devices, and the same social media platforms that we, our families, and our friends here and around the world use. We must keep pace with such changes in order to provide policymakers and our operational commanders the intelligence and cyber capabilities they need to keep us safe. That means understanding our adversaries to the best of our ability and understanding what they mean to do and why. We're watching sophisticated adversaries involved in criminal behavior, terrorism planning, malicious cyber activities, and even outright cyber attacks. While this is a global problem, we have also recently witnessed the use of these tactics here at home. The statement for the record that we have provided jointly to this committee covers the threat picture worldwide, but I know this hearing today will inevitably focus on reports of interference in our recent elections. I echo Director Clapper in saying that we will await the findings of the just-completed intelligence review ordered by the President and defer our comments on its specifics until after that review is shared with our leaders and congressional overseers. I do want to add, however, that over this last year, NSA and Cyber Command have worked extensively with our broader government partners to detect and monitor Russian cyber activity. The hacking of organizations and systems belonging to our election process is of great concern, and we'll continue to focus strongly on this activity. For NSA's part, we focus on the foreign threat actor in foreign spaces, but we share our information as readily as possible with the rest of our partners in the Department of Defense, the intelligence community, and federal law enforcement, as well as others within the U.S. government and the private sector. As you know, Russian cyber groups have a history of aggressively hacking into other countries' government, infrastructure, and even election systems. As I've indicated, this will remain a top priority for NSA and U.S. Cyber Command. In this changing threat environment, I'd like to take this opportunity to emphasize the importance of improving cybersecurity and working related issues across public and private sectors. We continue to engage with our partners around the world on what is acceptable and unacceptable behavior in cyberspace, and we clearly are not where we want to be nor where we need to be in this regard. We continue to make investments in technologies and capabilities to improve detection of malicious cyber activities and make it more difficult for malicious cyber actors intending to do us harm. Combating cyber threats take more than technology. It takes talented, motivated people. And we are investing more than ever in the recruitment and retention of a skilled workforce that is knowledgeable, passionate, and dedicated to protecting the nation for the safety of our citizens and of our friends and allies around the world. Innovation is one of the key tenets of NSA and Cyber Command, and we need to invigorate the cyber workforce to think creatively about challenges that do not ascribe to traditional understandings of borders and boundaries. This remains a key driver and a key challenge as we look to the future. Cyber Command is well along in building our cyber mission force, deploying teams to defend the vital networks that support DoD operations, to support combatant commanders in their missions worldwide, and to bolster DoD's capacity and capabilities to defend the nation against cyber attacks of significant consequence. The organizations I lead, U.S. Cyber Command and the National Security Agency, have provided intelligence, expert advice, and tailored options to the nation's decision makers in response to recent events. Much of their activity can only be discussed in classified channels, but I must say I'm proud of what both organizations have accomplished and will accomplish, even as we acknowledge we have to do more. I look forward to your questions, and finally, on one personal note, I apologize to all of you. I have an ongoing back issue, and if I have to stand up in the course of this time period, please don't take that as a sign of disrespect in any way. I guess I'm just getting older. That's all I have for you, sir.
I know how you feel. Director, I just have to, General Clapper, I just have to mention the name Mr. Assange has popped up, and I believe that he is the one who's responsible for publishing names of individuals that work for us that put their lives in direct danger. Is that correct?
Yes, he has.
And do you think that there's any credibility we should attach to this individual, given his record of
Not in my view.
Not in your view. Admiral Rogers?
I second those comments.
Thank you. For the record, on October 7th, the Homeland Security and Office of Director of National Intelligence, their assessment was that the U.S. intelligence community is confident that the Russian government directed the recent compromise of emails from U.S. persons and institutions, including from U.S. political organizations. Goes on to say these thefts and disclosures are intended to interfere with the U.S. election process. Quote, such activity is not new to Moscow. Russians have used similar tactics and techniques across Europe and Eurasia. Quote, based on the scope and sensitivity of these efforts, that only Russia's senior-most officials could have authorized these activities. General Clapper, those are still operable and correct statements?
Yes, Chairman McCain, they are. As I indicated in my statement, we stand actually more resolutely on the strength of that statement that we made on the 7th of October.
I thank you. And so really what we're talking about is if they succeeded in changing the results of an election, which none of us believe they were, that would have to constitute an attack on the United States of America because of the effects if they had succeeded. Would you agree with that?
First, we cannot say, they did not change any vote tallies or anything of that sort.
Yeah, I'm just
and
talking
we have
about-
we have no way of gauging the impact that, certainly the intelligence community can't gauge the impact it had on choices the electorate made. There's no way for us to gauge that. Whether or not that constitutes an act of war, I think, is a very heavy policy call that I don't believe the intelligence community should make, but it's certainly would carry, in my view, great gravity.
Thank you. Admiral Rogers, have you seen this problem in your position getting worse or better? In other words, it's my information that their techniques have improved, their capabilities improved, the degree of success has improved. Is that your assessment?
So I have publicly said before that the Russians are a peer competitor in cyber. If you look broadly beyond the Russians to cyber writ large, the level of capability of nation states and actors around the world continues to increase. I can't think of a single significant actor out there who is either decreasing their level of investment, getting worse in their tradecraft or capability, or in any way backing away from significant investments in cyber.
And with all due respect to you, Mr. Secretary, I have not seen a policy. In other words, I don't think any of our intelligence people know what to do if there is an attack, besides report it. I don't think that any of our people know if they see an attack coming, what specific action should be taken. Maybe I'm missing something, but I've asked time after time, what do you do in the case of an attack? And there's not been an answer. There's not been an answer. And I believe that unless we have specific instructions to these wonderful men and women who are doing all this work, then we're going to be bystanders and observers. Yeah, I'm glad to hear you respond to that.
Mr. Chairman, you're right that we have a lot more work to do to put the right deterrence and response framework in place on cyber. This is somewhat of a new domain of operations and, in some cases, warfare. And in my personal opinion, the next administration would be well served to focus very early on those questions of continuing to develop our overarching policy, a comprehensive approach, and a increasingly robust and refined deterrence framework.
Thank you. Finally, Director and Admiral, would it make your job easier if you didn't have to report to 7 different committees?
Chairman McCain, my hands have been slapped before when I ventured into the delicate area of congressional jurisdiction, so for
Even in the last
remaining 15 days that I'm in office, I don't think I'm going to speak to that. Afterwards, that might be different.
Well, we'll look forward to calling you back. Admiral Rogers?
Should I second the comments of the Director of National Intelligence?
But it does make it difficult, doesn't it, with the, it's not exactly stovepiping, but overlapping jurisdictions, I think makes your job a little harder, doesn't it? I mean, in all candor, Admiral.
I mean, the way I would phrase it is, I think clearly an integrated approach is a key component of our ability to move ahead here. I would say that in the government, in the private sector, there's no particular one slice where that's not applicable.
Thank you. Senator Reid.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. General Clapper, you responded to the Chairman that in October you and the Director of Homeland Security concluded that the Russian government intervened in the election, and Admiral Rogers also seconded that view. That is also today the view, for the record, of the FBI and the Central Intelligence Agency, in fact, all the intelligence community. Is that correct?
Yes, the forthcoming report is done essentially by those three agencies, CIA, FBI, and NSA.
And the same conclusion with respect to the involvement of high-level Russian authorities is shared by all of these agencies?
Yes.
The chairman just noticed the legislative compartmentalization. Is that reflected also in terms of operations, in terms of, for example, Admiral Rogers, if you, through NSA or through your sources, detect something that is obviously a disruption, something that is patently wrong, you can communicate to the FBI or law enforcement, but there's no mechanism to make things happen administratively. Is that fair?
There's certainly a process, and in fact, there have been several instances that I can think of in the last 18 months where we have run through that exact same scenario. Intelligence, as it does in many other areas, other domains, will detect incoming activity of concern. We NSA, will partner with FBI, the Department of Homeland Security, U.S. Cyber Command, to ensure the broader government, the Department of Defense, and FBI and its relationship with the private sector. The biggest frustration to me is speed, speed, speed. We have got to get faster. We've got to be more agile. And so for me, at least within my span of control, I'm constantly asking the team, what can we do to be faster and more agile? How do we organize ourselves? What's the construct that makes the most sense? We can't be bound by history and tradition here, so to speak. We have to be willing to look at alternatives.
Thank you. General Clapper, one of the aspects of this Russian hacking was not just disseminating information that they had exploited from computers, but also the allegations of fake news sites, fake news stories that were propagated. Is that an accurate, or is that one aspect of this problem?
Yes, without getting too far in front of the headlights of our rollout next week to the Congress, this was a multifaceted campaign. So the hacking was only one part of it, and it also entailed classical propaganda, disinformation, fake news.
Does that continue?
Yes.
The Russians particularly are very astute at covering up their tracks. It appears that they weren't quite as diligent, or let me ask a question. Do you believe that they made little attempts to cover up what they were doing as a way to make a point politically?
Well, again, without preempting the report, that's classical tradecraft that the Russians have long used to, particularly when they're using promulgating so-called disinformation, is they will often try to hide the source of that or mask it to deliberately mask the source.
Let me just ask one more time. In this situation, though, was there attempts to mask their involvement, very elaborate and very, very sophisticated, or was just enough to have plausible deniability?
So I'd rather not get into that. That kind of edges into the sources and methods realm, and I'd rather not speak to that publicly.
Fair enough. These activities are ongoing now in Europe as Europe prepares for elections. Is that a fair assumption?
It is.
Thank you. Yesterday, the Wall Street Journal indicated that the president-elect is considering changes to the intelligence community. Have you at all, as the experts in this field, been engaged in any of these discussions, deliberations, advice?
No, we have not.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Heard this morning that a lot of the the news media was characterizing this as a hearing on Russian hacking, and actually it's on foreign cyber threats to the United States. I'd like to cover a couple of the other ones. First of all, I received something this morning, Director Clapper, that I was very glad to read. I've often said that the threats we're facing today are greater. I look wistfully back at the days of the Cold War. Your statement that it was in print this morning said, sometimes all this makes me long for the Cold War when the world is essentially had two large mutually exclusive, and so forth. You know, I think it's important that we talk about this because the general public is not aware of the nature of the threats that are out there that have not been out there before. Director Clapper, we've had a lot of and most damaging cyber attacks perpetrated against the American people. When the chairman gave his opening statement, he singled out 3 or 4 of them. One of them was the OPM incident. That was 2014 and 15. Office of Personnel Management. It was a breach and theft of personal information, birth dates, home addresses, Social Security numbers of over 22 million individuals. I'd like to ask you what action was taken after that and what kind of effect that might have had on the behavior of the Chinese.
Well, the major action we took, of course, was remediation in terms of advising people of what the potential risks were. And of course, there was a lot of work done. NSA was deeply involved in this in enhancing or improving the cybersecurity posture of OPM, and Admiral Rogers might speak to that. I would say that this was espionage. It was not an attack per se, and of course, I always a bit reticent about, people who live in glass houses shouldn't throw publicly too many rocks. So there is, I think, a difference between, an act of espionage, which we conduct as well, and other nations do, versus an attack. And Mike, you want to comment?
Just as a broader point, I think the OPM issue highlights that massive data concentrations increasingly have value all of their own. What do I mean by that? I can remember 10 years ago, earlier in my time in cyber, thinking to myself, large databases like OPM are so large, the ability of an intruder, an external actor to actually access, fully extract, and bore their way through millions upon millions of records would be difficult. But with the power of big data analytics, large data concentrations now become increasingly attractive targets because the ability to mine that data for insights, which is what we think drove this action in the first place, becomes more and more easily done.
Okay, I appreciate that very much. In your joint statement, and by the way, I like the idea of joint statements. It makes our questioning a lot easier. You talk about you end up stating through one of your paragraphs, in short, cyber threat cannot be eliminated. Rather, cyber threat must be managed. And it's interesting that in the Edison Electric Institute, it's a publication, I think it just came in this morning, they say exactly the same thing. This seems to be one of the rare cases where we have government and industry working together. Their statement was the electric power industry recognizes that it cannot protect all assets from all threats and instead must manage risk. Now, they go on to describe the working together with government, and they say the industry's security strategies constantly evolve and are closely coordinated with the federal government through a partnership called the Electricity Subsector Coordinating Council, the ESCC. Is that something you could comment? Is that, are we looking at getting some success out of that?
I think it's emblematic of a lot of work that the intelligence community has done, the Department of Homeland Security, in engaging with each of the, I think, 16 key infrastructure sectors in this country. And providing, what we have embarked on is providing them tailored to each one of those sectors intelligence estimates of what the threats and vulnerabilities are, in order to help them take measures to enhance their cybersecurity. I think the major point here is that if there is any connection whatsoever with the internet, there is an inherent security vulnerability, and we have to manage that, the risk that is generated accordingly with full knowledge of that fact. If there's an internet connection, there's always going to be a vulnerability. Mike?
I would echo that. I think part of our challenge is our defensive strategy must be two-pronged. We have to spend time making it difficult for people to gain access, but we must acknowledge that despite our best efforts, there is a probability that they are still going to get in. So what do? As a guy who defends networks on the Cyber Command side, I would tell you it is a whole different thought process, methodology, prioritization, and risk approach in dealing with someone who's already in your network versus trying to keep them out in the first place. And we have to be able to do both.
I appreciate that. My time has expired. I have one last question, just for the record. You can not answer it at this time, but a year ago, is a year and 2 months ago, I think it was, Admiral Rogers, you made a statement before this committee that we, quote, we have peer competitors in cyberspace, and some of them have already hinted that they hold the power to cripple our infrastructure and set back our standard of living if they choose. I'd like, for the record, if you could just kind of outline which of our peer competitors might be the closest to choosing to use their power.
As I have publicly said before, the Russians are the peer competitor to us, but I look at other nations. You look at China, for example, and the level of capability and investment they're making. I'm watching their abilities rise significantly. Iran, North Korea, currently at a moderate level, but clearly the level of investment, the capability we're seeing, and their willingness to employ cyber in some very aggressive ways that would be way beyond our normal risk calculuses of concern.
I think it is the general assumption that you all have said that our systems can be invaded that has the American people, we as policymakers concerned, but the average American concerned that there is no privacy anymore. General, do you think in the report next week that you all will ascribe a motivation to Putin for the election attempt?
Yes, we will ascribe a motivation. I'd rather not, again, preempt the report.
Understood. Well, then will you discuss after the report what is sufficient in the future to impose enough cost to make them stop this kind of activity?
No, we won't. If we're going to speak to that, that would be separate from the report. What the report will include, per the President's tasking, was a section contributed by the Department of Homeland Security and NIST, I believe, on best practices for defending. But it does not speak to that which is really out of our lane. That's a policy call.
So we're now talking about deterrence. And as one of you said in your testimony, it's not like the nuclear standoff of mutually assured destruction, because we don't have a particular deterrence now. Would you discuss that?
Point I was trying to make is that in the case of nuclear deterrence, there are instruments you can see, feel, touch, measure, weaponry. We've had a demonstration a long time ago of the impact of nuclear weaponry. And that is what creates both the physical substance of deterrence as well as the psychology. And the problem with the cyber domain, doesn't have those physical dimensions that you can measure, see, feel, and touch as we do with nuclear deterrence.
So let me give you an example. Help us understand, had the supposed invasion into the Vermont utility been, in fact, an invasion by a foreign power, and ascribed to that was shutting it down, if that had been the case, what would be some of the options that we would do?
Well, again, this would be, as I understand it, by the way, it was not, but had it been from, say, malware planted by a foreign power, I think that's something would be very situational dependent as to what to do about it. As I indicated in my remarks, perhaps a cyber reaction to a cyber act may not be the best course of action. Some other form of national power, sanctions, is what we have traditionally used. And as I also indicated, the problem, at least for me, is, and I'll ask others to speak if they want to, is not knowing, if you do retaliate in a cyber context, not knowing exactly what counter-retaliation you'll get back. Now, we go through all kinds of exquisite thought processes on deciding how to react. We try to be very surgical, very precise. We try to gauge what the second-order or unintended consequences might be. I don't think others are similarly disposed to consider such precision and such exactness when they respond. So there's always that issue of counter-retaliation, ergo my brief mention that it's, in my view, best to consider all instruments of national power.
And I think that's what's concerning us. Could we, the United States, do we have the ability that we could make it so tough on North Korea with a cyber attack that it would deter them from some of their strange behavior?
Not necessarily via a direct cyber reaction, given the difficulty of gaining access to their cyber networks.
Thank you. Director Clapper, you're pretty far along on the report that will be released next week, obviously. How far along are you, and what do you lack, and how will this be released? Will it be in a classified format? Will you be willing to testify in an open hearing like this, or will we need to go down to the SCIF to hear this?
What's planned is a series of briefings in the Congress. I think I have 4 more hearings to do. First with our oversight committees, which will be closed hearings, I believe, and then there'll be,
and when will that be?
All House, all Senate hearings, I believe, next week, as we roll out a version of the report early in
so
the
those
week
will
to
be
followed by
classified?
a unclassified version.
I see. So the public will not hear sources and methods, but you think it'll be fairly convincing without going beyond what?
I assure you that I intend to push the envelope as much as I can on, particularly on the unclassified version, because I think the public should know as much about this as possible. This is why I felt very strongly about the statement we made in October. And so we'll be as forthcoming as we can, but there are some sensitive and fragile sources and methods here, which is one reason why we're reticent to talk about it in this setting.
Right, and you've said that, and I expect you'll be challenged with some very talented questioners up and down the dais here today on that. And I would have to support what Senator Nelson has said. As regrettable and reprehensible as the hacking of political parties is, I do think Senator Nelson has touched on really the the larger issue, which really is the subject matter of this hearing, and that is what the real threats are. And it concerns me that that we really don't know what the deterrence ought to be. And I wonder at what level are conversations taking place within the administration or within the intelligence community about what is appropriate in terms of a response. You mentioned cyber, countering cyber with cyber is not necessarily the number one solution. Secretary Lettre mentioned that we should impose costs, and perhaps after you answer, I can ask him to expound on that also.
Well, we have had many discussions in the White House Situation Room at Deputies Committee, Principals Committee, and NSC meetings about what to do when we have these attacks. I think the Sony attack by the North Koreans is a case in point. And there you get into the complexities of, if you launch a counter cyber attack, and you're, I have to be careful here, but you have to use some other nation's infrastructure in order to mount that attack. And well, that gets into, as I've learned, the complex legal issues involving international law. And so the judgment was to impose some other costs other than a direct cyber retaliation.
Did you recommend the president's sanctions? Were his actions in response to the Russian hacking part of your recommendation, or did that come from someone else?
Well, that was, well, without going into internal decision-making, I think that was, you know, it was a consensus interagency view.
Secretary Lettre, what about imposing cost? What did you mean by that?
Well, as part of an approach that to deterrence that takes each case as it comes up, case by case, we need to look at ways to respond, first deter and then respond to attacks at a time and a place of our choosing that favors advantages that we have as we use all of the instruments available. So we look to deny objectives and then impose costs, as you indicated, Senator. Imposing costs really can come from things like were announced last week with the sanctions that were applied in the case of the Russian hacking situation. But they can go more broadly than that. From the military's perspective, we're concerned not just about Russia's cyber hacking, but also about a range of aggressive actions by Russia across multiple regions of the globe. And so we look to impose costs on Russia by a range of measures across multiple regions in partnership with our allies through NATO, where we can, to push back on Russian actions and deter future aggressive actions. So that's a bit of what we mean by imposing costs here.
Thank you.
It seems that every attack is handled on a case-by-case basis, and that's not a strategy. Senator McCaskill.
Thank you. I know this has probably confused you a little bit, General Clapper, but review again how long you have been working in intelligence.
I started in 1963, so.
And you enlisted in '63, correct?
No, I enlisted in the Marine Corps in 1961.
And then transferred to the Air Force?
Right.
And you flew support for combat missions in Vietnam?
I did 2 tours in Southeast Asia, one in Vietnam in 1965 and 66, and then I was stationed in Thailand flying reconnaissance missions over Laos and Cambodia in 1970 and 71.
And would you say that your experience in the military, and especially your service for the government, has always been for either political party and apolitical in terms of your mission and your job?
Absolutely. I have served, I toiled in the trenches in intelligence for every president since President Kennedy. I have served as a political appointee in both Republican and Democratic administrations.
Would you say
So
that
I am apolitical.
And by the way, there are, without getting into classified information, there are thousands of men and women who are working in the intelligence community right now, General Clapper, correct?
Absolutely.
And would you say that their experience in many instances mirrors yours? In terms of military experience, many of them being either active military or retired military?
Yes, a large part of the intelligence community workforce are military. And of course, there are many former military, either those who completed full careers or those who served enlistments or briefly and then came to the intelligence community as civilians.
Would you think it any less important that we maintain the intelligence community as a foundational apolitical block of our country in terms of its protection? I
could not feel stronger about exactly that. I think it's hugely important that the intelligence community conduct itself and be seen as independent, providing unvarnished, untainted, objective, accurate, and timely and relevant intelligence support to all policymakers, commanders, diplomats, et cetera.
Do, in fact, the intelligence community, members of the intelligence community, engage in life-threatening and very dangerous missions every day, particularly as it relates to the war on terror?
You only need to walk into the lobby of CIA and look at the stars on the wall or the front lobby of NSA and the number of intelligence people that have paid the ultimate price in the service of their country.
So let's talk about who benefits from a president-elect trashing the intelligence community. Who benefits from that, Director Clapper? The American people, them losing confidence in the intelligence community and the work of the intelligence community. Who actually is the benefactor of someone who is about to become commander-in-chief trashing the intelligence community?
I think there is an important distinction here between healthy skepticism, which policymakers, to include policymaker number one, should always have for intelligence, but I think there's a difference between skepticism and disparagement.
And I assume that the biggest benefactors of the American people having less confidence in the intelligence community are, in fact, the actors you have named today: Iran, North Korea, China, Russia, and ISIS.
The intelligence community is not perfect. We are an organization of human beings, and we're prone sometimes to make errors. I don't think the intelligence community gets the credit it's due for what it does day in and day out to keep this nation safe and secure, and the number of plots, just one example, terrorist plots that have been thwarted, both those focused on this country and other countries.
I want to thank the chairman, and I want to thank Senator Graham and others. There have been others, I can count on maybe a little bit more than one hand, who have stood up in a non-political way to defend the intelligence community over the last few weeks. The notion that the soon elected leader of this country would put Julian Assange on a pedestal compared to the men and women of the intelligence community and the military that is so deeply embedded in the intelligence community, I think it should bring about a hue and cry, no matter whether you're a Republican or a Democrat. There should be howls. And mark my word, if the roles were reversed, there would be howls from the Republican side of the aisle. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for that nonpartisan comment. Director Clapper, how would you describe Mr. Assange?
How would I describe
Mr. Assange?
Well, he's holed up in the Ecuadorian embassy in London because he's under indictment, I believe, by the Swedish government for a sexual crime. He has, in the interests of ostensibly openness and transparency, exposed in his prior exposures, put people at risk by his doing that. So I don't think those of us in the intelligence community have a whole lot of respect for him.
Admiral?
I would echo those comments.
Thank you. Senator Fisher?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, gentlemen, for being here today, and I do thank you for your service. Gentlemen, as you all know, about a year ago, Congress passed the Cybersecurity Information Sharing Act. And Director Clapper, could you comment on what steps have been taken to implement the act, in particular to provide cyber threat information in the possession of the federal government to non-government entities?
There's been a lot of work done, and this is principally through both the FBI and Department of Homeland Security, to share more broadly with the private sector. This is prior to the enactment of this act. I think this has been a theme that we have all worked hard. Certainly, one of the reasons for the creation of the Office of Director of National Intelligence was to assume a domestic role as well and to promote sharing as much as we can. I think a lot of improvement has been made as I look back over the last 15 years, but there's more work to do. So we have done a lot of work with, for example, fusion centers, the 76 or so fusion centers that exist throughout the country, to convey more information to them. I have a network of 12 domestic DNI reps, Director of National Intelligence Representatives, which are FBI special agents in charge, and we work through them, those instrumentalities on a regional basis to convey more information, particularly on cyber threats, to state, local officials as well as the private sector.
Thank you, sir. And Admiral Rogers, what is your assessment of the current state of information sharing between the government and private sector, especially regarding cybersecurity threats? And more importantly, what is the appropriate level of expectation to have with respect to that information sharing?
So in some ways, I'd characterize it as uneven. Some sector relationships, as you heard General Clapper talk about the 16 sectors within the critical infrastructure of our nation. Some sectors, the relationship's very mature. Information tends to flow very regularly. Other sectors, it's not quite as mature. I think the positive side is with the legislation, we've now developed a framework for how we do it. I still am concerned on the government side. I don't only speak for NSA and Cyber Command. On the government side, I'm not entirely comfortable that the products that I am generating are optimized to achieve outcomes for our, private counterparts. I'm always trying to remind our team, our success needs to be defined by the customer, not what we think is the right format or the right things to share.
Do you think there's any additional legislation that's going to be required that, I guess I'm asking, what do you need? Do you think there's proper authorities that are currently in place, or do we need new legislation, or do you guys just need to improve on your execution of it?
Probably all the above, to be very honest. I look at what are the changes that we're going to need collectively to create the workforce of the future. Does the current structure, I work within a DOD and an Intel framework, but I would argue this is kind of universal. It doesn't matter where you're working. What is the structure? What's the recruitment and the benefit process that we need to retain and attract a workforce? I'm curious, with a new administration coming in, their broad view of roles and responsibilities, are they comfortable with the current structure? Will their view be that we need to fundamentally relook at something different? I'd be the first to acknowledge, as I previously said this morning, we have got to get faster. We have got to get faster.
You've talked about case by case and the ad hoc nature of our policies when it comes to cyberspace before this committee many, many times. And that's been an issue that this committee and the ETC subcommittee in particular has tried to address by requiring strategies so that we can deter these hostile actors and delegations of authority, a definition of what an act of war in cyberspace is. You know, we can go on and on. The chairman just mentioned we don't have a strategy. Some of us just don't feel there's a strategy that's laid out there. When you talk about speed and dealing with cyber attacks, I assume you're just referring to our agencies in responding to attack that is directly upon us. Do you think there needs to be any kind of consensus building on the international stage with our allies in order to increase speed, or would that delay it even more, trying to run this through channels and trying to respond quickly? Do we reach out to allies, or do we perform our first duty in protecting this country?
So we routinely do that now. You clearly have highlighted it's a bit of a double-edged sword. But it goes to the point from my perspective, cyber just doesn't recognize many of these boundaries. And so when you're trying to deal with an incident, is this something that is truly totally domestic, or has it originated from somewhere external to our nation? What kind of infrastructure did it pass through? There's a whole lot of complexity to this. So I apologize. It's not a simple binary choice there, even as I acknowledge there are trade-offs.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I want to join Senator McCaskill in expressing my appreciation for the service of our intelligence community, and to you, Mr. Chairman, for your very strong and courageous statements in support of the work of this committee to give credit and credibility to that intelligence community, and to your statements also about the importance of cyber warfare. It's not the first time we've been here on this topic, and you have been resolute and steadfast in seeking to elevate public awareness and public consciousness about the importance of cyber attacks on this country and the threat of cyber warfare. And I want to explore a little bit why these very demeaning and dismissive comments about our intelligence community are so dangerous to our nation. Is it not true, Mr. Clapper, that public support for robust responses to cyber attacks on our nation depends on the credibility of our intelligence community, and dismissing the conclusions, very credible and significant conclusions about the Russian attack, undermines public support for actions that the President must take to deter and punish these kinds of actions?
I do think that public trust and confidence in the intelligence community is crucial. And both in this country, and I think the dependence that other countries, other nations have on the U.S. intelligence community. And I've received many expressions of concern from foreign counterparts about the disparagement of the U.S. intelligence community, or I should say what has been interpreted as disparagement of the intelligence community.
Well, there's no question about the disparagement. There's no question about the dismissing and demeaning of the intelligence community, entirely unmerited. And would you agree, in light of your saying that you are even more resolute now in your conclusion about Russian involvement in this hacking, that comparing it to the judgment made about weapons of mass destruction in the Iraq situation is totally a red herring, totally wrong?
Yes, I agree with that. My fingerprints were on that national intelligence estimate. I was in the community then, that was 13 years ago. We have done many, many things to improve our processes, particularly with respect to national intelligence estimates. in order to prevent that from happening again. Whatever else you want to say about the intelligence community, it is a learning organization, and we do try to learn lessons. It's a very difficult business, and getting harder all the time. And there will be mistakes, but what we do try to do, as we did after the NIE from October 2002 on weapons of mass destruction in Iraq, was to learn from that, profit, and make change. And our posture with respect, particularly with respect to a very important document, the apex of our product line, National Intelligence Estimates, it's a difference of night and day.
I appreciate the extraordinary humility of that statement, especially in light of the excellence and expertise that your organization and you personally have brought to this very, very difficult endeavor to provide, and I'm quoting you, I think, unvarnished, untainted, timely, accurate information to the most critical national security decisions that this nation makes. And I want to express my appreciation for it and say that I think some of the disparagement has been a terrible disservice to our nation and to the very brave and courageous men and women who put their lives at risk so that this nation can be better informed in using our military and other force. So I hope that we will see a change. And also join the chairman in saying that we need better policies on what constitutes a cyber attack on this nation and provide a more robust response, for example, against the Russians, not necessarily in cyber, but to impose stronger sanctions on their oil exports, on their use of foreign exchange. The response to cyber attacks need not be one in the cyber domain, and in fact might be even more effective if it hits their economy and their pocketbook and their livelihoods. So, Mr. Undersecretary, I appreciate your comments in that regard. I don't know whether you want to comment in response to what I've said. And I'm out of time, so maybe we can get that in writing.
Senator Blumenthal, I do want to thank you on behalf of all the women and men of the intelligence community. I want to thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you all for appearing before us, and Mr. Secretary, Director Clapper, since this is your final appearance, I know you hope, thank you very much for your many years of service, Director Clapper, particularly you. I'll add my voice to Senators Blumenthal and McCaskill and my admiration for the men and women in our intelligence agencies. I've had a chance as a member of the Intelligence Committee to meet them here at hearings and at their headquarters and around the world, and they don't get the credit they often deserve. The troops that we help provide for in this committee usually do because they wear uniforms and they're known in public, but intelligence officers don't wear uniforms and they're frequently undercover. So I want to express my admiration and deepest respect and gratitude for what they do. We've heard a lot of imprecise language here today, and it's been in the media as well. Phrases like hacked the election, undermined democracy, intervened in election. So I want to be more precise here. Director Clapper, let's go to the October 7th statement. That says, quote, the recent compromises of emails from U.S. persons and institutions, including from U.S. political organizations, was directed by the Russian government. Are we talking there specifically about the hack of the DNC and the hack of John Podesta's emails?
Yes.
Are we talking about anything else?
Well, that was essentially at the time what we were talking about.
At the time, then, it says that the recent disclosures through websites like DC Leaks and WikiLeaks are consistent with the methods and motivations of Russian-directed efforts. DNC emails were leaked at first, I believe, in July. Is that what the statement is talking about there?
I believe so.
Mr. Podesta's emails, I believe, were not leaked until that very day on October 7th. So was the statement referring to that yet, or was that not intended to be included?
I'd have to research the exact chronology of when John Podesta's emails were compromised. But I think, though, that that bears on my statement that our assessment now is even more resolute than it was with that statement on the 7th of October.
Thank you. Admiral Rogers, in November at the Wall Street Journal Forum, you stated, quote, "This was a conscious effort by a nation-state to attempt to achieve a specific effect," end quote. By that, did you also refer to the hack of the DNC, the hack of John Podesta's email, and the leaks of those emails?
Yes.
Did you refer to anything else besides those two things?
Boy, to be honest, I don't remember the specifics of that one particular 30-minute engagement, but clearly, as I said, what you outlined was part of my thought process.
Okay, and then further on in that statement, Director Clapper, the intelligence community says, quote, "It would be extremely difficult for someone, including a nation-state actor, to alter actual ballot counts or election results by cyber attack or intrusion," end quote. And you stated that earlier today as well, that we have no evidence that vote tallies were altered or manipulated in any way.
That's correct.
Okay, so that's what happened. Let's discuss why. Director Clapper, in response to Senator Nelson, you stated that the report soon to be released will discuss the motive. Would you care to give any kind of preview today?
I'd rather not.
I didn't think so.
There are actually more than one motive, so that'll be described in the report.
In your 53 years of intelligence, is ascertaining the motives, plans, and intentions of foreign leaders among the hardest tasks that we ask our intelligence services to perform?
It always has been.
There's a widespread assumption, this has been expressed by Secretary Clinton herself since the election, that Vladimir Putin favored Donald Trump in this election. Donald Trump has proposed to increase our defense budget, to accelerate nuclear modernization, to accelerate ballistic missile defenses, and to expand and accelerate oil and gas production, which would obviously harm Russia's economy. Hillary Clinton opposed, or at least was not as enthusiastic about all those measures. Would each of those put the United States in a stronger strategic position against Russia?
Certainly, anything we do to enhance our military capabilities, absolutely.
So there is some contrary evidence, despite what the media speculates, that perhaps Donald Trump is not the best candidate for Russia. Okay, so that's what happened. That's why it happened, or at least a preview of that we're going to know why it's going to happen. Let's move on to the impact. Director Clapper, you said to Senator McCain earlier, quote, "The intelligence community cannot gauge the impact," end quote, on the election. Is that because that kind of electoral analysis is not a task that's within the traditional responsibility and skill sets of intelligence services?
That's correct.
That's something that's more suited for someone like Sean Trendy or Michael Barone or Nate Silver, election analysts that have written extensively on the election.
Well, it certainly isn't the purview of the U.S. intelligence community.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Since this will likely be the last hearing that some of you will attend in front of this committee, I just want to thank you all for your service and thank all the men and women who work for you. I want to say a special note of gratitude to Director Clapper for 50 years of incredible service to this country. I think what makes America great has been our ability to elect leaders through a peaceful, and a transparent process without fear of rigging or interference in elections. And unfortunately, in this past election, we know that interference occurred. And when I say interference, I want to be specific. It's not about someone physically stuffing ballot boxes or someone hacking our electronic voting machines to give one candidate more votes than the other. It's about selectively and deliberately releasing damaging information in hopes of furthering one's strategic objectives. In this case, Russia's strategic objectives. I believe this is going to happen again unless there is a price to be paid. This interference impacts the foundation of our democracy, our elections, which is why I welcome the sanctions against Russia announced by the President and why I believe we need to be evaluating additional Russian sanctions. It's simply too important for both parties and for the future of our country. Secretary Lettre, given the need for deterrence in this atmosphere, which, as you said, is not always achieved by a cyber response, how important are tools like sanctions to imposing the kind of clear costs that you articulated?
Sanctions are a very useful tool in that toolkit, and I think in the case of the current situation that we find ourselves in, it would be prudent to continue to look at other options to impose more sanctions on Russian actors as the facts continue to develop.
I would agree with that estimate, and I hope that
folks on both sides of the aisle will be looking at those additional tools. For any of you who want to answer this, I'd like to know how is the President-elect's at least inferred dismissive attitude towards the intelligence community broadly impacted morale in your agencies?
Well, I haven't done a climate survey, but I hardly think it helps it.
Does anyone want to add to that?
I don't want to lose good, motivated people who want to help serve this nation because they feel they're not generating value to help that nation. And I'm the first to acknowledge there's room for a wide range of opinions of the results we generate. We don't question that for 1 minute, and every intelligence professional knows that.
Yeah.
I have had plenty of times in my career when I have presented my intelligence analysis to commanders and policymakers, and they just looked at me and said, hey, Mike, thanks, but that's not the way I see it, or you're going to have to sell me on this. That doesn't bother any of us. What we do, I think, is relevant, and we realize that what we do is in no small part driven in part by the confidence of our leaders in what we do. And without that confidence, I just don't want a situation where our workforce decides to walk, because I think that really is not a good place for us to be.
I think many of us could not agree more. And if the underlying facts that the intelligence community brings us are incorrect, we should call that out. I just have not seen any evidence indicating that in this case. Oftentimes, we come to different strategic or policy points of view based on that information, but that's an entirely different thing. Director Clapper, I want to go to a little bit more of not just the classified information, but the relevance of publicly available information, of the whole picture of Russia's activities within the context of this election. Can you talk a little bit about the activities of the Russian government's English language propaganda outlets, RT, Sputnik, as well as the fake news activity we saw, as well as the social media, and how those paint a complete picture that is supplemental to what we saw with the hacking in this case?
I appreciate your raising that because, while there has been a lot of focus on the hacking, this was actually part of a multifaceted campaign that the Russians mounted. And of course, RT, which is heavily supported by, funded by the Russian government, was very, very active in promoting a particular point of view, disparaging our system, our alleged hypocrisy about human rights, et cetera, et cetera. Whatever crack they could find in our tapestry, if you will, they would exploit it. And so all of these other modes, whether it was RT, use of social media, fake news, they exercised all of those capabilities in addition to the hacking. And of course, I think the totality of that, I think, regardless of what the impact was, which we can't gauge, just the totality of that effort, not only as DNI, but as a citizen, I think is a grave concern.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gentlemen, thank you very much. And I also want to thank you and the men and women that work diligently in the Intelligence Committee for the work that they do for the United States of America. Admiral Rogers, you have stated twice now, you've really stressed this point that you must be faster and more agile in your responses. And so our discussion this morning will go back to a discussion that we had in September of this last year in front of this body, because I believe it is important that you understand the capabilities that exist out there and readily available to the United States Cyber Command. And this past September, I asked you about a Government Accountability Office report that stated the Department of Defense does not have visibility of all National Guard units' cyber capabilities because the department has not maintained a database that identifies the National Guard unit's cyber-related emergency response capabilities as required by law. And I was a bit alarmed when you stated that you haven't seen the report. It was a report that took about a year to compile and was presented to both this committee and the House Armed Services Committee. And 4 months later, I still have not received an answer from you, my questions for the record. And as of this morning, all of the GAO recommendations are still open from this report. So it's been 4 months, and I would just like an update on that, if you have been able to read the report, and where is the department at in regards to tracking National Guard cyber capabilities?
Yes, ma'am. So first, we didn't get your question until December, but I acknowledge, hey, you have formally asked us this. First, as U.S. Cyber Command, I'm the operational commander. Manning, training, and equipping is a function of services and the department. For me, in my role, I track the operational readiness levels of all National Guard and Reserve units that are allocated to the mission force. So I bore into them in the exact same way I do the active side. In terms of more broadly, how is the department tracking the set of skills that are available both in the reserve component? I'd argue it's the same challenges there in the active component. How do you take advantage of the breadth of capability that's broader than just a particular military occupational specialty, for example? And I'm the first to acknowledge, after talking to my teammates at OSD and the services, I don't think we have a good answer for you. I'll have something in writing for you within the next week or so, because I do acknowledge that we need to do that.
I do appreciate that, because how long has the United States been experiencing attacks from entities outside of the United States?
You could argue we've been in this cyber dynamic for over a decade. I mean, it's gotten worse, but.
A decade. And so we have taken the steps of developing Cyber Command and the capabilities that exist both in our reserves, National Guard, and active component units. And to become faster and more agile, we need to know what those capabilities are. So if you have a solution to that on how we can track those capabilities, we need to figure that out. Many of these units have the capability of defending networks, and yet we're not utilizing those capabilities, and we don't know where they exist, to be honest.
So please don't take from my comment that we don't believe that the role of the Guard and Reserve isn't important. If you look in the last 12 months, we've got 2 cyber protection teams from the Guard that have been mobilized. We've brought online in the Guard and the Reserve national mission teams for the first time within the last year. I mean, it's great to see how the Guard and Reserve are developing more and more capability. I mean, that's a real strength for us collectively.
Absolutely, and I think we'll continue to see those develop even more in the future, but we need to be able to utilize those capabilities that exist out there. So you know that many of our best soldiers in the National Guard and Reserves come from the private sector. I know this from some of my own guardsmen that worked full-time in computer technology and cyber technology. And you stated in September you were trying to figure out how better to leverage the National Guard. And do you have a response for that? Have you thought of ways that we might be able to use those Guard units more readily?
This is a topic that, in fact, I just was talking to General Engel, the director of the Guard Bureau, a few weeks ago to say, hey, look, this is something in 2017 I want us to sit down. I think there's a couple of specific mission areas where the capabilities of the Guard and Reserve are really well optimized, because I'd be the first to admit the answer can't be every time, well, just throw the active component at this. I don't think that's an optimal approach for us to do in business. So you'll see this play out for us in 2017. We got to work through the Title 32 versus Title 10 issue. What role, what's the right way to do this?
Absolutely.
Do we put it within the defense support to civil authority construct? I like that, because it's a framework that we already have. I'm a big fan of let's not reinvent the wheel when it comes to cyber. How do we take advantage of processes and structures and authorities that are already in place? That's one thing you'll see some specific changes on within the department. We're working through that right now on the policy side.
Very good. Well, I appreciate it. I know my time is expiring, so I look forward to working with you on that, Admiral Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to thank all of you for all your efforts today, for the amazing careers you've had. And, Mr. Chairman, thank you for holding this hearing. I think it's critically important to our nation. And I want to be clear that the purpose of today's hearing is not to debate the validity of the election, but to discuss foreign attempts to use cyber attacks to attack our country, including the recent Russian actions intended to influence our elections. And I appreciate the bipartisan effort to get our people the answers they deserve. And I'm grateful for the amazing efforts that our intelligence agencies put forth every single day, that every day lives are on the line to make sure that we're safe and to make sure that all Americans have a chance to take care of their families and go to sleep at night and not have to worry while your people are on the front lines all around the world. And I can tell you on behalf of all Hoosiers that when it comes down to a choice between your people, our intelligence agencies, and Julian Assange, we're on your team every time. And I actually find it stunning that there's even a discussion in our country about the credibility of our intelligence agencies versus Mr. Assange. It is astounding to me that we would even make that comparison when you see the stars in the CIA headquarters of all the people who have lost their lives and all who have lost their lives in our agencies to keep us safe. Director Clapper, how would you describe your confidence in attributing these attacks to the Russian government as opposed to someone in their basement?
It's very high.
The government has named those responsible for the DNC hacks as APT-28 and APT-29, part of the Russian intelligence services, the GRU and the FSB. Are all the actors targeted by these two entities known to the public, sir?
I'm sorry, sir, the question again, are all what?
All the actors targeted by these two entities, the GRU, the FSB, APT 2829. Do we know everybody? Have you told us who's involved, or are there more that you can't discuss at this time?
Right. I don't think I can discuss that in this forum.
Okay. How far up the chain, in what you can tell us, does this go in regards to the Russians? At what level were the instructions to take these actions given?
Again, sir, I can't speak to that in this setting.
Okay, thank you. Do you think we are communicating clearly to our adversaries in a language that they'll understand that the costs will outweigh any gains they get if they try this again? And not only you, Director, but the others, how do we best send that message, do you think?
Well, certainly the sanctions that have been imposed, the expulsion of the 35 intelligence operatives, the closure of the 2 facilities which were used for intelligence purposes, and the other sanctions that were levied, I think does convey a message. It's open to debate whether more should be done. I'm a big fan of sanctions against the Russians, but that's just me.
Admiral, what would you say, sir?
I would agree. I mean, the challenge here is, look, I don't think it's in the best interest of any of our nations to be in this confrontational approach to doing business. And we've got to figure out, how do we articulate what is acceptable, what is not acceptable in a way that enables us to continue to move forward in a productive relationship? That's not unique to the Russians. I would argue that that's a challenge for us with a whole host of actors out there. This has just in some ways been the poster child for this challenge of late.
Mr. Secretary.
I would add to that, if I may, that
yes.
It certainly would be a good thing if we could find areas where our interests converge. I'm speaking of ours and the Russians, and we've done that in the past. So just to foot stomp Admiral Rogers' point, but I think there's a threshold of behavior that's just unacceptable, and somehow that has to be conveyed.
Well, I am out of time, but on behalf of all the American people, we want to thank you. You have dedicated your lives to keeping us safe, and we're incredibly grateful for it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for you and the ranking member for holding this hearing. And I also want to thank you, General Clapper, Mr. Secretary, for your service, as this might be your last hearing, and the men and women you lead. You know, you described in your testimony the increasing attacks we're seeing, not just from Russia, but China and other actors, Iran, North Korea, their increasing capabilities. The chairman's opening statement pretty much stated that it's his view, and I certainly share the view, that we're being hit repeatedly because the benefits outweigh the costs for those who are taking these actions against us. Do you agree with that?
I do, and I think we all do, that this is for adversaries like, I'll just name North Korea and Iran. It is a very relatively low-cost acts that can cause havoc. And what I think we've seen over time is that they keep pushing the envelope as their capabilities improve, and they're willing to exercise those capabilities.
So if that's the case, and it's glad that I think there's some consensus here. You're talking about retaliating, upping the cost with all instruments of power. Mr. Secretary, you mentioned retaliate at time of our choosing, in the realm of our choosing, but it doesn't seem to be happening, right? It doesn't seem to be happening because the attacks continue. So let me just give an example. Let's say Iran conducted, and you mentioned that they're being more aggressive, more risky than in North Korea, some kind of cyber attack. If we did something, maybe without announcing it, like the president announced the Russian counteractions, but let's say we didn't announce it. Let's say we did something where we essentially collapse their financial system, or something pretty dramatic. And we let them know we did it, but we don't have to publicize it. Do you think that's the kind of action that would say, hey, don't do this, or we're going to come back and retaliate at our time, our choosing, and crush you? How come we haven't done that yet? And do you think if we did something like that with the Iranians or the North Koreans, would that deter them in the future? Ms. Secretary?
Senator, I think you're getting right at the question of what do we mean by a proportional response in some instances?
Or asymmetric, right? You're talking about asymmetric responses, which I fully agree with.
That's right. Or in instances that are significantly serious and grave, whether a more than proportional response is required to really set that deterrence framework in place.
But isn't the key question right now that came from the chairman's opening statement, which I think you agreed with, is that nobody seems to be intimidated by us right now. So let me give another example. Senator Inhofe asked a question early on about China. China hacked, allegedly, maybe you can confirm that, government-led, 22 million files. A lot of the SF-86 files that you use for background clearances, they have mine, I was informed by the government. Very sensitive information, as you know, that they could use against intelligence operatives and military members. And Senator Inhofe asked the question, did we retaliate again? What did we do? The answer that I heard from all of you was, well, we try to protect people like me, and I'm sure others, whose sensitive intel information and background information was compromised. But I didn't hear any claim of a retaliation on a huge hack, huge, 22 million American federal military intel workers got hacked by the Chinese. So the president signed this statement with President Xi Jinping, the U.S.-China security agreement, but obviously, General Clapper, from your testimony, the Chinese have not abided by that, have they?
They have.
I thought you said they're continuing to
as I indicated in my testimony. I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, I thought you said in your testimony today that they continue to conduct cyber attacks.
They continue to conduct cyber espionage. They have curtailed, as best we can tell. There has been a reduction, and I think the private sector would agree with this. There has been some reduction in their cyber activity, and the agreement simply called for stopping such exfiltration for commercial gain.
So let me just ask a final question. Did we retaliate and up the costs against China after an enormous cyber attack against our nation?
We did not retaliate against an act of espionage any more than other countries necessarily have retaliated against us for when we conduct espionage.
But isn't that answer just part of the problem, that we're showing that we're not going to make it costly for them to come in and steal the files of 22 million Americans, including many intel officers?
Well, it's, as I say, people who live in glass houses need to think about throwing rocks, because this was an act of espionage, and we and other nations conduct similar acts of espionage. So if we're going to punish each other for acts of espionage, that's a different policy issue.
Senator King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Your opening statements are always erudite and thoughtful, but I thought today's was particularly so. You touched on all the important points that have really formed the basis for this hearing, so I want to thank you for that. Director Clapper, I think it's important to put some context around some of these discussions. One of the most important things to me is that your public statement in October, along with Jay Johnson, was prior to the election, and you were simply telling facts that you had observed. And in my experience of reading intelligence community communications, it's one of the more unequivocal that I've seen. You've stated here you have high confidence in those conclusions, that the Russians were behind it, that it was intended to interfere with our elections, and that approval went to the highest levels of the Russian government. Have you learned anything subsequently that you can tell us here today to contradict those findings that you publicly stated last October?
No. In fact, if anything, what we've since learned just reinforces that statement of the 7th of October.
And there was no political intention. You were simply reporting facts as you saw them. I presume that's correct. Your history is one of being non-political.
Absolutely. I felt particularly strongly, as did Secretary Johnson, that we owed it to the American electorate to let them know what we knew.
Now, people in Maine are skeptical, and they want to have evidence and proof, and I'm hearing from people, prove it. The problem, as I understand it, is the desire to provide evidence that is convincing that your conclusions are correct versus the danger of compromising national security on sources and methods. Can you sort of articulate that? Because I think that's an important point.
We have invested billions, and we put people's lives at risk to glean such information. And so if we were to fulsomely expose it in such a way that would be completely persuasive to everyone, then we can just kiss that off, because we'll lose it. And then that will endanger imperil our ability to provide such intelligence in the future. And that's all the dilemma that we have in intelligence. We want to be as forthcoming and transparent as possible, but we feel very, very strongly, as we do in this case, about protecting very fragile and sensitive sources and methods.
Let's again turn to a question of context. What we saw in this country this fall, and going back actually almost a year, was an example of a Russian strategy that's been playing out in Europe for some time, that includes not just hacking, as you said, but disinformation, propaganda. I heard just from a senior commander, I took a break here from the hearing in Europe, that Russia is actually buying commercial TV stations in Western Europe at this point. And this is a comprehensive strategy that we've seen playing out in Eastern Europe, and also there was a report this morning that they are funding one of the candidates for the presidency of France in the election this May.
Well, the Russians have a long history of interfering in elections, theirs and other people's. And the difference, and there's a long history in this country of disinformation. This goes back to the 60s, you know, the heyday of the Cold War. Funding that they would share or provide to candidates they supported, the use of disinformation. But I don't think that we've ever encountered a more aggressive or direct campaign to interfere in our election process than we've seen in this case.
And there are so many more channels of disinformation today than there were in the past. One final point.
That's exactly right, and that's a very key point about of course, the cyber dimension and social media and all these other modes of communication that didn't exist in the Cold War.
One final point. We had a meeting with a committee with a group of representatives from the Baltic states, and I know the chairman was just in the Baltic states. I asked them, and they are just deluged with this. I mean, they have been warning us about this for years, about the messing around with elections. I said, so what do you do? How do you defend yourself? And they said, well, we're trying to defend ourselves in various ways, but the best defense is for our public to know what's going on so they can take it with a grain of salt. I thought that was a very interesting observation because their people now say, oh yeah, that's just the Russians. That's why I think public hearings like this and the public discussion of this issue is so important, because we're not going to be able to prevent this altogether. But we need to have our people understand that when they're being manipulated. Would you agree with that conclusion?
Absolutely. That's why I felt so strongly about the statement in October.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Just to follow up, General Clapper, during the Cold War, we had a strategy, and we had Radio Free Europe, and we had the Voice of America. Senator Graham, who will be speaking next, will attest that in our recent trip, they don't have a strategy. They don't have a counter-propaganda. The United States of America I'm talking about. And we've got to develop that strategy, even if it encompasses the internet and social media. But they are doing pretty significant stuff, particularly in the Baltics and Eastern Europe. Would you agree, Senator Graham?
Yes. Appreciate being before the committee. Thank you. So, yes, I would. Would you agree with me that Radio Free Europe is outdated?
I'm frankly not up on
well, it
on
says radio, and a lot of people don't
I
listen to the radio like they used to.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, actually, radio is a very popular mode in many parts of the world.
Radio's big in your world?
My world?
Yeah.
Not so much.
Yeah, I don't listen to the radio much either. So the bottom line is you're going to be challenged tomorrow by the president-elect. Are you okay with being challenged?
Absolutely.
Do you both welcome it?
We do.
Do you think it's appropriate?
We do.
Are you ready for the task?
I think so.
Good. Is there a difference between espionage and interfering in an election?
Yes, espionage implies to me at least, a passive.
Yeah, okay.
Passive collection, and this was much more activist.
So when it comes to espionage, we better be careful about throwing rocks. When it comes to interfering in our election, we better be ready to throw rocks. Do you agree with that?
That's a good metaphor.
I think what Obama did was throw a pebble. I'm ready to throw a rock. Would I be justified as a United States Senator taking your information about Russia's involvement in our election and what they're doing throughout the world and be more aggressive than President Obama if I chose to?
That's your choice, Senator.
Do you think he was justified in imposing new sanctions based on what Russia did?
I do.
Okay. So to those of you who want to throw rocks, you're going to get a chance here soon. And if we don't throw rocks, we're going to make a huge mistake. Admiral Rogers, is this going to stop until we make the cost higher?
we have got to change the dynamic here, because we're on the wrong end of the cost equation.
Yeah, you got that right. Could it be Republicans next election?
This is not about parties per se.
Yeah, it's not like we're so
about a
much better at
broad process.
cybersecurity than Democrats.
Right.
Now, I don't know what Putin was up to, but I don't remember anything about Trump in the election. Now, if Trump goes after the Iranians, which I hope he will, are they capable of doing this?
They clearly have a range of cyber capability, and they have been willing to go offensively, both, we've seen that in the United States and the one dam.
So if
analogy.
Trump takes on China, which I hope he will, are they capable of doing this?
Yes.
Okay. So we got a chance as a nation to lay down a marker for all would-be adversaries. Do you agree with that?
Yes, and I'd be the first to acknowledge we need to think about this broadly.
Yeah, and we should take that opportunity before it's too late.
Yes, sir.
Do you agree with me that the foundation of democracy is political parties, and when one political party is compromised, all of us are compromised?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, as to what to do, you say you think this was approved at the highest level of government in Russia, generally speaking. Is that right?
Yeah, that's what we said.
Okay, who's the highest level of government?
Well, the highest is President Putin.
Do you think a lot happens in Russia big that he doesn't know about?
Not very many.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Certainly none that are politically sensitive in another country.
Okay. Now, as we go forward and try to deter this behavior, we're going to need your support now and in the future. So I want to let the President-elect know that it's okay to challenge the intel. You're absolutely right to want to do so. But what I don't want you to do is undermine those who are serving our nation in this arena until you're absolutely sure they need to be undermined. And I think they need to be uplifted, not undermined. North Korea. Let me give you an example of real-world stuff that he's going to have to deal with Trump. Do you believe that North Korea is trying to develop an ICBM to hit the United States, or that could be used to hit the United States?
That could be, yes.
Do you agree with that, Admiral Rogers?
Yes.
So when the North Korean leader says that they're close to getting ICBM, he's probably in the realm of truth?
He's certainly working aggressively to do that.
And if the President of the United States says it won't happen, he's going to have to come to y'all to figure out how far along they are, because you would be his source for how far along they are. Is that right?
I'd hope we'd be
I'd hope we'd be the source.
Yeah, I hope he would talk to you too. And here's what I hope he realizes. That if he has to take action against North Korea, which he may have to do, I intend to support him. But he needs to explain to the American people why. And one of the explanations he'll give is based on what I was told by the people who are in the fight. And let me tell you this. You don't wear uniforms, but you're in the fight. And we're in a fight for our lives. I just got back from the Baltics, Ukraine, and Georgia. If you think it's bad here, you ought to go there. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is time now not to throw pebbles, but to throw rocks. I wish we were not here. If it were up to me, we'd all live in peace. But Putin's up to no good, and he better be stopped. And Mr. President-elect, when you listen to these people, you can be skeptical, but understand they're the best among us, and they're trying to protect us. Thank you all.
Would you have any response to that diatribe?
Microphone.
Senator Graham and I have had our innings before, but I find myself in complete agreement with what he just said, and I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Chairman McCain, if I might just pick up on a comment of yours, and that has to do with the information fight, if you will. And this is strictly personal opinion, not company policy. But I do think that we could do with having a USIA on steroids, United States Information Agency, to fight this information war that a lot more aggressively than I think we're doing right now.
You know, I agree, General, and I think one of the areas where we're lacking and lagging more than any other area is social media. We know these young people in the Baltics are the same as young people here. They get their information off the internet, and we have really lag behind there. Senator Gillibrand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Ranking Member for hosting this very important hearing. I want to follow on some of the questioning that Senator Ernst started concerning the National Guard and cyber. I have been pushing DoD to use the Guard for years and appreciate that this is beginning to happen. Members of the Guard bring unique skills and capabilities, and we should be leveraging them. Admiral Rogers, I look forward to working with you on how best to do this. Can you tell me whether there has been movement on the Army National Guard cyber protection teams being included in the cyber mission forces?
Yes. And we brought 2 online that have been activated in the last year, 2 additional that are coming online in 17, the first of which just came online. So yes, ma'am.
And how much more is left to be done? And when do you expect it?
The Guard and the Reserve are bringing on an additional 21 teams. Those will not be directly affiliated with the mission force. But one of the things I think we're going to find over time, the only way to generate more capacity in a resource-constrained world is to view this as an entire pie, not just, well, here's one sliced off area, the mission force, and here's a separate area, the Guard and Reserve. I think what we're going to be driven to is you're going to have to look at this as a much more integrated whole.
I do too, because at the end of the day, our Guard and Reserve, they have day jobs, and they may be working at Google and Microsoft and Facebook and all these technology companies and have extraordinary skills. And as a way to tap into the best of the best, I think we should look at people who already have these skills, who are already committed to serving our nation as best we can. Right. So I appreciate your work.
Yes, ma'am. And if I could, one area that I'd be interested in your help in, for many employers in the Guard and the Reserve, and I say this as the son of a Guardsman when I was a kid growing up, they sometimes tend to view that service as something that you do overseas. Hey, I'm willing to let you go because you're going to Afghanistan, you're going to Iraq. In the world of cyber, we are operating globally from a garrison, pick the location.
From any location in the world.
Anywhere. And
correct.
So this idea, this just came up, General Langell and I were just talking about this yesterday, as a matter of fact, where I said, one of the things we need to do is educate employers about what is the nature of this dynamic. And it's every bit as relevant as, hey, we're sending somebody to Afghanistan or Iraq.
I think that's right. On a separate topic, but related, I've long been advocating for aggressive development of the manpower that we need to support our cybersecurity mission. In particular, I continue to believe that we have to not only develop the capability in our military and the interest in cyber among young Americans, but that the military must be creative when thinking about recruitment and retention of cyber warriors. How would you assess our current recruitment and retention of cyber warriors, and what challenges do you foresee in the future, and what recommendations do you have to address them? Because obviously we are competing with some of the most dynamic, innovative companies in the world, but we need them to be our cyber defense and our cyber warriors.
So knock on wood, in the military aspect, we are exceeding both our recruiting and retention expectations. I worry about how long can we sustain that over time in the current model. My immediate concern is a little less on the uniform side, in part because if money was a primary driver for them, they wouldn't have come to us in the first place. On the civilian side, however, that's probably my more immediate concern. I'm finding it more challenging to retain. We're able to recruit well, retaining them over time. I'm really running into this on the NSA side right now. Where how do you retain high-end, very exquisite civilian talent for extended periods of time?
Well, I'd be delighted to work with you over the next year on that.
Yes, ma'am.
Director Clapper, I was very interested in your opening remarks and the initial conversation you were having about the Russian hack onto the DNC and to various personnel's emails. And the question of whether it was a declaration of war. And given that that is such a serious statement, I want to ask you, do you think we should take things like the Democratic Republican Party infrastructure and consider them to be critical infrastructure? Should we actually be looking at our infrastructure differently because of this recent event?
That's been a subject of discussion about whether our political infrastructure should be considered critical infrastructure. I know Secretary Johnson's had discussion with state officials about that, and there's some pushback on doing that. So it's a policy call. Whatever additional protections that such declaration would afford, I think that would be a good thing. But whether or not we should do that or not is really not a call for the intelligence community to make.
Well, I hope it's one that the members here in this committee will discuss, because if it does result in such a grave intrusion, maybe it should be critical infrastructure, and certainly politics and political parties are not set up that way. And so it would be quite a significant change. Thank you.
Director Clapper has to leave in about 20 minutes, so we'll enforce the time. Senator Tillis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and gentlemen, thank you all for your service. I, for one, have high confidence in the community that you represent, and I hope that they recognize that I speak for most of the senators here that share the same view. Director Clapper, I'm going to spend most of my time probably reflecting on some of the comments that you've made. The glass house comment is something I think is very important. There's been research done by a professor up at Carnegie Mellon that's estimated that the United States has been involved in one way or another in 81 different elections since World War II. That doesn't include coups or regime changes. So tangible evidence where we've tried to affect an outcome to our purpose. Russia's done it some 36 times. In fact, when Russia apparently was trying to influence our election, we had the Israelis accusing us of trying to influence their election. So I'm not here to talk about that, but I am here to say that we live in a big glass house and there are a lot of rocks to throw, and I think that's consistent with what you said on other matters. I want to get back to the purpose of the meeting, the foreign cyber threats. I think Admiral Rogers and Director Clapper, you all have this very difficult thing to communicate to policy people who may not have subject matter expertise in this space. For example, Director Clapper, you were saying that one of the problems with a counterattack, I think it was you, it could have been Admiral Rogers, is that you may have to use an asset that's actually a presence on some other nation where that nation may or may not know that we have a presence there. In fact, we have presences across cyberspace that are not known, that as a part of a counterattack, the part of the counterattack could be nothing more than exposing our presences, because we know a lot of our adversaries may or may not be aware of presences that we have out there in inappropriate locations. Is that correct?
Yes, and I think you've succinctly illustrated the complexities that you run into here.
Yeah, and so that is why, as thrilling, as somebody who's written the precursors to phishing code before and stolen passwords as a part of ethical hack testing, so I was paid to do this, that underscores the need for us to really be educated about the nature of this battle space and how more often than not it's probably more prudent to seek a response that isn't a cyber response, given the fluid nature. I mean, we're in an environment now where we see a threat, and we build a weapon system. It's on the water, it's in the air, it's on the ground. And then we kind of counter that threat, and we come up with war plans to use that capability. In cyberspace, major weapon systems get created in 24-hour cycles. You have no earthly idea whether or not you have a defensive capability against them. So if you all of a sudden think, let's go declare war in cyberspace, be careful what you ask for, because collectively you could have, there are 30 nations right now that have some level of cyber capability. There are 4 or 5 of them that are near peer to the United States. There are 2 or 3 that I think are very threatening and in some cases probably have superior capabilities to us in terms of presences. Maybe not as sophisticated, but potentially in a cyber context more lethal. So I think there are a lot of questions. One of the beauties of being a freshman, I guess now I'm not a freshman, being at the end of the dais, all the good questions have been asked. But one of the things that I would suggest that we do is we as members really get educated on the nature of this threat and the manner in which we go about fighting it, and understanding that the iterative nature of weapons creations on the internet are unlike anything we've seen in recorded human history for warfare, and we need to understand that. We also need to understand what the rules of engagement are going to be and how future AUMFs actually include a specific treatment for behaviors that are considered acts of war, and then a whole litany of things that we should do for appropriate responses so that we can begin to make more tangible the consequences of inappropriate behavior in cyberspace. And so that's not so much a diatribe, but it probably is a speech, Mr. Chair. The last thing I'll leave you with is Admiral Rogers, I'd like for my office to get with you and continue to talk about how we get these bright people retained and recruited to stay up to speed with developing these threats. We need to understand that they are the secret to creating these weapon systems to counter the malicious acts like Russia, China, Iran, and a number of other nations are trying to develop against us. Thank you.
Senator Rono.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, gentlemen, for your service. I think it's clear that we have tremendous concerns about the Russian hacking in our elections, and I think it's more than ironic that we have a president-elect who kept talking about our elections being rigged, which I would consider trying to interfere with our elections to be a part of a rigged kind of an election. And at the same time, he denied Russia's activities in this regard. Some of this was already touched on regarding the president-elect's attitudes toward the intelligence community and the morale the impact on morale. So going forward, as we are challenged by the need to have more cyber aware or skilled cyber workforce, if this attitude toward the intelligence community doesn't change on the part of decision makers, including the president, would you agree that it would make it that much harder, Director Clapper and Admiral Rogers, to attract the kind of cyber experienced workforce that we need to protect our country?
Well, it could. I don't know that we could say it's some of these statements have had any impact on recruiting. But it could.
Or retention?
I think it could on retention. I think just maybe embellish what Admiral Rogers was saying. I do think that consideration needs to be given to having more flexibility, more latitude on compensation for our high-end cyber specialists who are lured away by industry.
Yes.
Are paying huge salaries. That's not why you're in the government, not why you serve in the intelligence community, is not obviously for money. But I do think that in those highly technical, high-end skill sets that we badly need in the government, in the intelligence community, that it would be helpful to have more latitude on compensation.
And I would agree, coincidentally.
Very briefly.
I spent both of these individuals a note within the last 24 hours, of which I said, using my authority as the director of NSA, I am going to authorize the following increased compensations for the high-end cyber part of our workforce, because I am just watching loss.
Yes, of course, and it's not just compensation that attracts people to what we're doing in our intelligence community, because service to the country is a very important motivation, and of course, I would think that morale would be very much attendant to that. There was some discussion about what would constitute in the cyber arena an act of war, and Director Clapper, I note in your testimony that I think that this is one of the reasons that we want to develop international norms in this arena. So who should be the key players in developing and agreeing to these international norms in the cyber arena? And if the big players are U.S., China, Russia, if we don't have those players at the table to come up with these international norms, how realistic is it to develop and
well, that's exactly the challenge.
Adhere.
And those are the key nation states that would need to engage. And there has been work done under the auspices of the United Nations to attempt to come up with cyber norms, but I think we're a ways away from those having impact.
Would you agree, Admiral Rogers?
Yes, ma'am.
Turning to the awareness of the public as to the extent of the threat, A 2016 opinion piece by 2 members of the 9/11 Commission, basically they said that the most important thing government and leaders in the private sector can do is to clearly explain how severe this threat is and what the stakes are for the country. So Director Clapper, do you think that the general public understands the severity of the cyber threat and the stakes for the country, and what should Americans keep in mind with regard to this threat, and what can ordinary Americans do to contend with this threat?
I think there's always room for more education, and certainly we have a role to play in the intelligence community in sharing as much information as we can on threats posed by both nation states as well as non-nation states. And I think there are simple things that Americans can do to protect themselves. Be aware of the threat posed by spearfishing, for example, which is a very common tactic that's used yet today. We have a challenge in the government, getting our people to respond appropriately to cyber threats. So this is one case where communicate is the watchword.
Senator Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gentlemen, thank you for being here. Thank you for your service to our nation. The topic of this hearing, cybersecurity, cyber attacks, is a growing threat to this country, and one that I think will only become greater in the years ahead. We have seen in recent years serious attacks from, among others, Russia, China, North Korea. Indeed, it is with some irony. I spent a number of years in the private sector and, to the best of my knowledge, never had my information hacked. And then all I had to do was get elected to the United States Senate. And the Office of Personnel Management was promptly hacked, and everyone on this bench had our information stolen by a foreign assault. My question, Admiral Rogers, starting with you, is what do you see as the greatest cybersecurity threats facing our country? And what specifically should we be doing about it to protect ourselves?
So, a small question. When I look at the challenges and the threats, it's in no particular order. Significant extraction of information and insight that is generating economic advantage for others, that is eroding operational advantage at times for us as a nation. That is, as you have seen in this Russian piece, where not just the extraction, but then the use of this information adds a whole nother dimension. And what concerns me beyond all that is what happens as we start to move in an environment in which not only is information being, I've heard some people use the phrase weaponized, what happens when now we see people suddenly manipulating our networks so we can't believe the data that we're looking at? That would be a real fundamental game changer to me. And to me, it's only a question of the when, not the if this is going to happen. And what happens when the non-state actor decides that cyber offers an asymmetric advantage to them because their sense of risk and their willingness to destroy the status quo is significantly different and greater than your typical nation state. Those are the kinds of long-term things. So as we've talked about more broadly today, we've got to get better on the defensive side because part of deterrence is making it harder for them to succeed. I acknowledge that. But a defensive strategy alone isn't going to work. It is a resource-intensive approach to doing business, and it puts us on the wrong end of the cost equation. That's a losing strategy for us, but it is a component of a strategy. We have got to ask ourselves, how do we change this broader dynamic? To go to the point you've heard repeatedly today, how do we convince nations and other actors out there that there is a price to pay for this behavior? That, in fact, it is not in your best interest.
And what should that price be?
Oh, it's a wide range of things here. There's no one silver bullet, which is another point I would make. If we're looking for the perfect solution, there isn't one. This will be a variety of incremental solutions and efforts that are going to play out over time. There's no one single approach here.
Well, and your point about manipulating data, about a month ago I chaired in a different committee a hearing on artificial intelligence and our growing economy's growing reliance on artificial intelligence. And one of the things that the witnesses testified there was concern on the cybersecurity side of a hack that would modify the big data that's being relied on for artificial intelligence to change the decision-making in a way nobody's even aware it's been changed. And I think that's a threat I hope that y'all are examining closely, and it's the sort of threat that could have significant repercussions without anyone even being aware it's happening.
Sure.
Let me shift to a different topic. Director Clapper, you've testified before this committee that Cuba is an intelligence threat on par with Iran and listed below only Russia and China. And there are reports that the Lourdes, the Russian-operated signal intelligence base in Cuba, will be reopened. And additionally, this past summer, Russia and Nicaragua struck a deal to increase military and intelligence cooperation, resulting in an influx of Russian tanks into Managua and an agreement to build an electronic intelligence base, which may be disguised as a satellite navigation tracking station. To the best of your knowledge, what is Russia's strategy in the Western Hemisphere, and how concerned are you about the Russians expanding their influence in Cuba and Nicaragua?
Well, the Russians are bent on establishing both a presence in the Western Hemisphere, and they're looking for opportunities to expand military cooperation, sell equipment, air bases, as well as intelligence gathering facilities. And so it's just another extension of their aggressiveness in pursuing these interests. And with respect to Cuba, Cuba's always had long-standing, very capable intelligence capabilities, and I don't see a reduction of that, of those capabilities.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks to the witnesses for today and for your service. And Mr. Chair, I appreciate you calling this hearing. I think this hearing is a test of this body, the Article I branch Congress, this hearing and others to follow. I was chairman of the Democratic National Committee for a couple of years, and we had a file cabinet in the basement that had a plaque over it. It was a file cabinet that was rifled by burglars in an invasion of the Democratic National Committee in 1972. It was a bungled effort to take some files and plant some listening devices. That small event led to one of the most searching and momentous congressional inquiries in the history of this country. It was not partisan. One of the leaders of the congressional investigation was a great Virginian, Caldwell Butler, who was my father-in-law's law partner in Roanoke, Virginia, before he went to Congress, played a major role. It was not an investigation driven because something affected the election. The 1972 presidential election was the most one-sided in the modern era. But it was a high moment for Congress because Congress, in a bipartisan way, stood for the principle that you couldn't undertake efforts to influence an American presidential election and have there be no consequence. The item that we'll discuss, and we'll discuss more when the hearing comes out, is different. That was a burglary of a party headquarters that was directed to some degree from the office of the president. But this is very serious. The combined intelligence of this country has concluded that efforts were undertaken to influence an election by an adversary that General Joe Dunford, the head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, said in testimony before this hearing was, in his view, the principal adversary of the United States at this point. In addition, the attack was not just on a party headquarters. The October 7 letter that you've referred to talked about attacks on individuals, current and former public officials with significant positions, and also attacks on state boards of elections. The letter of October 7 traced those attacks to Russian entities, Russian companies, and didn't ascribe, at least in that letter, that to directed by the Russian government, but I'm curious about what the full report will show. It is my hope that this Congress is willing to stand in a bipartisan way for the integrity of the American electoral process and will show the same backbone and determination to get all the facts and get them on the table as the Congress did in 1974. There was another congressional inquiry that was directed after the attacks on 9/11, and there was a powerful phrase in that report that I just want to read. The commission concluded, quote, "The most important failure was one of imagination. We do not believe leaders understood the gravity of the threat." And that's something I think we'll all have to grapple with. Did we have sufficient warning signs? I think we did. And having had sufficient warning signs, why did we not take it more seriously? That question is every bit as important as a question about what a foreign government, an adversary, did and how we can stop it from happening. 3 quick points. 1, is the report next week that's going to be issued not solely going to be confined to issues of hacking, but also get into the dimension of this dissemination of fake news? Will that be one of the subject matters covered?
Without preempting the report, we will describe the full range of activities that the Russians undertook.
I think that is incredibly important. You know, I had a little role in this election. I was along for the ride for 105 days and was the subject of a couple of fake news stories. And it was interesting, there were at least 3 that the mainstream media didn't cover because they were so incredible that, like, why would they? But I looked at one of the stories and it had been shared 800,000 times. And when I see an administration who is put in place as the proposed national security advisor, someone who traffics in these fake news stories and retweets them and shares them, who betrays a sense of either gullibility or malice that would kind of be, these are stories that most 4th graders would find incredible. That a national security advisor would find them believable enough to share them causes me great concern. Second, go back to Joe Dunford. He talked about Russia as a potential adversary because they had capacity and they have intent. With respect to our cyber, I think we have capacity. But I think what we've shown is we haven't yet developed an intent about how, when, why, whether we're going to use the capacity we have. So if we're going to shore up our cyber defense, if I could just, one word, do you think what we really need to shore up is our capacity, or do we need to shore up our intent?
Well, that's, as we look at foreign adversaries, that is always the issue, is capability and intent. And certainly with in the case of the Russians, they do pose an existential threat to the United States, and I agree with Chairman Dunford on that. It's probably not our place, and at least my place in the intelligence community, to do an assessment of our intent. That's someone else's place, not mine.
Senator Sheehan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Senator Reid for holding this hearing, and thank you all very much for testifying this morning and for your service to the country. Dr. Robert Kagan testified before this committee last December with respect to Russia, and at that time there was less information known to the public about what had happened in their interference in the elections. But one of the things he pointed out was that Russia is looking at interference in elections, whether that be cyber or otherwise, the whole messaging piece that you discussed with Senator Heinrich, as another strategy, along with their military action and economic and other diplomatic methods, to undermine Western values, our Euro-Atlantic alliance, and the very democracies that make up that alliance. Is that something that you agree with, Director Clapper?
Yes, that's clearly a theme. It's certainly something that the Russians are pushing in messaging in Europe. They would very much like to drive wedges between us and Western Europe, the alliances there, and between and among the countries in Europe.
And I assume that there's agreement on the panel. Does anybody disagree with that? So one of the things that I think has emerged as I've listened to this discussion is that we don't have a strategy to respond to that kind of an effort. We don't have a strategy that's been testified with respect to cyber, but a broader strategy around messaging, around how to respond to that kind of activity. Do you agree with that?
I think I'm speaking personally. This is
sure.
Not institutional response, and as I commented earlier to Senator McCain, I do think we need a U.S. information agency on steroids that deals with the totality of the information realm, and to mount a in all forms, and to include social media.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but can I just ask, why do you believe that hasn't happened? Director Clapper, Admiral Rogers?
For my part, I don't know why it hasn't. I can't answer that.
Admiral Rogers?
From my perspective, in part because I don't think we've come yet to a full recognition of the idea that we're going to try to do something fundamentally different. I think we still continue to try to do some of the same traditional things we've done and expecting to do the same thing over and over again, yet achieve a different result. I don't necessarily think.
No, that's the definition of crazy. I think we've determined that. Secretary Lettre?
I would just add that in this area, the capability and intent framework is useful to think about. I think it is only in the last few years that we have seen adversaries with true intent to use propaganda and the ability to reach out as terrorists are doing and try to incite and match that up with the tremendous power that social media tools allow to make that easy and simple and effective and broadly applicable.
So given that this is a strategy, and given that it's aimed not just at the United States, particularly with respect to interference in our elections, but at Western Europe and Eastern Europe for that matter, is there an effort underway to work with our allies through NATO or otherwise? I've been to the Cybersecurity Center in Estonia, but there didn't seem to be a NATO agreement that this was something that we should be working on together to respond to. So is this an effort that's underway?
Just speaking from my lens on things, there's a lot of interest in doing that and doing it more effectively and more comprehensively, but we have not cracked the code on doing it effectively yet. And so we need to keep the pressure on ourselves and our NATO allies who are like-minded in this regard to keep improving our approach.
And it's also got to be much broader than just cyber.
Thank you. Director Clapper, my time is almost up, but before you go, since this is the last opportunity we will have to hear from you, can I just ask you, do you think that the DNI needs reform?
Well, there's always room for improvement. You know, I would never say that this is the ultimate. I do think it'd be useful, though, if we're going to reform or change the DNI or change CIA, that some attention be given to, in our case, the legislative underpinnings that established the DNI in the first place, and then have added additional functions and responsibilities over the years that the Congress has added to our kit bag of duties. But to say that, you know, we can't, there's not room for improvement, I never suggest that.
I appreciate that, and I certainly agree with you. I think that if there's going to be this kind of major reform, hopefully both legislators and others who have been engaged in the intelligence community will be part of that effort. Thank you.
I certainly agree the Congress, no pun intended, gets a vote here, I think.
Thank you.
I know that our time's expired, and I apologize to our new members that we won't have time because you have to go, but maybe Director Clapper, since this may be hopefully your last appearance, do you have any reflections that you'd like to provide us with, particularly the role of Congress or the lack of role of Congress that in your years of experience?
I'll have to be careful here.
I don't think you have to be.
I was around in the intelligence community when the oversight committees were first established, and have watched them and experienced them ever since. Congress does have clearly an extremely important role to play when it comes to oversight of intelligence activities. And unlike many other endeavors of the government, much of much of what we do, virtually all of what we do, is done in secrecy. So the Congress has a very important, a crucial responsibility on behalf of the American people for overseeing what we do, particularly in terms of legality and the protection of civil liberties and privacy. At risk of delving into a sensitive area, though, I do think there is a difference between oversight and micromanagement.
Well, we thank you. We thank the witnesses, and this has been very helpful. And Director Clapper, we'll be calling you again. This
really
is adjourned.
And that's the part of the story we hope to learn a lot more about in the next few hours. But you can see in these live images from our helicopter, from Sky Fox, that the pursuit has come to an end. There's the sheriff's vehicle, the truck. This is in an area actually where a couple of counties come together, but this is specifically a Maricopa County vehicle, sheriff's vehicle. And you can see that it ended, this pursuit did end, out in the median, in fact, with the truck spun around in the opposite direction of where traffic is actually flowing. So a little earlier this morning in our 9 a.m. hour, it was pretty fascinating because we took a phone call into the newsroom from a guy who was an eyewitness. And we tried to get him on the air, but we had a couple of problems getting that all put together. But nevertheless, I did have a chance to talk with him. And here's the story that he told me, that he was heading the same direction this pursuit was going, which is eastbound on Interstate 8, which is sort of the main connecting freeway from Casa Grande and Gila Bend to get you over to Yuma and San Diego. And he said, all of a sudden, here comes this MCSO truck blowing by, and it all happened very fast. He couldn't even tell, because it was so fast, if it was a man or if it was a woman. But we now know that it was a woman and that she was naked. But he said almost immediately after that was a unmarked car that was in pursuit of this vehicle as well. And so it all happened very, very fast, but he got a pretty good look at the stolen law enforcement truck and at the car that was hot on its tail, the unmarked car. And, you know, I didn't get a chance to ask him what type of speeds he thought they were operating at, but people do travel at a pretty good clip on most of our freeways here in Arizona, and in talking to him, I got the impression that these guys were blowing past him pretty quickly. So what led up to the stealing of the vehicle is still unknown, but we can tell you it did happen. Most likely out in that what we would consider the far west valley or southwest valley, which is kind of unique in that it stretches from, say, the Buckeye area all the way south toward Gila Bend, and that's sort of the end of Maricopa County. And somehow she ended up getting the, we got the wide shot here. Oh, yeah, okay. And I'm here with Samia. Samia, as you probably are aware, has bronchitis and is not able to communicate, so we're jumping in and helping the best we can. All right, now here are, in fact, a few more details from the county sheriff's office, from Maricopa County Sheriff's Office, which we have just had a big change of command there. We have a new sheriff here in Maricopa County. And this is from one of their spokespeople saying, an MCSO vehicle was taken by a suspect early this morning as a deputy responded to a call for service there in Gila Bend. The situation is now over. The deputy has sustained injuries. The suspect is in custody. They're also saying they'll have a media briefing at about noon, and they'll announce the location of the media briefing when they're ready to do so. So it's unclear if that'll happen here in Phoenix, where the sheriff's office is headquartered, or down there in Casa Grande, which would be the closest area to where this all unfolded, or in fact maybe out in Gila Bend. The way the county, there's a jog in the county that actually comes around Pinal County, which is actually where Casa Grande is, which is closer to where all of this ended. But you've got Gila Bend as a small community that the sheriff's office is responsible for, and something happened that led to a response by this particular law enforcement officer, this sheriff's deputy, we presume, who responded to a call, and the next thing you know, somehow this lady jumps in the car, completely naked from what we're hearing, fully naked, and then takes off in a joyride. Now, what we can't say at this point is whether drugs were involved, but drugs or drinking, but it does seem that frequently, in cases somewhat like this, we do hear about those kinds of reports. So we can at least, let's see, let me pass along a little additional information from our assignment desk. It all started at the Shell station in Gila Bend, and if you're watching us from here in Phoenix, if you've ever driven to San Diego, you go right through Gila Bend, and so at this Shell station, it was the people at the gas station who called 911 because the lady, naked, was causing a disturbance. So it's still unclear as to how, once the deputy responded, she managed to jump in his vehicle and take it, steal it. But ultimately what he ends up doing is commandeering. What else are you going to do? He commandeers a citizen's vehicle, gives chase, and notifies dispatch. We are told that Chase did hit speeds in excess of 100 miles an hour. They tried the stop sticks, but it doesn't look like they worked, and then eventually she crashed in the median. Now, one of the interesting parts of this story is if you're traveling today between Phoenix and Tucson, or Tucson and Phoenix, it'll be a while before they get this scene cleared. It's not especially heavy in that area, but take a look. They're widening out for us right now, almost as if on cue to show you what's going on with the traffic. And as this this whole situation unfolded, it primarily happened on the 8. But you've got, as I recall, about 30 to 35 miles. Take a look. There's Sunshine Boulevard, so that's exit 208. Obviously, Skyfox can hear me right now, so good job up there, guys. They're showing us exactly onto exactly where this happened. But here's the interesting part of this whole thing. Take a look at some of the backups they're dealing with now. And this is not a huge surprise because while this isn't in an urban area itself, it is a very heavily traveled stretch of freeway. The I-10 between Phoenix and Tucson is going to be one of the busiest stretches of freeway anywhere in our state, that's for sure. And so you're close to the town of Eloy. We're looking at exit 208, where there are basically you're just a few miles off from where this whole thing transitioned from the Interstate 8 to the I-10. Let's zoom in there and we can, on the map, I mean, yeah. Here we go. And, okay, let's keep going. Let's just keep zooming. We'll go back in a second. So there's 208, and if you've traveled through that area, that's about as busy a spot in a non-urban area as you'll find anywhere in the state. Take a look right here. Oh, that's good, Samia. Great. Samia is busy working the maps, and you can see right there where we're talking about. So you've got the Flying J and the Pilot Travel Center, and they both advertise, actually, some of the lowest gas prices in the state right in that area. So two big competitors, and people, I'm quite certain, either from Phoenix or Tucson who've traveled this route are real familiar with that very exit, because that's where you stop if you didn't get a full tank of gas before you left Phoenix or before you left Tucson, right in that area around Eloy. Back to the live Sky Fox pictures. If you're just coming to us through fox10phoenix.com or on YouTube, etc., we can tell you that this is our streaming news channel, commercial-free, out of Phoenix, where through our offices here at Fox 10 Television, one of the top Fox affiliates in the USA, we launched our helicopter earlier this morning when we heard that there was this pursuit underway. Happens in Gila Bend earlier this morning, starts in Gila Bend, ends all the way down the 8. The 8 comes to an end. It transitions onto the 10. And that was one of the concerns I expressed earlier on the air, on television this morning, was, you know, the 8 is one of the least busy freeways that you would find anywhere in our state, because it doesn't end in any type of metro area. It just sort of ends out there in the desert and transitions onto the 10. But boy, you get on this freeway, the 10, you are going to have a lot of traffic because it's still only 2 lanes in each direction. And this is a freeway that's been like that for decades. And it just gets busier and busier. They are in the process of trying to widen it and get it to 3 lanes in each direction, but they've still got a long way to go. And so you have a lot of traffic. Phoenix, 4.5 million people. Tucson in the metro area at 1 million people or so. And just a lot of people every single day of the year, whether it's winter, spring, summer, or fall, who are there on that particular freeway. And there's just the element of danger increases dramatically when you've got a busy freeway and you've got somebody who's out of control. She's so out of control. Again, we don't know if drinking or drugs played a role, but she's so out of control. Not only did she steal a sheriff's department vehicle, she's buck naked in the car itself. And she's going more than 100 miles an hour. So, this is why we say in our graphic on the Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook page, viewer discretion is advised. So we're going to work to try to get you some additional details in terms of what was the injury that the deputy sustained. It hopefully won't be too serious, because after all, he was able to commandeer an individual's car. Can you imagine that? So you pull up to the Shell station, you're getting ready to head over to San Diego or Yuma, which is a big retirement area, and you pull up to the Shell station for like a 44-ounce soda or something to that effect. Maybe you're gassing up, who knows? And the next thing you know, there's a naked lady inside. You see her jump into this car and hot-footed out of there. And then the thing that you see after that is the sheriff's deputy coming out and saying, I got to have your car. This is like a scene out of a movie. I got to have your car. Out you go. And the chase is on. So From what I understand, law enforcement is going to have on, not just in their vehicle, but on their person, some sort of two-way communication device. And it was through that even though he was in a private citizen's car, he was able to get on his radio and alert dispatch as to what was going down. Well, it didn't take long after that we actually heard, I believe we actually heard this first from DPS, because they responded, because they're out there, they're the ones that are actually responsible for our state highways and do a great job patrolling them. Sheriff's office is going to be primarily involved in solving crimes as the primary law enforcement source down in that Gila Bend area. And you can see that it all ends up, actually, I mean, I think when you're talking about speeds of 100 miles an hour and a lady who's naked driving, you don't know what's going to happen, the way it's going to end. But the fear is that it could end in innocent people being hurt or killed, or the lady herself being hurt or killed, and the vehicle itself being destroyed. But it doesn't look like that happened. I mean, as I look at it right now, it appears that the vehicle pretty much came out of it in one piece. I mean, clearly there's damage. She's careening off into the desert area. That's something interesting to point out as well. In the metro area, as the city has grown, they keep adding lanes to our freeways, and now all we have are concrete medians, concrete barriers in most of our freeways because they've had to expand the lanes inward just to keep up with the growth. I moved here in the early 1980s. There was about 1 million people here. Today, it's 4.5 million. And so I will say they do a great job, the city and the counties and the state does, of keeping up with the growth here. But what that has done is eliminate these sort of cushion areas where something like this could come to an end. Imagine if she had managed to get up into the Phoenix metro area, because when you go from the 8 to the 10, you can transition either way. The natural flow would be, just because of the way the freeway is built, the natural flow would be to transition right on to the 10 heading southbound there on toward Tucson. But if she had managed to get up into the Phoenix area and it comes to an end, the medians are not like this in the metro area. They're just concrete barriers. And then you've got the potential for a much more serious situation where a vehicle could roll, it could be in heavy traffic. You got vehicles all around you. So in a funny way, this is, in terms of the last, say, 30 seconds of this chase, this is about as good an ending as you could hope for. No innocent drivers were hurt or killed. The woman who was driving the vehicle wasn't hurt or killed. The deputy sounds like he sustained some injuries, but most likely at the beginning of this whole thing. And the sheriff's vehicle itself is sitting out there in the median. Hey, thanks, Kimberly Wolf, for the feedback. Love you, Hooner. I watch every morning. Yeah, we do. This is one of the beautiful things about this creation of a streaming news channel online. We're able to interact with you guys instantly. So if you have any questions about what's going on here and you want to fire them our way, we'll do what we can to try to respond. This is happening on a very interesting news day where earlier we had our plan for coverage actually was to bring to you the Russian hacking U.S. intelligence hearings that were underway up on Capitol Hill. Those were very interesting because you've got a lot of people in the intelligence community who think that Russia is up to no good, and then you've got a president-elect here who says it's time for our nation to mend fences with Russia and for the two world superpowers to get along much better. But you listen to some of the things that got said today, and it does sound like a lot of our leading intel people are in fact convinced that Russia did play a role in the hacking and the release of a lot of those documents leading up to our election. So that's the big national story, but the big local story is this one right here. I mean, how often do you turn on the television set or open up your phone or hop on your laptop and see this as a headline: Naked Suspect Pursuit. Think about all these pursuits that we cover for you. We've got a great sister station over in LA. They've got their own helicopter. We cover a lot of them, it seems like, in Southern California, and people are always wearing clothes. In this case, though, this lady, I don't think she started her morning off by thinking she was going to go steal a vehicle, but she clearly got naked and went into this store, the Shell station. Boy, are the folks who work there going to have a story to tell for a while. Just watching this whole scene unfold. And people along the freeway. Like I said, I had a chance to talk on the phone with a guy who was driving on the freeway the very same direction from Gila Bend off toward Casa Grande, where he lives. And he sees this stolen truck going by. And then what he presumed was an unmarked vehicle going by right at it. I'd love to find out. I don't know, Sky Fox, if you guys are in fact listening right now, where is the other vehicle? Do we know where the deputy gave chase, the private car? That would be interesting to see, because as we heard in our check with our assignment desk, the deputy gave chase in a private car, and so it's got to be somewhere there nearby as well. But it does look like maybe he laid off at some point, because it looks like we've got another law enforcement vehicle that ultimately was right there by it. So he may have, once he realized they had actual law enforcement vehicles in pursuit, he may have laid back a little bit so that other sheriff's officials, DPS, which stands for the Department of Public Safety, which is our version of the Highway Patrol, in fact, were able to come to a conclusion on all of this. So what a crazy story. What a wild story unfolding out there in the desert. And it's causing some slowdowns. Now, if you're in Phoenix, if you're one of the 4.5 million watching us here in Phoenix, or one of the million or so that live down in the Tucson area, it's not like you have to cancel your plans or anything like that, but you can plan on some backups. A little earlier, Sky Fox was showing us how just this scene, even though it's all over and done with, she's been taken into custody. I don't know if a trip to the hospital first, before going on to booking, will happen or not, but it is resulting in some backups. At least it appeared to me and a lot of this is semi-truck traffic. A lot of it is between Phoenix and Tucson, in this kind of the central and south central part of the state of Arizona. Boy, there's a good shot, huh? Sky Fox zooming right into the windshield of that stolen car, that stolen truck. It actually is kind of amazing to think that there was not more damage done to that vehicle as it finally came to a sudden stop out there in that desert area between the eastbound and westbound lanes of the I-10. This is the 10, by the way, is a freeway that is considered eastbound and westbound. Even though there are portions when you're driving out of the Phoenix metro area, it's really more of a north-south freeway. And even in this area, from Eloy to Marana and Tucson, you go as much to the north and south as you do to the east and west. But again, eastbound and westbound lanes, looks like there's some slowing, perhaps a little bit more slowing in what would be the northbound lanes coming up from Tucson. All right, so Samia is doing a great job here. She's in control. She just can't talk. She's got the bronchitis. I'll post a picture of that on my Instagram page. Hooner Fox 10. Look, we almost got a laugh out of Samia. But we got it all covered. We got a guy like Big Mike Paish who can come up here and cover some of this. We heard from our internet guru, Jeff Moriarty, a little earlier. So we're a team. We got this covered for you, and we will continue our coverage nonstop until we learn more about the status of the deputy and some of the additional particulars of how it all started and how it all ended, and what about the lady herself, the naked getaway driver.
All right, thank you so much, Ron. And it's Mike Pace here for a little bonus coverage here. I can't believe this. I came in about 30 minutes ago and I'm hearing about this story and seeing this video. I could just imagine what this scene was like for the deputies on this wild, wild pursuit. Just goes to show never a dull moment in Arizona. So we're going to continue to follow this. I'm hearing from our desk that we're not expecting the chopper to be up for too much longer, as they're going to have to go gas up again. So we'll see how long we'll be able to have this shot here for you and try to get as many details that we can for you. All right, we will continue to follow this story here for you, but you know what, we'll stay on this shot. We did have John McCain live here, but he looks like he's almost wrapping up with the press right now. So we will now go to John McCain.
To make it clear what
I don't want Congress to do what Congress is trying to motivate the administration to come up with a policy and a strategy so that every time there's an attack, we don't react on a case-by-case basis.
But what can Congress do to clarify this?
Well, first of all, we can
General
work with the
Clapper said obviously
executive.
is a very
We can
murky area.
Congress can work with the executive branch to approve or disapprove what the executive branch does, and in the defense authorization bill, if necessary, prescribe some of the things that are required. But it's the executive branch's job to do the details. It's up to us to help them shape policy and strategy.
All right, folks, now we're going to go back out here in Arizona for that wild pursuit. Just the audio wasn't too good there for John McCain. So we'll continue on the Fox 10 News Now stream with this, well, this naked suspect pursuit that has ended, and we're seeing what's left of it right now as our Sky Fox is up in the air as it. You just never know what's going to happen sometimes here on the stream. That's why we always ask you to keep following along, because we'll continue to provide breaking news details anywhere across the country when it does become available here. A little bit later in the show, we are expecting a White House press briefing by Josh Earnest. He just has about a couple more weeks there before his post is going to be transferred to the Trump administration. So we'll see what Josh Earnest is going to be giving the press corps updates talking about today. It'll probably be a lot more to do with the Affordable Care Act or Obamacare, but we'll see what that's like coming up a little bit later, expecting that as well. If you're just joining us, everyone, you're probably wondering, okay, what is up with this lower third? And, well, there was a suspect. She was naked, and she led deputies on a pursuit. Just never know what you're going to get here in Arizona. All right, everybody, we are back here in action. Thanks so much to everybody joining us, as well as Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live, and of course, fox10phoenix.com. You know, we follow these police pursuits it almost seems like it's on a bi-weekly basis. This one happened to be right here in our own backyard of Arizona, and it was a different one with a naked suspect. So you just never know what you're going to get here sometimes. For those of you maybe just coming onto the stream and wondering, okay, what happened? Well, this event started at a Shell station in Gila Bend. The staff called 911 because of a naked woman causing a disturbance. MCSO deputies responded. She somehow took one of their vehicles, and then the chase was on. Chase hit speeds of over 100 miles per hour. So think about that, putting so many people's lives in danger because of this woman who just wanted to escape and not be brought to justice, and putting so many lives in danger. They tried spike strips, but they didn't work. She then crashed to the middle of I-10. So, yeah. That's what you're looking at right there. That's the vehicle that she took. So you could just imagine what people, the truckers, the cars that are passing by, they must be wondering, okay, what happened here? Always, as you can see, when you see so many different police vehicles, you're wondering, okay, there must have been a major incident here. So that's why we always ask, share the post, share the stream. That way, you know, if your friends and family are on the road and they're wondering what's going on, they'll be able to know. It's what we offer here on the Fox 10 News Now stream for you. In a little bit, folks, about 10 minutes, we'll have the latest Donald Trump administration news, what he's been tweeting, what he's going to be talking about in the coming days. Next week, he's planned a press conference, so we'll talk a little bit about that. We're just hearing that our chopper is going to be leaving in just a little bit to refuel. All right, so we're going to be leaving these live images here as our Skyfox is going to be leaving, but let's go back to some earlier tape playback of what the scene looked like just a little bit earlier this morning. All right, so here's our tape playback, and this is the scene as the deputies were getting to the scene and taking control of the situation. There's the truck that has crashed in the middle of that median there. And that is what the scene looked like. You can see those cars slowing down, wondering, okay, what just happened here? Little did they know that someone took a police vehicle and went on a joyride. Fortunately, nobody was hurt here as far as innocent bystanders on the roadways. You know, you just never know what a suspect is going to do on the run. You know, if they already stole a police vehicle, it's safe to say that they'll pretty much do about anything. So, we're continuing here on the Fox 10 News Now stream as a naked suspect has been brought to justice You just never know what you're going to find on this stream. That's why we always encourage everybody, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. You can see here as investigators, we're here, first responders, just wondering, okay, just a totally different day for them, no doubt. It's not every day you get to talk about something like this right now. For those of you just joining us, this is a little tape playback from earlier this morning. And we are going to see this suspect in just a little minute here from the playback that we are offering up for you right now. She was put on a stretcher. We don't know if that's because of an injury or just to contain her. So we're going to see that in a moment here. We appreciate everybody watching live with us here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. You can see that they zoomed in just a little bit here more for us. So we're going to see her being put on a stretcher. She's going to be facing so many charges. And folks, just a reminder that this is tape playback. We're playing back some of the earlier footage from this morning to show the people that may have just jumped on the stream now or in the middle and didn't get to see this arrest happening. So we just want to be able to show all our viewers what happened. But yeah. We got a great subscriber, Allie, who said on the comment section, hey, been a long time subscriber. Thanks so much. There you go, Allie. Thanks so much for being that subscriber and being part of the Fox News Now stream team. But we're seeing the suspect now being put on a stretcher. This is tape playback from earlier this morning. Still no word yet on if the suspect was injured or if they just had to really strap her down because they didn't know what was going to happen. We're continuing to follow this story here for you as we're going to have a reporter there on the scene going to be doing a story for our later shows this evening, Fox 10 News at 5, 6, 9, and 10. And there is the suspect in question. It looks like it's totally for containment. All right, everybody, we appreciate everybody joining us here for this story that we were covering. Be sure to check on later today for updates. We're hoping to maybe possibly get a press conference a little bit later this afternoon, just how this all went down. So be sure to stay right with us. We're going to continue on the stream now, take you now live shot of Trump Tower in New York City. We'll give you some Trump updates in just 1 minute. All right, everybody, here's the latest Donald Trump news as we take a live shot of Trump Tower right now. The marching band of a historically black college in Alabama will perform in President-elect Donald Trump's January 20th inaugural parade despite a barrage of criticism the school's president announced today. Talladega College President Billy Hawkins confirmed what the presidential inaugural committee had announced on December 30th. It was the first official word from the school. The inaugural committee's announcement last month had ignited passionate debate on the campus and around the nation. In announcing that the Talladega College Marching Tornadoes would participate, Hawkins said the lessons students can learn from the experience cannot be taught in a classroom. Quote, "We respect and appreciate how our students and alumni feel about our participation in this parade," Hawkins said today in a statement. As many of those who chose to participate in the parade have said, we feel the inauguration of a new president is not a political event, but a civil ceremony celebrating the transfer of power. The announcement followed several days of intense debate on social media. Some people voiced strong opposition, while others said it would be a good opportunity to perform in the parade. Talladega bills itself as Alabama's oldest private, historically black liberal arts college. The college traces its beginnings back to 1865, when two former slaves pledged to provide a school for the children of former slaves of the community. The school was founded 2 years later in 1867, according to historical accounts on its website. Talladega will join about a half dozen other college bands, at least 8 high school bands, and several military groups that have been announced for the parade lineup so far. Senators at next week's confirmation hearing will confront competing versions of Jeff Sessions, the Alabama senator who is President-elect Donald Trump's pick for Attorney General. His supporters will frame the 70-year-old Republican who grew up in the segregated Jim Crow South before a career as a local GOP leader, prosecutor, and elected official as an unyielding but fair-minded conservative. Opponents looking at the same record will cast it as evidence Sessions should not wield power on sensitive matters, including immigration, civil rights, and national security. Sessions, who would be a profound change from the Obama administration's Justice Department, will almost certainly draw support from Republicans controlling the Senate at its Judiciary Committee, but the proceedings, nonetheless, could be a rocky opening to Sessions' tenure and foreshadow how Democrats and like-minded advocacy groups will combat the incoming Trump administration. Similar concerns cost Sessions a federal judgeship in 1986 when he confronted and denied allegations that he made racist comments as a U.S. attorney under President Ronald Reagan. The Judiciary Committee denied him the post, and civil rights advocates have since raised objections to his positions on voting rights. In other news, House Speaker Paul Ryan says upcoming legislation to repeal the health care law would cut off taxpayer money to Planned Parenthood. The Wisconsin Republican spoke after a special House panel issued a report criticizing the organization over providing tissue from aborted fetuses to researchers. Planned Parenthood provides birth control, abortions, and various women's health services. A similar bill last year also would have defunded the group, which receives government reimbursements from the Medicaid program for non-abortion health care for low-income women. The defunding effort is a top priority of anti-abortion lawmakers, but could complicate Obamacare, repealed the Senate, where at least one Republican senator has opposed the repeal. Senate Democrats want a House ethics investigation into stock sales by a congressman who is now a cabinet pick of President-elect Donald Trump. Trump has tapped Georgia Republican Representative Tom Price to head the Department of Health and Human Services. The Wall Street Journal reported last month that Price has traded over $300,000 in shares in healthcare companies over the previous 4 years while pushing legislation that might affect those stock values. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer told reporters Thursday that he doesn't know if Price broke any laws. The New York Democrat said the House's Independent Office of Congressional Ethics should investigate before Senate hearings on his nomination before his nomination begins. Trump spokesman Phil Blando calls the demand a total stunt. After 9 straight weeks of increases, long-term U.S. mortgage rates fell this week. Mortgage buyer Freddie Mac said Thursday the rate on 30-year fixed-rate loans declined to an average 4.2% from 4.3% last week. That was still sharply higher than a 30-year rate that averaged 3.6% for all of 2016, the lowest level recorded from records going back to 1971. Mortgage rates surged in the weeks since the election of Donald Trump in early November. Investors in Treasury bonds bid yield rates higher because they believe the president-elect's plans for tax cuts and higher spending on roads, bridges, and airports will drive up economic growth and inflation. Just over 2 weeks from taking office, President-elect Donald Trump gave a videotape deposition stemming from a lawsuit he filed after a celebrity chef backed out of plans to open a restaurant at one of his hotels. Trump Organization lawyer Alan Garden says the deposition lasted about an hour and was, quote, routine. It's rare for a president or president-elect to be deposed. It happened most recently to Bill Clinton in 1998 during the Paula Jones sexual harassment suit. Jimmy Carter, Gerald Ford, and Ulysses Grant are the only other sitting presidents to face a deposition. Trump sued Jose Andres after the chef canceled plans to open a Spanish-themed restaurant at his new Washington hotel after Trump's inflammatory comments about Mexicans during the campaign. House Speaker Paul Ryan is declining to criticize Donald Trump for seeming to side with WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange over the U.S. intelligence community. Appearing on Wisconsin radio station WTAQ, Ryan reiterated his own criticism of Assange, saying, quote, "No one should be deluded about who this guy is," end quote. But he went on to say that Trump is rightfully concerned that people are using the Russia hacking incident to call into question the legitimacy of his victory. Ryan said that Russia did hack the U.S. and should be penalized, but that it didn't impact the election outcome. Donald Trump is accusing Democrats of playing the blame game on health care a day after he tweeted that Democrats are, in his words, to blame for the mess, and urged Republicans to stay focused on blaming Democrats for problems with Obamacare. Trump today is calling on Republicans and Democrats to, quote, get together and come up with a replacement for the health care law. U.S. intelligence officials have delivered the classified report on Russia and other foreign meddling in the American elections to the White House. A U.S. official says President Barack Obama has received the report. President-elect Donald Trump is to be briefed on the report tomorrow. The Director of National Intelligence tells Congress that an unclassified version of the report is tentatively scheduled to be released early next week. Welcome, folks, to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. We're taking a live look at Trump Tower right now, giving you some latest Donald Trump administration news here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. If President-elect Donald Trump is going to meet his pledge to energize the U.S. economy, there's a simple yet tough way to do so. Put more men to work. The proportion of men in their prime working years who either have a job or are looking for one has been dropping for decades and limiting economic growth in the process. The full brunt of the 60-year decline burst into view during the 2016 election. Trump triumphed in part by vowing to restore jobs at steel mills, auto plants, and coal mines, the types of work that had once employed legions of men who lacked a college education. Bringing more non-college educated men into the workforce is a Herculean challenge that has long bedeviled economists. Among the root causes: automation. Factory robots and computer software have eliminated the need for many workers, wiping out an array of jobs that once provided a middle-class lifestyle. Global competition. U.S. workers have been competing for jobs with cheaper foreign workers, a trend that's led to some offshoring of jobs and curbed pay in some industries. Criminal records. Stricter criminal laws have left over 20 million Americans with felony convictions and prison records, a fourfold increase from 30 years earlier. That background has made it hard for them to get hired. Prescription drug use. Nearly half of jobless men who are no longer looking for work are on pain medication, research has found. Still, Trump appears to endorse a straightforward fix. Bump up economic growth and workers will land good jobs at decent wages. Many are dropping out of the labor force because they cannot find good-paying jobs in an economy operating near stall speed, the Trump campaign said before the election. To chart the problem and any progress Trump might achieve over the next 4 years, his team has pointed to an obscure gauge called the labor force participation rate. This is the proportion of people who are either working or looking for work. It excludes anyone who stopped searching for a job. In the government's monthly jobs report being released tomorrow, it's a number that draws secondary billing after the unemployment rate and job creation. But beneath the sunny 4.6% jobless rate is the troubling shadow cast by the millions of men ages 25 to 54 who have dropped out of the workforce. For this group, labor force participation has sunk to 88.5% from a 1954 peak of 97.9%. Most of that loss has occurred among men who have a high school degree or less, according to a report this year by the Obama administration. The Trump team argues that it can lift the overall participation rate by reducing taxes and regulation, which it says would speed economic growth. But economists say increasing men's participation is very difficult. The underlying causes are long-standing and go beyond the tax, trade, and regulatory policies that Trump has attacked as the main hinders. For one thing, there has been a disappearance of routine manual jobs that required little education or high-tech skills, from machine operators to assembly line workers. These occupations have been displaced by such trends as automation and, to a lesser extent, outsourcing to lower-wage countries. The number of factory jobs has dropped 37% from the 1979 high to 12.3 million. Routine manual jobs accounted for 23% of work in 1979, a share that fell to 15% by 2014. According to research by these economists, they found that the loss of those jobs led many people to stop working. Those who did remain often accepted lower-paying work. Faster economic growth might not raise the participation rate, an economics professor at the University of British Columbia said. If growth is fueled by greater use of technology, it could result in even fewer routine jobs and further depress labor force participation. On the other hand, if stronger economic growth came from improved worker skills and higher college graduation rates, labor force participation might rise. One obstacle is that many men are unwilling to accept service sector jobs that are viewed as lower paying women's work, from cooks to home health aides, said Betsy Stevenson, an economist at the University of Michigan who worked in the Obama administration. We are adding lots of jobs to the service sector, and the goods sector is shrinking, Stevenson said. Trump can't really fix that because the magnitude of the decline is so big. He might keep some factory jobs for now, but technological change will prevent him from making that a true engine of job growth. Stevenson said that avoiding a recession would at least help stabilize the participation rate. Many workers 50 or older who lost jobs during or after the Great Recession couldn't find another and eventually stopped looking. Their exodus from the labor force lowered their participation rate. Still, other social forces, from mass incarceration to poor health, have contributed to the declining participation rate. Having a prison record makes an American man 3 times as likely to drop out of the labor force compared with a man with no arrests. Health problems and the opioid epidemic may also be a major barrier to work, according to research from Princeton. Nearly half of men ages 25 to 54 who are neither working nor looking for work take pain medication daily. All of which means the Trump administration might have to embrace a broader effort to increase labor force participation, one that addresses public health problems, the many Americans with criminal records, and the displacement caused by increased use of technology. Welcome, folks, to the Fox 10 News Now stream. As we're talking about the labor force here in America, and if you have a criminal record, here's the deal. I wouldn't want you working in my place either. I mean, would you want to trust someone with a criminal record that has a rap sheet where it could be anywhere from stealing to robbery? It could be any of those. Would you really want to trust them? So I don't want people to be looking at this and hearing this and saying, well, it's just, if my son didn't have a criminal record, he would have a great job. You're right, he would. Well, now he has a criminal record, and now he's going to have to be doing menial tasks. That's just how it goes sometimes. But to say that you should be able to get a job even with a criminal record, or you should lessen it up a little, is just out of control. I wouldn't want to be working with those people. You wouldn't want to be working with those people. So if you have a criminal record, it's going to be very hard for you to get a job. And it should be, because you don't want to work with those people. All right, everybody. Now we are going to be shifting gears here, take you to a. Oh, looks like we're getting something right now. All right, White House daily briefing coming up right now. We're inside the 2-minute warning.
So you were there. Oh, thanks. It was funny being in the front row when I actually had dreams about giving birth during the briefing and being like, cameras!
Yeah, I was pregnant earlier this year, so yes, I had
What are you guys shooting for? Looking that way. Looking extremely that way.
That is not bad. I like the sound of that. See you in a couple hours? Yeah. You're ready. You look good. Very balanced. I like it, Nancy. Absolutely. All right. We're going to move you over our side. Yeah. Good.
Happy New Year, Kevin.
We're in negotiations.
Hold out for the bacon deal.
There you go. Yeah. Tucker beans, I don't know.
And you want to spend more time with your family?
Yeah.
Good afternoon, everybody. Don't all answer at once.
Good afternoon.
I do not have any comments at the top, so we can go straight to your questions. Josh, would you like to start?
Sure. Thanks, Josh. So some of our intelligence leaders were on the Hill today for quite a while testifying about Russian hacking, among other things. Clapper said, talked a lot about what Russia did, but declined to call it an act of war, saying that wasn't really their place to do that. But it seems it would be the place of the White House to make that kind of determination if it felt that it was appropriate. So, you know, based on the details that were laid out on the Hill, does the White House feel that the Russian hacking and the related to the campaign constituted an act of war?
Josh, what I can tell you is that the Obama administration takes very seriously the effort that was undertaken by the Russians to interfere with and even undermine the basics of American democracy. And the intelligence community takes that quite seriously, and that was evident from the extraordinary statement that they issued back in October, a month before the election, indicating that they had concluded with high confidence, unanimously, that Russia had undertaken this effort, and that this was an effort that was could only have been directed from the highest levels of the Russian government. I think you can discern the seriousness with which we take this issue by taking a close look at the report that was issued last week detailing the U.S. government's response to this malicious cyber activity from the Russians. Of course, that report was not comprehensive, but it certainly noted all of the public steps that were taken by the United States government in response. So I think you can discern that President Obama and the rest of the administration takes this issue quite seriously. I don't have a new label to apply to it today, but this is something that has rightly drawn the attention of the American public and certainly drawn the attention of the President of the United States.
There seemed to be this debate playing out in the course of that hearing about whether intelligence assessments are debatable or irrefutable or open to interpretation, and intelligence officials acknowledging that they put forward information and the policy leaders have to make their own judgments about it. But in light of the president-elect's comments about what the intelligence community has come up with, does the White House think that what the IC has said about Russia's involvement is irrefutable? Is there any interpretation that is open to, or would you push back on that?
Well, let me answer that question a couple of different ways. I think that the first thing, and this is a point that I've made in the past, but I think it bears repeating, and I'll keep it brief. The fact that the 17 intelligence agencies of the United States government issued a public high-confidence assessment a month before the election, I think should give you an indication of the degree of confidence that those intelligence communities had and have in those conclusions, in that analysis. So this isn't a situation where, look, there are many situations in which the intelligence community is responsible for drawing upon different strands of partial information and trying to present to policymakers a complete picture. That requires some interpretation, that requires, in some cases, they would probably even say that it's educated guessing. What the president has always asked is that the intelligence community provide to him their unvarnished assessment. He's also asked the intelligence community to provide dissenting views if they exist. That surfacing disagreements that exist in the intelligence community actually does serve policymakers well by helping them get a variety of perspectives to try to understand exactly what's happening. And President Obama has time and again insisted on the unvarnished assessment of the intelligence community. He's insisted on being able to consider dissenting views. The president has insisted that the intelligence that's presented to him should not be shaded to advance a policy or ideological objective. The president has insisted that the intelligence community should not hesitate to present to the president what could be considered bad news, because a whitewashed assessment doesn't serve anybody well. Somebody who's consuming this intelligence using rose-colored reading glasses is not going to be able to make good decisions. So the president has time and time again asked the intelligence community to provide him solid, up-to-date, unvarnished assessments about what's happening around the world. And the president's decision-making has been very well served by that, and the president is entirely confident that that's what they've produced in this case. Because there's not, again, according to the public statement that we saw from the intelligence community that was issued on paper before the election, and based on the testimony that you saw from leaders in the intelligence community today, this is not one of those scenarios where the intelligence community has to make a tough call based only on partial information. They've been quite definitive. And what you heard from some of those officials today is not just that they continue to have confidence in the assessment that they issued back in October, but based on the work that they have done in the intervening months, they actually have more confidence in the conclusion that they put forward in October. So I think the other thing that bears mentioning, Josh, is that the men and women of the intelligence community are experts in their field. These are men and women who don't do those jobs because they are getting a big paycheck. In many cases, the men and women who serve in our intelligence community are experts who could command a much higher salary in the private sector. But they choose to dedicate their talents to protecting the country. They don't do it for the glory because in many cases, members of the intelligence community have to do their work in secret. So their names are never made public. And in some cases, those officers have paid the ultimate sacrifice and given their lives for this country. And even now, even though they have made that remarkable sacrifice, their names are prevented from being made public because of the damage it could potentially do to our national security. So the men and women of the United States intelligence community are patriots. They're experts, and they're dedicated to getting the facts right and providing information regardless of their political motivation or their political preference. And President Obama has benefited enormously from their service, their sacrifice, their professionalism, and their expertise. And the president believes that those qualities will serve the incoming president well if he chooses to draw on that resource in the same way that President Obama has.
Can you say whether the president has been briefed on the version of the intelligence report that he has now received, and whether there's anything that he learned from that new report that's that adds to his understanding based on what he knew previously?
What I can tell you, Josh, is that the White House does have the report, and President Obama is being briefed on it by a range of senior officials who are members of his national security team, some of whom you saw on television earlier today. And
is that happening today?
It's happening right now. This is obviously the president directed the intelligence community to put together this report last month. He asked them to complete this report before January 20th. So they are beating that deadline by a couple of weeks. And the president has also asked the intelligence community to ensure that they are briefing Congress, which is something that Director Clapper indicated earlier today that he would do. He has asked the intelligence community to brief the president-elect, something that apparently has been scheduled for tomorrow. The president has also directed the intelligence community to make as much of the information that's included in the report public, because it's important for the American people to understand that it's our democracy that has been interfered with. And so the people who are participating in that democracy should have as much information as possible about what exactly happened. Now, what the intelligence community will also have to do, and this is a critical priority, is protect sources and methods. They need to protect their ability to guard against these kinds of intrusions in the future. That's going to limit their ability to make as much public as they probably would otherwise like to do. But they will scrub this report and make as much of it public as they possibly can. But it will be a different version than is consumed by officials at the highest level of the United States government. And I know that Director Clapper has indicated he's hopeful that he'll be able to produce a public version of the report early next week. But for more precision on the timing of that release, I'd refer you to his office.
And I think you were alluding to this a moment ago, but I wanted to ask you about the reports that the president-elect's team is considering a shakeup in the way that the intelligence agencies are structured, and possibly pulling back some of the employees in some of those key agencies. Have any of the intelligence agencies, to your knowledge, received any requests for information from Trump's transition team that you believe could be used to try to do that kind of a restructuring? And is the president urging his successor not to dismantle the intelligence apparatus as we know it?
Well, a couple things about this, Josh. I did have a chance to read that report that I think surfaced last night that was attributed to anonymous transition officials. I know that there are other transition officials speaking on the record who denied that report today. So I think it's difficult to tell exactly what the incoming president's plans actually are. That being said, the president tasked his administration and agencies all across his administration to be very focused on ensuring a smooth and effective transition with the incoming president's team, and that includes the intelligence community. I can't speak with a lot of precision about the conversations that have already taken place, but I know that there's been extensive planning and a variety of conversations that have already taken place to try to prepare the incoming president and his team to assume responsibility for U.S. national security, including responsibility for the intelligence community. But I can't speak to what plans they may have for reforming the intelligence community, but obviously when he enters the Oval Office on January 20th, he'll have an opportunity to consider what kinds of reforms he believes would best serve him, his team, and the country. But I'll just say one more time how much President Obama has benefited from the service and sacrifice of the professionals and patriots who serve this country every day, working around the clock on weekends over the holidays to ensure the safety and security of the country.
But I guess that's the point right there, though. I mean, are you hearing from the intelligence officials who currently report to this president and this administration that they're demoralized by the disparagement that is coming from the president-elect?
I know that Director Clapper and others had the opportunity to speak to this today, and I think, well, we heard Director Clapper express concern about some of the president-elect's comments and tweets having a negative impact on morale. And that certainly is unfortunate. These are, like I said, these are men and women who could get a much bigger paycheck in the private sector. These are men and women who don't get a lot of glory and fame for their work. These are men and women who work long days and late nights and over the weekend and over the holidays to keep us safe. And they are worthy of nothing less than our deep gratitude for their service and for the safety and security that we enjoy because of their service. Okay. Aisha.
Just one more question on the intelligence briefing. Are you expecting that the president will give like a formal response to the report, or will there be something in writing? Will there be some type of response from the president?
At this point, I would not expect a formal response from the President of the United States. Obviously, if that changes, we'll make sure that all of you know, but that at this point, that's not part of the plan. Presumably, at some point in the next few days, the President will have an opportunity to answer questions about this. And so to the extent that there is a response from President Obama about some of this, I would anticipate that it would come in that form.
On another subject, going back to which was a big topic yesterday, was the meeting on Obamacare and basically strategizing with the Democrats on what to do next. I wanted to kind of clarify, does the president believe that Democrats should work with Republicans to help make changes to Obamacare or to repeal and replace Obamacare? Or is the idea that if they're going to repeal it and replace it, that Democrats should sit back and just kind of let, the Republicans deal with the consequences of that? What exactly is the president's position on that?
Look, this is an excellent question, and I think your colleague Michelle asked a similar version of this yesterday. And this is important. The president's approach from day one, since the day that he signed the Affordable Care Act into law back in March of 2010, so we're talking about almost 7 years ago, the president has indicated not just an openness, but a desire to work closely with Democrats and Republicans around ideas to further strengthen the law. The president's even put forward some of his own suggestions for how the law could be strengthened, increasing tax credits to families to make some health care purchases even more affordable. The president has also even floated the possibility of enhancing competition in some areas of the country that don't currently have a lot of competition by introducing a public option in some of those communities. By enhancing competition, you could foster better options at potentially at a lower cost. These are some of the ideas the president has put forward. These are the kinds of ideas that you would expect Republicans to be able to support. Republicans spend a lot of time talking about free market solutions and tax cuts for working people. This falls squarely in that category. But the point here, Aisha, is that the president's put forward specific ideas for strengthening the law. He has welcomed, or he would welcome, Republicans and Democrats working together to implement some of those ideas to strengthen the law. That has been true throughout his presidency, and that will be true into the next presidency. But unfortunately, that is not the approach that Republicans have pursued. Republicans, rather than being willing to look for solutions, have been focused for 7 years on just trying to either sabotage the law or to repeal it outright. And when I say sabotage, I'm making a reference to repeated lawsuits that Republicans have filed in courts to try to interfere with the implementation of the law. I'm referring to Republican governors who have refused, in the face of all common sense, to expand Medicaid in their state. The expansion of Medicaid is paid almost entirely by the U.S. government. We know that providing essentially charity care, health care to people who can't afford health insurance, is a significant drain on state budgets. We know that it would improve health care outcomes because people would be getting checkups more often. So people would be healthier, lives would be saved, and it would save money for all these states. But because Republican governors think that politics are more important than saving money, more important than saving lives, they've blocked Medicaid expansion in far too many places. So the Republican idea of sabotaging the implementation of the Affordable Care Act is not new. And fortunately, they've been unsuccessful. They've been unsuccessful in repealing the law. They voted 50 times to repeal it, and they haven't succeeded. And despite their best efforts to undermine the implementation of the law, we've actually seen that 20 million Americans have gotten health insurance because of the law. We've seen that since the law was signed into force, that health care costs have risen at the slowest rate on record. So despite these Republican efforts, the law remains in place and it has worked. So the advice that the president has to Democrats is, if Republicans are willing to actually focus on a constructive effort to strengthen the law, the Democrats should work with them. Repealing the Affordable Care Act is not strengthening the law. Repealing the Affordable Care Act is taking health care away from up to 30 million Americans. Repealing the Affordable Care Act is to shorten the lifespan of and weaken Medicare. Repealing the Affordable Care Act is to take away consumer protections that currently prevent Americans from being discriminated against because they have pre-existing conditions. HHS recently released a report indicating that more than 130 million Americans have pre-existing conditions, and they can't be discriminated against or prevented from signing up for health insurance right now because of the Affordable Care Act. So that's 130 million Americans who are going to have this protection stripped away if Republicans follow through on their plan. So that's not strengthening the law. And there's no reason that Republicans should, or that Democrats should be a party to a Republican effort to tear that law down. But if Republicans are actually interested in trying to strengthen the law and improve outcomes for the American people, then Democrats absolutely have a responsibility to work with them.
And will that depend on then what the idea of what strengthening means? Because obviously they're going to repeal it. They say they're going to repeal it.
They say that, but we'll see if the president spent a lot of time talking about this yesterday. The Republicans have a tough road to hoe. The promise of it sounds really good, and that's why you heard them repeat it on the campaign trail so often. We're going to repeal Obamacare. That was typically met by cheers from people in the crowd, many of whom probably were benefiting from Obamacare. Trying to explain that situation is something that you'll have to turn to somebody else for. But the point that the president has made is that there's one thing saying it on the campaign trail and getting raucous cheers from a political rally is one thing. Actually implementing the repeal and governing the country is yet another. Reckoning with the consequences of 130 million Americans having critically important protections being stripped away, it's pretty complicated. That doesn't roll right off the tongue at a campaign rally. Taking health care away from 30 million Americans. That's something that you have to explain and compensate for once you start governing, once the campaigning has ended. So I do not think that it is a foregone conclusion, particularly because Democrats are united around the idea that the Affordable Care Act is something that's worth protecting. And we see lots of Republicans, including Senator Rand Paul, who voted against the reconciliation bill yesterday, expressing a lot of heartburn, no pun intended, about the idea of repealing the law in a way that's going to weaken it, and in a way that's going to take health care away from people and take away protections that are actually popular. So I don't think it's a foregone conclusion, and I think Democrats should draw a lot of confidence from the kind of position that they're in right now to defend a law that is producing for the American people. And the prospect of taking it away may sound good when it comes to the rhetoric, but when it comes to explaining exactly what they're doing, I think it's going to give those politicians a lot of pause. Okay? Justin.
I wanted to go back to when you were talking about dissenting views and sort of in the context of this, these conclusions that have been made. Trying to connect, I think, the two things that you said. Would it be fair to take away that there were no sort of dissenting views in any of the brand? Obviously, everybody signed off on this conclusion. But
Yes.
is it accurate to say that within the ranks of the intelligence community, there was kind of universal agreement that Russia was responsible for this attack, and some of the sort of motivations that we've heard ascribed to Russia for the attack?
So you're right that the public statement that was issued back in October, a month before the election, that did indicate that Russia was engaged in an effort to undermine our democracy, did represent the consensus view of all 17 intelligence agencies. For the opinions of individual officers in those agencies, I think you'd have to go to them directly to get their opinion. But
well, what I wonder, I guess, is this report going to have, oftentimes in reports that are issued, a big evaluation of something, you will hear from dissenters why they might question conclusions that were reached, or an evaluation of alternate theories for what might have happened. And so I'm wondering if we can expect those sorts of things to be included in the publicly released information, or if it will just be, and it might be that there's universal agreement that Russia was responsible. But, that's just kind of...
Look, I think this is an entirely fair question, but it's not one that I'm in a position to answer. I don't know what's going to be included in the report that is produced early next week. This is something that the intelligence community is working on, so we'll have an opportunity to take a look at it there, and then maybe we can have some more questions about this. But look, the other thing I think I would encourage you to do is to check with some of these intelligence agencies and to see to what extent they factored in dissenting views, or if those dissenting views didn't exist.
BuzzFeed reported that the FBI relied on a third-party analysis of the DNC servers to sort of reach their conclusions that Russia was responsible for this hacking. I'm wondering if that raised any concern within the White House. It seems like a credible third party, but obviously I think some of the critics and the transition team have said, this is the equivalent of the FBI not going to the crime scene itself to look at it.
Yeah. Look, I can't speak to the investigative methods that were used by the FBI and the wisdom of the approach that they pursued. So, I'd refer you to them for a comment on that.
Director Clapper said in his testimony today that Russia may have been responding to cyber espionage activities that the U.S. had taken. So I'm wondering if the White House believes that the Russian actions were potentially retaliatory rather than sort of proactively trying to interfere with American democracy.
Well, again, the conclusion from the intelligence community before the election was that the Russian government was motivated based on direction that was received at the highest levels of the government, to interfere, undermine, or raise doubts about U.S. democracy and our political institutions. Whether there were additional motives that Russia may have had, that's something that I'd refer you to the intelligence community to assess. But I guess the thing that I would point out, independent of any special or classified knowledge, is simply that the two motives that you cited are in no way contradictory. You could imagine a scenario, I don't know if it's true or not, that Russia would be motivated for one reason or another to try to retaliate against the United States for some sort of perceived slight, and that retaliation would take the form of undermining confidence in U.S. democracy. So it's easy to see how those two things aren't mutually exclusive.
One last one on a totally different topic. Some Turkish defense officials earlier this week seemed to float the idea of ending the use by the U.S. coalition of Incirlik Air Base. There seems to be some frustration over the level of U.S. and international support for their operations within Syria. What's the level of concern within the administration that you've spoken many times about how important that air base is, and what it could mean for our attempts to go after ISIL?
Yeah. Well, what I will say is that NATO is obviously Turkey is a critically important NATO ally, and we have benefited from our alliance with Turkey, and we obviously have valued the partnership and commitment that they have shown to going after ISIL. One of the priorities that we identified early on was the need for Turkey to take steps to secure their border with Syria. And they didn't take those steps as quickly as we would have liked, but in the last several months, we have seen them take definitive action that has had a positive impact in securing that border, that is limiting the ability of ISIL to smuggle people and material across that border into Syria. So we obviously are pleased that Turkey has taken those steps. In general, the United States has been strongly supportive of the steps that Turkey has taken, and we have offered them additional support to supplement some of their ongoing efforts against ISIL right now. I think that it would seem to undermine their case to threaten to eliminate our access to the Incirlik Air Base. Presumably some of the kind of assistance that we could provide would originate from Incirlik Air Base. So it feels a little like cutting off one's nose to spite your face, and hopefully that's not in the cards. Okay. Lynn Sweet, welcome back to the White House briefing room. It's always a treat to have you here. Why are you looking at me like that? That's why I called on you.
With President Obama coming home to Chicago on Tuesday for his farewell address, is there any message that you could share now that he may have or want to perhaps reflect on as the city is grappling with the soaring murder rate, which certainly is on the mind of a lot of people in Chicago as he comes home, and as he intends to put his Obama Center in a part of the city that's so very hard hit by homicide? And could you also rule in or out if the president is going to give any kind of commutation to now imprisoned Governor Rod Blagojevich? As you know, the nature of the crime, one of the reasons he's in prison, is in part for the attempt to try to sell then Senator Obama's Senate seat. So I'm hoping you could have some reflections.
I don't have any comment on potential offers of clemency. There's a process that we have. Yeah, but there's a process that will be administered by the Department of Justice, and so I don't have any comment on it. With regard to the violence that has been plaguing the city of Chicago, you've heard the president over the last couple of years talk about his deep concern about the violence that's plaguing his hometown. And he is certainly concerned about the use of illegal firearms in a lot of that violence. He believes that there are additional common sense steps that could be taken that would at least reduce the number of illegal guns that are so readily available on the street. He also believes there are some simple things that could be done to make those guns a little harder to get, particularly for people that have bad intentions and shouldn't have them in the first place. That's not going to prevent every act of gun violence, but it certainly would have a positive impact. The president has also talked about some of the work that needs to be done in the community there. And the president is certainly interested in investing in the My Brother's Keeper initiative. This is a program that has been implemented in a number of communities across the country, including Chicago, to try to mentor boys and young men of color who too often go overlooked. And the president is hopeful that when he leaves the White House, this is something that he'll be able to devote more of his time and attention to. I know the president and first lady are also optimistic about the potential of the Obama Presidential Center having a positive economic impact on the south side of Chicago. And he is hopeful that that will spur some economic activity and be a beneficial influence in the community. And many of the plans for the Presidential Center are focused on maximizing the benefits for the surrounding community. Obviously, this work is in the earliest of stages, but in the years ahead, I know that both President Obama and Mrs. Obama will be making the positive impact on the local community one of the highest priorities of the Presidential Center.
A quick follow-up. The foundation has said that some programming is going to start in 2017 then. Are they going, it's years away from this being built and up and running, the center. So is there something that they're going to be doing programming-wise without the center being built, but since the foundation is up and running in Chicago anyway, will they wait for the bricks and mortar to be there, or will they, once they leave the White House, try to get some programs going through My Brother's Keeper, My Brother's Keeper Alliance, which now is a nonprofit,
right,
or any other entity?
Yeah, I can't speak to any specific programs that.
That's my main thing. Are they going to wait until the thing is built, which is years away, or do something sooner?
I think they are very interested in trying to make an immediate impact because this is obviously a community that is very close to them, and this is obviously where Mrs. Obama grew up, and a place where President Obama spent most of his adult life. So, this is a community that is close to their hearts and one that will get a lot of their attention beginning in 2017.
Do you know if he's been by Jackson Park, or she has?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Will he swing by it?
I'm not aware of plans to do that.
All right, everybody, we just dipped out of the White House press briefing, and we're going to be giving you an update soon on what was really a bizarre story this morning here in Arizona, where a woman who was naked stole a police car and led police on a chase, sometimes going as high as 100 miles per hour. We're going to hear from officials in just a little bit. You guys are watching the Fox 10 News Now stream.
I'll just go live now.
All right, everybody, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, and everybody joining us on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. We are just moments away from officials giving us a live update on that woman who was naked that led police on a pursuit earlier this morning. For the latest, let's go to Fox 10 News at noon.
Chase involving a woman who is naked comes to an end. Now, the woman stealing a county sheriff's department patrol car and then leading deputies on a chase for 75 miles along 2 Arizona freeways, Troy.
Started on Interstate 8 at Gila Bend, drove all the way through Casa Grande, and then went to I-10 to Eloy. And we'll show you here on the map exactly what we're talking about. So Interstate 10, obviously, take this full screen, guys, so everybody can see what we're talking about. I-10 runs right through the valley here. Interstate 8 is down south. So basically, it's that main freeway you take, that interstate, if you're going to San Diego. So Gila Bend here on the left part of your screen, that's where the chase started. Went all the way down 8 until it connects with 10. So that's just south of Casa Grande, and then shot down here to Eloy. And that's where it finally ended. Strange chase. First of all, a woman behind the wheel. And second of all, the woman wearing no clothes. Steve Kraft is at that scene live where the chase ended. Sort this out for us, Steve.
This is about as bizarre as it gets, Troy. You really laid out the facts brilliantly. That's exactly what happened here. We are awaiting a news conference from MCSO. We expect that to start shortly to maybe flesh out a little bit more what happened today. This much I can tell you, and we'll be looking at some pictures now of this event as it finally ended near Eloy. It started this morning. The sheriff's office says there was a disturbance at the Shell station in Gila Bend. A deputy came by with his truck. Then he confronts a naked woman, as you said, and she overpowers him, jumps in his truck, and takes off on Interstate 8. She's headed towards Casa Grande at high speed, up to 100 miles an hour, we have heard. Deputies chased her. Then they laid down spike strips that shredded at least one of the tires of that MCSO truck. You can see those pictures there as it finally came to a standstill near Eloy. Just north of Picacho Peak in the eastbound lanes of Interstate 10. It landed in the median. And you can see video here of deputies working with that woman. She was injured. It appears to be minor injuries as they eventually loaded her into an ambulance. And she was treated a bit on the scene, but not extensively from the looks of things. And obviously there will be a lot of questions for the MCSO here, starting with who is this woman? What was she up to? Why did she do this? Was she on drugs? Why wasn't she wearing any clothes? These are just some of reporting 101 questions that we're going to have for MCSO. As I said, they're supposed to be here shortly with a news conference that will, if you'll pardon the pun, flesh out some details. Reporting live, Steve Kraft, Fox 10 News.
Thank you, Steve. Deadly highway crashes on the rise here in our state. The Arizona Department.
All right, folks, so we are going to continue to watch for that live press conference scheduled for really any minute now. They called it at noon, so we're expecting it at any moment right now. Very latest on that bizarre story. We have our very own Steve Kraft there on the scene. He's going to be getting additional details at that press conference, and we will have much more Fox 10 News at 5, 6, 9, and 10 this evening. But stay right here as we will stream in its entirety the press conference when that does become available to us. It was just a bizarre stretch of a story where you have a woman who is naked and she takes over a police vehicle and then goes on the run, really. So it's really scary at that point because you're dealing with such a wild card that you don't know how it's going to end and you don't know what they're going to do. If they're going to steal a car and they're naked, okay, they'll do pretty much anything. So we're going to take this live shot here for you. This is where the press conference is going to happen. The Maricopa County Sheriff's Office vehicle was stolen and then recovered earlier today after this pursuit by law enforcement that ended in a crash on I-10 near Eloy. So we're going to continue to wait for this press conference here. You're watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. What I'll do in the meantime while we're waiting for this press conference is I'll show you what the scene looked like a little bit earlier today. That way you can get a sense that, just in case maybe you didn't see all the action that was taking place earlier, let's show that to you. As this was the scene here on the I-10 near Eloy, and you can see that police vehicle there crashed in the median there. And in a couple of moments, we'll see the actual suspect being taken away on a stretcher in an ambulance. The situation began earlier this morning when a sheriff's deputy responded to a call for service in Gila Bend and the cruiser was taken. DPS troopers received a call to assist sheriff's deputies in the pursuit about 9 this morning. The driver was thought to be heading eastbound on Interstate 8 near Stanfield at about 9:30. The crash occurred on Interstate 10 eastbound at milepost 210 near Eloy, according to the Arizona Department of Transportation. The crash was connected to the pursuit, according to Bart Graves, a DPS spokesman there. So you could see that truck, that vehicle, crashed there in the median. We are awaiting a live press conference. That'll be happening momentarily. We'll continue to provide you details here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. Now, the roadway is reopened, for those of you wondering. We don't know if any, what the injuries were with the suspect. We're not too sure. In the couple of moments here, you're going to see that suspect being taken away on a stretcher. We don't know if that was just to contain the person who might have been just so mentally unstable. You just don't know what kind of thoughts they are on either, though. So we'll try to get as much details here. We got our Steve Kraft there. He'll be asking the questions at that press conference. We just heard from him in a live report on Fox 10 News at noon. You guys are watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. Thanks to everyone watching on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live as well. So we will be getting a live report from MCSO on how this all went down this morning and the eventual capture of the suspect. You can see this was from earlier, and you're going to see in a moment this suspect being taken away on a stretcher and then into an ambulance. And there was our Sky Fox there on the scene. You're going to see for a moment here, they're putting that woman on the stretcher. It's just amazing, and when you think about it, the speeds reached up to 100 miles per hour. This woman had no regard for the safety of others on the roadways. It could have very easily ended up on just a total catastrophe and tragedy. Luckily, no one was hit or injured in this pursuit, as you're dealing with a suspect that'll do just about anything to evade police. I mean, she'll even get in a police vehicle. So that right there just shows you the mind state. We'll continue to follow this live here for you on the Fox 10 News Now stream, waiting for a press conference. So there we go. That was the suspect there being taken away on that stretcher. And still no word yet on if there was any injuries or if they just needed to really contain her and strap her down and put her in that vehicle for the safety of other officers so she wouldn't do anything in the back seat. You just don't know. what they're capable of doing. If they're capable of stealing a police car and going 100 miles per hour and, well, they're pretty much capable of anything. So still waiting, folks, on this live press conference. We are just moments away. We appreciate everybody being part of the Fox 10 News Now stream team. So now that we got you caught up, we'll take you back out live to where this press conference will be taking place. For those of you just joining us and wondering, okay, what exactly happened here when we're seeing Naked Pursuit update? Well, a woman decided to get into a police vehicle, steal it, then go on really the run of her life. She led officers on that pursuit. And eventually crashed on a median on the I-10 near Eloy, near milepost 210. Really having no regard for the safety of other drivers in the area. Could have ended very, very bad, but great job once again from our police officers, Sheriff's Department, for doing an amazing job of taking down a suspect when you just don't know what they're going to do. What they are capable of doing is pretty much limitless when they're in a police vehicle that they stole. So you really have to thank your first responders there, because not only did they take this suspect down, but then they also have to treat that person at the scene and try to help them when she could have killed them. Or killed, think about it, killed a minivan filled with kids and parents. Could have been anything today. So we are just happy that we're not reporting on that right now, and we're just giving you a live update on this pursuit that was just so bizarre from the get-go. We're expecting to hear some additional details of just how this all happened, how it unfolded, and we'll see if there was any dash cam video as well. Could you imagine if there was some dash cam video? We'll try to put that up as soon as we can. If we get it, we'll put that on Fox 10 Phoenix YouTube page as well. If you're not a subscriber, now would be the perfect time to hit that subscribe button. That way, you'll know when we put that update out there, and you could be one of the first to view it and then share it on your social media posts and make it very viral. And we are out live right now, still waiting for this press conference. This is a story where, you know what, at any moment and any time, something could have happened. We're just fortunate that there was a takedown, and looks like we could be getting a media briefing countdown, it appears. The media briefing countdown could be happening any moment now.
We're just wrapping up some things. We just went to the scene. All right, sir. Thanks. Yeah.
Joaquin, sorry, do you think that was what the interview's here?
Yes, after the
Perfect, yes. Thank you.
He speaks Spanish? He definitely has. I'm just kidding. No, he doesn't. I got it.
Check.
All right, everybody, and we just received word that the press conference is about 3 minutes away. 3 minutes away, everyone. And for those of you just joining us here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, we are expecting a press conference in just a couple of minutes here as a woman stole an MCSO cruiser and then hit the roadways and really had the ride of her life as speeds hit over 100 miles per hour. The driver was stopped and taken into custody roughly around 10 this morning after the pursuit by sheriff's deputies and Arizona Department of Public Safety troopers. The situation began when a sheriff's deputy responded to a call for service in Gila Bend, and the cruiser was taken by a woman. Turned out to be naked as well. DPS troopers received a call to assist sheriff's deputies in the pursuit about 9 this morning. The driver was thought to be heading eastbound on Interstate 8 near Stanfield at about 9:30. The crash occurred on Interstate 10 eastbound at milepost 210 near Eloy, and this is where we are now at the story, where we are going to be getting some updates from MCSO, just how this woman got control of the vehicle, why was she naked, what was she going to do. We're going to get all that in just a couple of moments here. You're watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. Hoping also to get some dash cam video as well for you. But when you see a story like this, it might seem funny at times because of a woman who's naked who steals a police car, but what she could have done, what she could have, the families, the lives that she could have ruined because of being very selfish at the time, just really boggles your mind, doesn't it, folks? That's why you always got to be driving defensively on the roadways, where you just never know, at any moment, any time, somebody could be coming at your car, at your family. Continuing to watch live here for this press conference just moments away. We're hoping to also learn a name of the suspect, where she lives, her age, what kind of priors, if any, does she have, and really what was the motive behind stealing it in the first place. And right now, folks, we are in a holding pattern to try to get this press conference here for you. They said moments ago it was going to be about 5 minutes, and well, that's 5 minutes is come and gone. So we'll continue to wait here, provide this live stream here for you. It looks like we might be getting some details right about now. Let's turn it up.
Everybody, thanks for your patience. I know it's morning. This is Deputy Chief Ben Henry. He's going to, Chief Deputy Ben Henry, he's going to take you through this.
Oh, sorry, I got it.
I just want to let you know before.
Oh, yeah.
I think so. It's the new year. I was trying to lose some weight, so this. One, two, three, four, five. You guys picking that up?
Everything good? Okay, Ben, whenever you're ready.
Okay, my name's Ben Henry. I'm with the Sheriff's Office. And this morning, we actually had a call for service over at the Shell gas station in Gila Bend. It was just before the 9 o'clock hour. The deputy actually was responding to a request, and it was a woman that was disrobed over by the Shell gas station. At that point in time, the deputy arrived rather quickly, and within a couple of minutes, contacted this person. At that point in time, she was disrobed. He actually saw her, got out of his vehicle. At that point in time, the concern grew just because of her, because she was disrobed. He actually, she reported that she was sexually assaulted. At that point in time, the deputy went in, started to go to the Shell station to try to get something to cover her up. Obviously, she was disoriented. At this point in time, he became concerned and actually went back to his vehicle to get something to place over her. It was at that time that she entered the deputy's vehicle and actually started driving off. The deputy at this point in time tried to stop her by running against the vehicle and actually jumping on the running boards of the vehicle. At this point in time, the deputy was knocked off the vehicle, sustained some injuries, and the vehicle proceeded eastbound on Interstate 8. From there, the vehicle continued. Some do-gooders, some witnesses actually pulled up to the deputy, and he actually asked, or they offered help, which at point in time he jumped into their vehicle and took off after his vehicle. At no time was he in pursuit of that. He was just trying to keep a distance between them in order to broadcast where the vehicle was headed. At some point in time, once he dispatched that, he retrieved and came back to the scene. Really quickly, as far as the deputy was concerned, he got back to the scene, and the medical treatment was administered, and he was taken to a local hospital. At this point in time, we actually broadcast. DPS joined in, Pinal County, and eventually Eloy joined into this. At no point in time was there an officer-involved vehicle directly behind this. We were always trying to catch the deputy's vehicle. It proceeded east, finally merging east over to I-10, headed towards Tucson. There were stop sticks deployed by DPS and Pinal County. One of those stop sticks was actually successful in taking out the tires of the deputy's pickup truck. Once the vehicle merged onto I-10, it actually had a minor collision with a vehicle, which actually caused our sheriff's vehicle to go into the median. At that point in time, our victim slash person exited the vehicle. Pinal and DPS were first on the scene. Pinal deputies were able to contact this person, at which time they feared, because she was non-compliant, that she may step into the roadway. A non-lethal mechanism was deployed, And at that point in time, she actually was taken into custody. So after that, she was subsequently taken into custody. Medical treatment was brought out to her, where she was later transported, and she is over at a local hospital as well.
Was she on any drugs of any kind?
It's too early to tell at this point in time, but we are she's over at the hospital, and so we will get her that necessary treatment and find more about that.
The part where the woman was able to get into the deputy's car, was the car on? Was the keys in the ignition?
Yes, and let me be clear about this. There are videos. The officer was equipped with a body camera. That camera was on. We haven't seen the video from that. There were the Shell gas station has a security camera, and we actually got to see that. Detectives are taking that right now, and they are downloading that. From that, I can tell you, it's just as I described. The officer pulls up. The woman who is disrobed, you can see the concern. The way the cameras are pointed, we can't tell if the door was open or not, but I can tell you more than likely the car was put into park and actually running at the time. You can actually see the concern of the deputy for this person that's disheveled. I mean, it's early in the morning, it's cold out, and he's concerned and trying to get her clothed.
What about the report that she made about the sexual assault?
And that's allegedly what she told the deputy immediately, and so concerns obviously for that point in time. Typically, it is atypical for a deputy more than likely to just leave a car running in that condition, but anytime you have somebody that's traumatized, which the video depicts as well, then he's going to just get out and try to treat her as quickly as possible. So we are learning more about that. We are actually holding a scene in Gila Bend as far as investigating an allegation of sexual assault.
We've heard that she was going as fast as 100 miles an hour on Interstate 8. Is that correct?
Speeds did excess 100 miles per hour, and so we were trying to get air units up above overhead. As you can imagine, just during this portion of the morning, we were our aircrafts were being called up, so we were projecting the speeds. This travel went over 70 miles from start to finish. And so our air unit came up, picked up this vehicle probably a couple of miles before it actually landed.
In addition to hospital treatment, she's being held on suspicion of various criminal charges. So what are they?
Right now, there's a myriad of charges that could be assessed against her. Once again, we're trying to take a look at the allegations of sexual assault, obviously a theft of a vehicle, but there were the accident that was caused. There could be a myriad of charges afterwards.
Where along the line was it on the 8 or the 10? The stop sticks?
The stop sticks were actually on the 8, and I think that was a concern of everybody. At first reports, we had heard that she was crossing over on the freeway. There is no verification of that at the time. I believe that the deputy, when he first saw, she actually had to make a U-turn. His vehicle was actually westbound pointed. Once she took the vehicle, she actually went into traffic and turned around and made a U-turn.
So for a period of time, she was going the wrong way?
For that, there was driving to left to center, but we don't have anything that she actually got on the freeway and was driving the wrong way.
Can you specify, you say a non-lethal mechanism was used to subdue, or what was that?
It was a stun bag. It's going to give us the distance. Basically, it's a bean bag that's projected. And so it hit her from what I was told in the leg, and she actually was compliant after that.
Can you tell us about the minor collision that just before all this ended? What was that other car? Where are those people?
They were traveling actually back to the state of Texas, and they were very cooperative. Everybody in that vehicle, it was a minor traffic accident, but that's what actually caused the vehicle, the deputy's vehicle, to go into the middle of that freeway. As far as the occupants of the other vehicle, it's a non-injury, so they were very compliant. They were happy that police actually came to the scene. So we've spoken to them. They're actually on their way to Texas.
When I hear a story, a very bizarre story, no doubt about it, you hear a suspect or a person, subject like this, getting into a law enforcement vehicle and taking away. People think, what's going on there? Is the sensitivity of her condition and her claims, that must have impacted the way your deputy approached this.
Absolutely. I think it was the care and concern over any time that you have a call for service come out of a disrobed woman coming out, it's a concern. Once the deputy actually spots her, he was close by. This call probably, by the time the call for service was dispatched, he's probably on scene less than 2 minutes. And so for that reason, he saw what the subjects on the call saw, and it actually came to fruition. She was distraught. What she actually uttered to him gave further concern. And I think that it's understandable in that condition because he didn't want to come and secure the vehicle. He actually wanted to get her clothed, knowing that there were onlookers on the way. And so that was a major concern of his.
Is standard procedure to secure the vehicle before you get out and start investigating?
I think any of our standard operation procedures are going to be just that. Again, that is, in hindsight, being 2020, we'd love to see that. However, on this circumstance, compassion towards victims are always our utmost concern.
Where was the deputy injured?
I believe that he's going to have, and he has, it's my understanding that he went to a local hospital, has been treated and released, but it is, and I believe it's going to be the right side of his body. From the video that I saw, you can see he actually took a very good spill, trying to disembark the vehicle.
And the individual who gave up his or her vehicle so the deputy could get in, where are they at? How are they doing? Did they stay in the vehicle with the deputy, or was the deputy alone inside the car?
And they did stay in the vehicle. We went to the scene prior to coming here and thanked them for their service as far as this. They were more than cooperative. They actually stayed put, and they were happy to assist. So there was no injury. There wasn't, this vehicle wasn't driven in excess or anything like that. Again, I think they saw the concern over the deputy. They had the concern over the female as well. And so they really are good citizens as far as stopping to help in this manner.
Your folks investigating a possible sexual assault over?
Yes, they are. We are actually holding a scene out in Gila Bend. So we've got multiple scenes, obviously the wreck where this landed, but to begin this at the Shell station, and probably, I would say, a quarter mile just west of that, we believe we've located a scene.
Can you tell us anything about this woman? Her age, young, old?
I'm sorry, I don't have any of that information, just trying to get the story. We will release more information as it comes out.
Which Shell station are you going?
I'm sorry, I do not know that, but if you are going east, I know that there's one to the west location, so it is on the west. On the east portion of Eloy.
Okay.
Is there any idea where this woman was trying to go?
Well, she was walking east, and I have no idea as far as that. We haven't. Obviously, the trauma and everything else that came about, we will question her at a later time. Our first concern is her medical concerns, so getting attention to that, but she will be interviewed later.
Has she said at all why she decided to jump in and drive this deputy's car? Has she said anything about that?
No. Still, there was, once she was taken into custody, there wasn't anything of coherent, so to speak. So we want to get her to the hospital and actually get her treated and then question her at that time.
Other than the bag, did she sustain any other injuries?
Not that we know of, no ma'am. Good. Thank you.
All right, everybody. So that was the update from MCSO there, the Chief Deputy Ben Henry giving an update to the very bizarre story of a woman that was naked taking a police vehicle and going on the run of her life here. We did get some additional details. There is a sexual assault investigation happening at that Shell gas station. Still no word really yet on the details of that investigation. We'll be hearing more most likely in the coming hours and in the coming days. You're continuing to watch the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com, and we invite you to watch Fox 10 News at 5, 6, 9, and 10 this evening for complete reports of this naked pursuit update. And for those of you watching on Fox10Phoenix.com, we are now going to take you back to the White House for a White House press briefing.
That expressed concern about the accelerated pace of Israeli settlement construction and, notably, the continued violence and incitement that we've seen in the context of that conflict. Both of those things are making it harder for both sides to come together around a two-state solution. And in fact, both of those actions are actually putting a two-state solution even further out of reach. And the administration is deeply concerned about that. The United States has long articulated our commitment to a secure, democratic Jewish Israel living side by side in peace and security with a contiguous, viable Palestinian state. And outside of that solution is only a single state that would force the Israeli government and the Israeli people to choose between being Jewish and democratic, because given the size of the large Palestinian population in that area. So this is something that the trend lines are not good, and that's why the Obama administration took, admittedly, a notable step, but a step that is entirely consistent with the long-held bipartisan policy of the United States of America.
And on another topic, there are a number of House Democrats who have decided to boycott the inauguration activities to protest President-elect Trump. Obviously, the president is going to participate in them, and he's talked about the need for a smooth transition.
Mm-hmm.
Does the White House have any view on whether it's appropriate for these members to sit on the sidelines and protest the president-elect?
I'm not aware of any view that the president has expressed. I think the president's view is members of Congress can attend the inauguration if they'd like, and if they don't want to, I think that's probably fine too. Okay. Mark.
Josh, what is the president's thinking in submitting or resubmitting 10 nominations to the Senate yesterday?
Mm-hmm.
Several inspectors general, as I recall.
Yeah, I think the president's just fulfilling his presidential responsibility to continue ensuring that the federal government is fully staffed, and the individuals, the men and women that President Obama has put forward are individuals with the highest degree of integrity. These are accomplished professionals who are more than qualified for these positions. We've been disappointed that we haven't seen the Republican Congress act as expeditiously as they should have to confirm, and in some cases even consider, some of the president's nominees. I don't. We'll have to see, what the congressional response to these nominees is. But obviously, there's a short window for them to act.
Very short.
Indeed.
Do you have any? Does President Obama have any expectation that this GOP Senate will act on these nominations?
Well, we certainly have seen a lot of Republican senators talk about how important it is for highly qualified inspectors general to be in place. So we certainly, if that's what they actually believe, then these individuals should be given due consideration.
Are these the last of his nominations?
I can't rule out at this point additional nominations, but we'll obviously let you know.
I also wanted to ask whether there was any consideration given to sneaking in a recess appointment during the 5-minute intercession recess on Monday.
I'm not aware that there was.
And one last question.
At least not seriously. I guess I can't speak to what everybody might have been considering, but I'm not aware of any serious consideration to doing that.
Have you seen the article written by Mike McCurry and Ari Fleischer with recommendations to the Trump press operation? One of the things they're recommending is No more live TV coverage of White House briefings, and rotating in reporters into the seats in the briefing room. Does that sound like something you could endorse?
Well, listen, I don't think I would endorse either of those things, but they're certainly provocative ideas, and they're not things that I would instinctively oppose either. I think what I've said publicly about this process is that it's a valuable one, and that there's a lot of symbolic value to a senior member of the president's team being held accountable, and for that accountability to play out on camera and on the record. I think that's a good thing for our democracy, and the president's actually found that to be a useful thing for his presidency. But look, this is an exercise that that presidential press secretaries have engaged in for a couple generations now, and this venue and this process has evolved over time, and it's not automatically a bad thing if there are some innovations that can be introduced that would make this kind of exchange more fruitful and even more in line with the purpose of giving all of you an opportunity to demand some transparency and accountability. But it's hard to imagine that there's anything you could do to make the briefing more entertaining than it's been over the last couple of years. I say that facetiously. I'll do a couple more. Jared?
Josh, what's your message to voters who find the argument compelling, this argument pushed out by the president-elect and certainly many of his supporters, that intelligence community reports are not to be trusted because of alleged failures of intelligence community reports in the past?
Yeah. Well, I think my message to voters is that the elections are quite a ways away. So the message, my message to citizens, though, that's what I was just going to say. My message to citizens is a couple of things. The first is there have been serious reforms that have been put in place since the high-profile intelligence failures around 9/11. And those reforms have addressed a range of bureaucratic inefficiencies that prevented some decision makers from getting timely, accurate information. And there should be motivation internally in the U.S. government, in the intelligence community, and in the White House to look for ways to continue to strengthen the kind of to strengthen the process by which the president and his team receive up-to-date, accurate information. What I can tell you is that over the last 8 years, President Obama has been extraordinarily well served by the timely and accurate advice that he's received from the intelligence community. So that's been a good thing, both in terms of the structure that's been in place, but also in terms of the people who've filled the boxes in that organizational chart.
Just one follow-up on Isaac's question about former Congressman Perriello. The president, you've described and he's described a lot of enthusiasm for the prospects of the Affordable Care Act moving forward. Does that enthusiasm for the ACA, which obviously was a big part of the 2010 vote that took Congressman Perriello out of office, does that enthusiasm for Obamacare's future translate to enthusiasm for Perriello or for a Democrat's chances in 2017 in the gubernatorial race in Virginia?
Well, listen, I think I already have made the observation that if Republicans follow through on their promise to repeal the Affordable Care Act and take away health care for 30 million Americans and strip the kinds of protections that prevent 130 million Americans with pre-existing conditions from being discriminated against, that doesn't sound like very good politics to me. But I think it's far too early to tell what sort of impact that could have on, for example, the Virginia governor's race. I do know that there is a unanimity of opinion among Democrats in Virginia about how important it is to expand Medicaid in Virginia. And the Republican obstruction that we have seen that has prevented thousands of people in the Commonwealth of Virginia from getting access to health care, I don't think that's going to be a political winner for them either. But I'm not, I'll let the individual Democratic candidates speak to their position on that.
One last one. This is about the DNC race. The mayor of South Bend, Pete Buttigieg, has entered that race. Has the president know this mayor? Does he have a relationship with him? And this is something that developed during the briefing today, so I don't expect you don't have
I can tell you that the president has had an opportunity to meet him, and the president believes that he is obviously a young man with a very compelling story. He's already quite accomplished, but I'm not aware that the president, as I mentioned earlier, I'm not aware the president intends to formally endorse in the race, but we'll have to see what happens. Okay, Francesca, I'll be the last one.
Coincidentally, I also have a question about the Democratic National Committee race.
Okay.
You just said that the president doesn't intend to formally or publicly endorse anyone, but has he privately endorsed anyone? And has he, no.
Well, it wouldn't be private if I said it here.
No. I'm just saying, has he privately endorsed anyone, and has he potentially encouraged anyone to join the race?
Yeah, listen, I'm not going to. Obviously there are now at least a couple of people that are in the race. The president knows personally. The president obviously thinks very highly of a number of the people that have thrown their hat into the ring. The thing that I can tell you is the president does believe that having a vigorous contest for a position like this is good for the party, because this is the kind of decision that's not made by party insiders in Washington. This is the chairman of the DNC is elected by votes cast by DNC members all across the country. And so having a vigorous debate in our party about who should be the leader of the party and what sort of approach that person should take to strengthening our party and making sure that Democrats are doing what the president suggested in terms of being more present and more effective advocates in communities all across the country for the kinds of values that our party stands for. But ultimately, who will be entrusted with that responsibility is a decision that will be made by the men and women of the Democratic National Committee, and their membership extends to communities all across the country.
Quick follow-up and one other thing. So it is possible then that he encouraged someone behind the scenes to get into the race.
I'm not going to talk about the conversations that the president has. There are a number of people that the president respects, admires, and even likes who are in the race, and having a surplus of experienced, qualified, charismatic candidates is only a good thing for the Democratic Party, and the president's pleased by that.
Sure. And then the last thing we discussed earlier this week, possible details on the speech in Chicago.
Yeah.
Anything else to share about that?
Come back tomorrow and we'll do that, okay?
Okay.
All right. Thanks, everybody. We'll see you then.
I do owe you one. I'm going to send her a little note right now. Just tell her congratulations. That's great. That's great for you guys. Yeah.
All right, folks, now what we're going to do is take you to already in progress at the State Department. Secretary of State John Kerry is speaking.
Opportunities, but needless to say, those opportunities depend on the president you're serving with to a large measure. And I've been very blessed to serve with a president who gave me a long leash, allowed me to take risks and attempt to get things done. It's the best job I could possibly imagine. And I'm obviously pleased to be able to share this last press conference with you here at the State Department, certainly, because you all do a very important job with respect to everything else we're trying to do. And I talk about this, as you know, when I travel. We are blessed. We have a press, obviously, that's inquisitive and open and free, that asks tough questions. And that's part of the great strength of our system and of our country. And sometimes it gets contentious, sure. But in the end, this is part of what helps keep us free and keep us strong. So I appreciate the fact that you are trying to educate people around the world, but most of you, you're focused on the truth. You're trying to find out what's really happening and keep the transparency and accountability of democracy alive and well. I'm also mindful of the dangers that you and your colleagues face while covering conflict and turmoil, and of the stress that your profession is undergoing today because of the transformation in the marketplace of ideas and of communications. I also understand it in more fundamental terms, having worked very hard to get Jason Rezaian home and facing, as we do, challenges with respect to other reporters in other parts of the world. The demands on you are great. I salute the way in which you meet them with skill, with tenacity, and many, many long hours and pretty uncomfortable seats in the back of the airplane. And I trust that you will continue to do what you do today with the same good spirit and good intention. So now I turn it over to you. Before I do that, I want to recognize the retirement of Samir Nader, veteran reporter from Radio Sawa. As many of you know, Samir has been covering Washington since the 1970s here at the State Department, since 2002. He is known for his incisive reporting about the Middle East and for sharing, I think, a lot of his wisdom with some younger reporters. So he's also known for always being a gentleman. So we appreciate that. And we're all going to miss you, Samir. I wish you the best for the future. And so today I'm going to turn to you and give you the first question. Better be nice, too.
Thank you. That's wonderful. Thank you so much, Mr. Secretary, for your kindness and for your service. And we are both leaving at the same time. My question is about Syria.
The question is it the right time? That'll be answered down the road.
My question is about Syria. You said you are not competing with the Russians in the current phase. But did your coordination with the Russians reach a dead end about Syria? And what advice will you give the coming Secretary of State about what should be done in the next phase in Syria?
Well, I think that I'm going to reserve the advice to give it to my predecessor personally. I'm going to be meeting with him somewhere in the next days, hopefully. And I owe it to him to give whatever advice I give on a personal level and not through the media. I'm sure you respect that. With respect to the process in Syria, I think that the difficulty became what one party was willing to do or capable of doing with respect to Nusra and separating Nusra and being able to actually create a capacity for cooperation. As you know, we had some questions about cooperation on our side, and you know, I think it was difficult. But that notwithstanding, I do think that whatever methodology there is of having an impact on the choices made by the opposition or by the Assad regime, we're all supportive of it. I think the work that Russia was doing with the Turks basically was using a lot of what we did with the ISSG, but in a different format where it might have been able to produce a greater result with respect to what choice some of the opposition might or might not make. Now, it's proven to be very difficult. As you can see, the fighting is continuing. It's difficult. The Assad regime seems to be playing the same card that it was playing previously. We're all in this together in terms of trying to get to the table in Geneva and find a solution. And my hope is that in the next days, we're encouraging the meeting in Astana. We hope that could produce a step forward. I've talked to Staffan de Mistura. I've talked with Minister Lavrov. We all agree that the same objective remains, which is to get to Geneva, where the real meat of the talks is going to take place. And I don't think anybody at this point has an expectation that there's going to be some, major step forward out of Astana if that takes place. And obviously there are questions about that just given the back and forth of what's happening on the ground today. So no, I don't think it wore out. I just think that we all wanted to try different things that might show greater promise of actually delivering what we all want to find, delivered. John, why don't you manage this? We'll try to take a few. Yeah.
We'll start with Matt.
Thank you very much, and Happy New Year, Mr. Secretary. So I'm curious, from what you know, what you have heard, which of your priorities, accomplishments, some of which you just listed now, but you would also in your exit memo, are you most concerned that the incoming administration will perhaps not have as much enthusiasm for, will deprioritize, or will actually roll back? And then secondly, you mentioned in your comments just now that the international standing of the U.S. is much improved. And in your exit memo, you said the United States is more secure, more respected than it was 8 years ago. And I'm just curious as to what is the metric for measuring that? Because I think a lot of people look around, they see the actions of rivals like China and Russia, as the administration has detailed today. They see threats from foes like North Korea on ICBM launches, and they see real outrage and anger and sometimes hostility from friends like Israel and the Philippines. So I think, can you explain how it is that you see that?
Sure. Well, I think I did explain it. You can't achieve what we've achieved, a P5+1 agreement, the Paris Agreement, all the other things, without mutual respect, without working together in an effective way to try to make that happen. And I know that in my relationships, when I meet with, I mean, look at what we've done with the GCC, bringing the GCC to the table and effectively focusing on a regional security arrangement for the GCC. Occasionally you hear a complaint about one policy or another, and I understand that. I think the press actually overblows that. I think the reality is that compared to where we were, remember, folks, you had an economic implosion in 2008, and we had Iraq hanging around us in a very serious way. And we were not pressing for climate change or any of these other issues. So I think if you measure against where we were at the end of 2008 to where we are today, there is a significant amount of respect for what we have achieved and what we've done. Does that mean everybody is simultaneously, universally happy with everything that we're doing? The answer is no. Obviously not. But we've stood up for what we stood up for in the South China Sea with the freedom of navigation and the respect for sovereignty. And even as we did that, we simultaneously worked with China to get the toughest resolution ever passed with respect to North Korea, and simultaneously managed to work out a cyber agreement with China in order to try to create some norms and rules of the road. So I just think you have to look at what the accomplishment factor is in these countries, and you will measure it. And if you listen to people in the world, not some country that has a gripe about one particular issue or another, but people in the world, they look to the United States for the leadership that we have provided. And I think that's the real measurement.
On the incoming administration and what you're
I'm not
concerned
going to,
about?
you know, I think everybody here knows that nobody can predict what choices this administration is going to make. I don't know. I don't think you know. I think the question a lot of people ask is, do they know? And we're going to have to wait and see what choices they make. And I'm not going to start pre-rebutting or speculating or dealing with hypotheticals. It just doesn't take us anywhere. I believe that there's some solid thinkers and patriots who are going to come to the table, who care about America, and they're going to put their ideas on the table. And hopefully we have the normal, healthy debate that the United States has the ability to have. But hopefully we also find the common ground and the common interest. We have got to move away from some of the partisanship, and I think this election was a lot about people's disappointment. I'm venturing beyond my portfolio a little bit here, but I just think it was a lot about people's disappointment with governance writ large. And I think it's important for everybody in government to analyze that pretty carefully.
Mr. Secretary, Happy New Year. I'm wondering if you can speak about the fact that since his election, President-elect Trump has kind of not sat on the sidelines, has been involving himself in matters of diplomacy, whether it's speaking to Israel or to Egypt or to, making policy pronouncements on Twitter. I'm wondering, and you see like other countries kind of responding to that, preferring now to deal with the president-elect even while this administration is in office. If you could speak to that and whether you think it's undermined your last couple of months in office and what you've been trying to do, and also whether you think that making these policy statements on Twitter is the new way of world leaders communicating.
Well, I'm not going to. I don't see a lot of them communicating by Twitter, but I'm just not going to enter into that debate. I have 2 more weeks here. I still have a couple of trips which are important and conversations I intend to be having on behalf of our country, things we still want to get done. And so I'm going to adhere to the rule that I've adhered to for these 4 years and just stay out of commenting on what is effectively still politics. And I assure you that after January 20th, I will have plenty of opportunity to speak out if I see fit, and I'll do it at the appropriate time.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary, Senator McCain said today that Russia's hacking and attempts to interfere with the election were an act of war. In that regard, how much is the criticism by the President-elect of the intelligence agencies hurting us in our ability to respond in real time? Because this is not hypothetical. It's happening now. It's hurting morale, according to a lot of people who talk to us. What is your assessment of that? And whether there is legitimate criticism of our ineffectual response to cyber attacks, including against this bill, which has been today pretty much universally accepted by people in both parties and by the
Including against what?
Against this building.
Oh, against this building, yeah.
In 2015, and whether there is a problem in our slow response to building up our cyber defenses.
Well, no, I think we've been building up our cyber defenses at a very, very rapid rate, let me tell you.
Outgunned, according to the spy chiefs today testifying.
I think we are building up at a very rapid pace. We also have to build up in the context of budget allocations and so forth. But I think, in this building, for instance, the minute we discovered, after I'd come in and we discovered a vulnerability, we shut down the whole system. We immediately moved into a very rapid transformation, and we have not been, to our knowledge, visibly threatened or penetrated since then. We're always threatened, but we haven't been penetrated, to the best of my knowledge, and that's my knowledge. I would simply say to you, Andrea, that you don't know, and I can't say, what the president may have chosen to do or not do, and there's no way for you to measure whether or not the president adequately responded or not in terms of what options are available to him. I can tell you this, that both the president and I personally raised this issue with the Russians. And right now, as far as I'd like to go, is simply to say that we could not do the work that we do as effectively as we've been able to do it, all the things that I just described to you, without the extraordinary contributions and input of people who put their lives on the line, in many cases, not all, but everybody who is a dedicated patriot who is working 24/7 in order to protect our country in the intelligence community of the United States. And I have nothing but respect and appreciation for the vital work that they do. They do not draw political conclusions. They put perceptions and facts and intelligence in front of you, and it's up to us to ask them questions based on what they put in front of us. It's up to leaders to be critical about it and to pursue whatever observation or assessment, as they call it, is made by them. But I will tell you this, I don't think the president or this building could do the quality of job that we do without the input of the intelligence community, not all of which we accept every day on face value, believe me. So the combined expertise of all of that community probed and reprobed and reprobed, has come to a common assessment that the government of Russia engaged in a concerted effort to influence and interfere with the integrity of our electoral process. Now, that's the conclusion. And I think that you can call it what you want. Senator McCain calls it what it is. It obviously is a very serious event. And I think the president has responded to it accordingly.
And how damaging is it that they're being criticized by the president-elect? That's not hypothetical.
Well, again,
that's not a
it's
future
not a
sense.
hypothetical, but I'm not going to get into making judgment. I just let my statement stand that I have the utmost respect in their credibility and in their day-to-day work. I think they are deserving of an enormous debt of gratitude by everybody in the United States of America. And it doesn't mean they're infallible, doesn't mean they're always correct, but they certainly deserve the respect in the way in which we question and evaluate what they present us.
Mr. Secretary, Happy New Year. Do you personally believe that Vladimir Putin directed the hacking of the DNC and other political leaders? And also, number two, why did it take the U.S. government, it had a lot of this information in the summer, until now to act and come forward with something?
Well, let me, I'm not going to get into what I don't personally believe. I accept the judgment of the intelligence community that this went to the highest level. But what I want to emphasize here is, let's go back to late summer. You're August, you're September. You're 2.5 months from a presidential election, which the world is watching. And I think that if there'd been a huge public, as it is, there was a big discussion over what was released. And it was very carefully done in a way that wouldn't allow people to be alleging that the president and the White House and the intel community were somehow trying to affect the outcome of the election. And you just have to be in that moment to understand how absolutely likely and probable and almost certain that would have been. And that would have been equally troubling. So that was about the time that we engaged very personally and privately with the Russians. And I'm not going to say more about it, except to say that a lot of judgment and consideration went into how that would be handled at that moment.
Okay, James, you get the last one today.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Secretary. I know I speak for everyone in this room when we wish you, after such a long and tireless career of public service, all the best for you and Mrs. Kerry in the next chapter of your lives.
Is my career in public service over?
Well,
I don't know.
Is that a scoop right there?
Make it what you want.
Maybe it just earned me a follow-up. I want to return to this question of Americans standing abroad. And in particular, I want to return you to a pivotal moment in this presidency and in your tenure as Secretary of State. I refer to the whole sequence of events in 2013 when the president, more than once, very firmly declared a red line in Syria and then declined to enforce that red line. The famous photograph of you in the Situation Room seemed to telegraph your own incredulity at that whole turn of events. You ask us to talk to people in the world. I've spoken to many of your counterparts throughout the Middle East who are among our allies, and even to heads of state. And far from overblowing these complaints, we haven't even been allowed to report the severity of the complaints about that particular turn of events. They have told me that nothing they've seen in their careers has done more to damage U.S. standing and credibility around the world, and the particular standing of this president, than that failure to enforce his own red line. Should historians look back on this and identify it as a nadir of the modern presidency?
No. No. Because I don't think that the press, writ large, broadly, has actually properly analyzed, assessed, and reported on exactly what took place. So let me be very specific. It's going to take me a minute, but I'm going to be very specific. the President of the United States of America, Barack Obama, did decide to use force. And he announced his decision publicly and said, we're going to act. We're going to do what we need to do to respond to this blatant violation of international law and of warnings and of the red line he had chosen. Now, we were marching towards that time when, lo and behold, on a Thursday of the week before the Friday decision, Prime Minister David Cameron went to the Parliament, or he went on Wednesday, I forget which, somewhere in the early part of the week. He went to the Parliament, and he sought a vote of approval for him to join in the action that we were going to engage in. And guess what? The Parliament voted no. They shot him down. So as we were briefing Congress, and I was on one of those briefing calls with maybe 100 members of Congress on the call, many of them were saying, well, you're going to come to us. You're going to, go through the constitutional process, get permission from us to do something. And the president had already decided to use force, but then the question became, do I need to go to Congress to get that permission? There was a big debate in the security group. I was part of that. I remember the debate. And we felt that we'd quickly get Congress's approval because this was such a blatant violation. And the president decided, I got a call Friday night, we met Saturday morning, and the president decided that he needed to go to Congress because of what had happened in Great Britain and because he needed the approval, and that was the way we do something like that. It wasn't forthcoming very rapidly, number one, but number two, in the interview, the president never said, I don't want to bomb. He never said, I'm not going to. He went to Congress to get permission to. And in the meantime, at a press conference in London, you may have been there, I was asked the question, is there anything that Assad could do in order to avoid being bombed? And I said, yes. He could agree to get rid of his weapons. And within an hour and a half, I had a phone call from Sergei Lavrov of Russia suggesting that was a really good idea. Why don't we work on whether or not we could do that? And President Obama and President Putin had actually talked about it a few weeks earlier in St. Petersburg. And I'd already talked to Lavrov. I'd actually talked to Prime Minister Netanyahu about it. I thought it was a good idea. And so, all of a sudden, Lavrov and I were thrown together by our presidents in an effort to try to achieve that. And guess what? We did achieve it. Before Congress voted, the president never said, I won't drop a bomb. What happened was people interpreted it. The perception was that he was trying to find a different road. And I will acknowledge to you, absolutely, I heard it all over the place. The perception hurt, yes. The perception hurt. But the perception came about despite the fact that we actually got a far better result of getting all of the weapons of mass destruction out of Syria without dropping a bomb. And if we had dropped a bomb, there is no guarantee we would have gotten any of them out.
Is Syria today a better result, sir?
No, Syria has nothing to do with that. What is happening today in Syria has nothing to do with the dropping or not dropping. It has everything to do with whether or not Assad was ready and willing to be held accountable by Russia and Iran to actually live by the agreements that they offered, and also whether or not the opposition was able to act in a way that could create enough leverage for Assad to have to come to the table and negotiate. And obviously,
all right, everybody, we're going to jump out of the Secretary of State speaking at the State Department, take you to Chicago, where we are awaiting a live press conference about just a horrible story that we first brought you yesterday of a hate crime attack from at least 4 suspects. They're facing felony criminal charges in a brutal torture video of a mentally disabled man that was broadcast worldwide on Facebook Live. While we are waiting, in the corner of your screen, we're going to show you what the suspects look like and their booking photos here. And so here is what the suspects look like. This is their booking photos. And we're going to get much more details on these suspects, but take a look there. They've been arrested for a horrible, horrible torture live video. Their ages range from 18 to 24. Three of them are from the city of Chicago, one from a suburb here. This is Brittany Covington, 18, of Chicago. This is Mr. Cooper, 18, of Chicago. Tanisha Covington, 24, of Chicago. And Jordan Hill, 18, of Carper. And we are now back out live here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. Now, Chicago police were made aware of the video on Tuesday afternoon. The footage shows the suspects kicking, hitting, and cutting the hair of the victim while he was gagged. Shouts of F Trump and F white people can be heard in the background. At one point, the victim is held at knife point and told to curse President-elect Donald Trump. The group also forces the victim to drink water from a toilet. The victim was held hostage for at least 24 hours and as long as 48 hours. Police believe the kidnapping took place in an apartment in the 3400 block of West Lexington on the west side. Chicago police found the victim in distress walking along a street, authorities said. The Chicago Police Department spokesman called the footage disgusting. And folks, in just a moment, we're going to show you about 30 seconds of what we can of that very disgusting video that was captured worldwide. They Facebook lived it. All right, folks, so we are going to show you that video. It's about 30 seconds. Please, viewer discretion is advised.
What?
No. Goof.
Yeah, nigga.
My sister been with
Yeah,
y'all do.
nigga, thinking it's slight.
Oh, man. My sister said this not funny, y'all.
You know, it's funny to me.
All right, so folks, obviously a very shocking video. We are following this here live for you, going to be getting a live police update in just a little bit. You're continuing to watch live with us here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. My name is Mike. I am joined by Samia, and we are going to watch and see the additional details that we can get from this story here. Just a very sad story when you really put it all together here. So hi everybody, Mike here along with Samia. Samia can't speak right now. She's battling bronchitis, but still came into work, so what a trooper there. But what a story that we're dealing with. Samia is just very upset just at the whole situation there. So unfortunately, It's a story that we got to bring to you. It's a press conference that we're going to be hearing additional details from the Chicago police in just a little bit. You're continuing to follow live here for us. And thanks to everybody watching on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live, as well as Fox 10 News Now. Yeah, so it's going to be interesting. You know, Chicago is dealing with just so much right now. I mean, just over New Year's Eve weekend, there was 55 shootings, 11 people dead and 55 shootings. Even President-elect Donald Trump on Tuesday put out a tweet to the mayor of Chicago, Rahm Emanuel, saying, look, if you can't fix it, you need federal help, buddy. So that was put up on Tuesday, but we'll see what's going to be talked about for this press conference, maybe some additional details of how police found this video, how they found the suspects. Allegedly, they found the suspects committing another crime already. So that just goes to show you the mindset of these alleged criminals and where their head was at during this whole ordeal. Boy, it's just a disturbing video and disturbing just total story here. Not only, I wonder if they're not only going to charge them with hate crime, but I wonder if it's going to be as well as terrorism, because they're dealing with, you know, mentioning President-elect Donald Trump. So we're going to show you right now again the suspects. We have a better shot of all four together here. And these are the suspects charged in the beating of a man on Facebook Live. Not only did they beat this poor individual, but they tortured him for as long as 48 hours. He was a mentally disabled man. And just a horrible, horrible situation. And I know many of you in the chat on Facebook Live are very upset and just very sad for that individual who had to go through so much. Think about it. You're already, unfortunately, mentally disabled, and now you are being just pretty much tortured to the brink of, I don't know how this poor guy survived, actually. I just do not understand. And Samia is typing to me saying this is the second worst story she's ever had to cover. This is after that horrible Charleston shooting. Yeah, that was just sickening as well. So we're going to get some more additional details here for you following live here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. And Samia saying both are just terrible, terrible hate crimes. Yes, they are. And we're following this story closely here for you. Mike here, Samia here, and Facebook Live. We're on Facebook Live as well, and fox10phoenix.com. Leave us your thoughts. Leave us what you're thinking in the chat room, and we'll get to a couple here. As much as we can. And Justin wanted to say, hey, show the suspects. We did. And we'll continue to do that. So, yeah. And people are just saying disgusting. They are just disgusting suspects. All of this stuff. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting. And, yes, Kat's saying, just wait. We are about to martial law Chicago. And look, yeah, so, you know, it's going to be interesting to see. They almost at this point need some kind of federal help, because when you're dealing with 55 shootings on New Year's Eve alone, think about it. More than 700 people died from gunshots in Chicago last year. There was over 4,000 shootings in the city. 700 people dead, 4,000 shootings, and now we're dealing with people that are just torturing and beating people live on Facebook. And, it is disgusting out there right now. But you know, a lot of people are saying, I'll never go to Chicago. Well, let me tell you this much, folks. I'm from Chicago, and it's in certain areas Okay, it's not like it's happening in the downtown area where there's heavily tourist area. You don't have to worry about those areas. It comes on the west side, and the deep south side neighborhoods is where they have to deal with all of these shootings. You don't hear it too much of on the north side. You hear it always on that west side and in deep south side, 95th and Dan Ryan, so many areas like that dealing with this stuff here. So we are going to see what happens for this press conference. They said it was going to happen at 2:15 Chicago time. It's about 1:30 here, 2:30 there in Chicago. So you never know when these press conferences will start or happen. But continue to follow with us here live on the Fox 10 News Now stream. We thank the more than close to 2,000 people watching live right now on our Facebook page, Fox 10 Phoenix. Dub saying, more of a nightmare for that poor guy. Yes, absolutely. So sad. I can't believe where the world is going to. Yes, thank you, Dub, for that as well. Adam saying, regardless of the race of the people that do this, they should be shot where they are caught. Okay, thank you for your comments. So many people are just sickening of this right here. So yeah, I've been even seeing some people on our chat as well saying, well, you know what, now these people need to be tortured or something. So we'll see, what's going to happen with them. Bill's saying, how could teens beat up a defenseless special needs guy that is part of the special needs people in communities? It hits so close to home, it upsets me. Oh, I thought I just saw someone walk by, but I thought it was starting there. So yeah, Bill's very upset as well. Wow. Somebody saying the world is going to hell. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how we get these details and what is going to be said for this here. But so many people, very, very disgusted at this. Definitely a hate crime. Definitely. I wonder if they're even going to bring up so many people. Charges. Rhonda saying, can January 20th come fast enough? Nina saying, I work with special needs kids. Very sad there. And it breaks my heart. Kimberly saying, this is crazy. Black or white, I don't care. You're human and you've done a cruel crime, so you need to pay for it. Idiots there. Wow. Yeah, very upsetting here. This has been one of these stories where it's just gone international already. When you're talking about someone that for up to think about it, for 2 days, this could have been happening. For 2 days, you're being tortured, you're being slammed, you're being ridiculed, and your special needs. So we're hoping that the justice will be served for these individuals who committed, one of the worst things that you could ever do as a human. So we'll continue here. Follow along here with us on the Fox 10 News Now stream. Continuing on, waiting for the Chicago police, and looks like we have the Superintendent Chief of Police ready to give a live update.
Good afternoon. Yesterday, when we addressed the deplorable acts committed on social media against an adult male with mental health challenges, I made a public commitment that CPD would hold the individuals in that video fully responsible for their actions. I also made it very public that we would conduct a methodical investigation based upon the facts, including whether or not this incident would be considered a hate crime. Let me be very clear. The actions in that video are reprehensible. That, along with racism, have absolutely no place in the city of Chicago or anywhere else for that matter against anyone, regardless of their race, gender, state of mental health, or any other identifying factor. There was never a question whether or not this incident qualified to be investigated as a hate crime, but as I said yesterday, we need to base the investigation based on facts and not emotion. I'm pleased to announce that the investigation has concluded and charges have been approved by the Cook County State's Attorney for hate crimes, aggravated kidnapping, aggravated unlawful restraint, and aggravated battery with a deadly weapon against all 4 of the offenders in custody. 3 of the offenders have also been charged with residential burglary, and 1 of the offenders has also been charged with robbery and possession of a stolen motor vehicle. As police officers, we took an oath to be guardians of the peace, here to protect every citizen. Because of it, the offenders in this case were apprehended due to the good police work by 11 district officers you see standing behind me. And thankfully, the victim in this incident will recover from his injuries. Now I'm going to ask Area North Detective Commander Kevin Duffin to provide the timeline of the case. Kevin.
Good afternoon. Our victim in this case was dropped off on the 31st of December by his parents at a McDonald's in Streamwood, Illinois. He was to meet his friend there, Jordan Hill, who actually ends up being one of the offenders in this case. When he was dropped off, it was under the premise that he would be spending the night with his friend, so his parents naturally didn't look for him until the next day. They then subsequently report him missing in Streamwood. He comes to Chicago. He's at the McDonald's, and Jordan Hill goes and steals a van in Streamwood. He then picks up our victim, who has no knowledge that the van is stolen. He assumed it's Jordan's. They drive to the west side of Chicago, where they basically are driving around and visiting friends for the next 2 days. The victim sleeps in the van. On the morning of the 3rd of January, they go to the address on Lexington, which is where 2 of the other 3 offenders reside, the 2 sisters. And then about several hours later, that's when they bind him and start the assault on him. He is able to escape when a downstairs neighbor calls the police complaining that of all the noise upstairs. The police respond, and the 2 female offenders now go downstairs. They're angry that the police were called. They kick in the door of that apartment. Hence, they are both charged with the burglary. That gives our victim an opportunity to get out, and then he's observed walking down the street by our 11th district officers. Officer Michael Donnelly will explain how they happened upon him.
Thank you. Donnelly, D-O-N-N-E-L-L-Y. While at our call, we observed our victim. He was walking with Jordan Mills, at which time I observed him wearing a tank top inside out backwards with jean shorts and sandals on. He was bloodied, he was battered, and due to the cold weather conditions, I approached him for a field interview, at which time, after talking to him, he didn't seem like he was very discombobulated. He was injured, he was confused, and at which time I called an ambulance. I left him with 2 other officers, Officer Adamski and Officer Cronin, to continue my investigation. I left him with them, which revealed that he was missing and endangered out of Streamwood, Illinois. They contacted Streamwood Police and conducted an investigation, which revealed and put the pieces of the puzzle together for what we have right now.
Okay, we'll take questions now if you have any questions.
It appears the the fight on prior to him being bound, tied up, and assaulted. The victim tells us he got into a play fight with Jordan, and it escalated from there. The two female offenders then, who are obviously, I mean, you can see on video that they're smoking cigars, which we presume to be blunts. They then get aggravated at him, and that's when they tie him up, and that's the racial slurs and the the deference to his mental capacity starts coming out. That's primarily one of the reasons that they were charged with the hate crime. I believe it escalated. There was certainly no premeditation between Jordan and him when the initial fight broke out. No. They are sisters, yes. They are acquaintances. They attended a school together in Aurora at some point. I don't know if it recently, but at some point.
Did they hang out?
They have hung out occasionally before, not frequently.
When was the last?
I can't answer that. I'm not sure.
And there seems to be a little.
The police are called. The two female offenders know that because apparently the downstairs neighbor came up and said, if you don't knock off the noise, I'm going to call the police. So they go downstairs. They're mad at her. They start kicking her door in, and that's when the police arrive. I believe your call was a damage to property? Criminal damage to property was the assignment. That's when he has his opportunity to get out.
5:15.
5:15 in the afternoon. Tuesday evening. Well, the two girls are sisters, and they're just acquaintances of the other two. No. Well, again, I mean, his diminished mental capacity, the fact that they tied him up, the obvious racial quotes on that they post live on Facebook. I mean, taking the totality of the circumstances, the state's attorney agreed with us. I mean, we sought hate crime charges, and they agreed.
Just to be clear, was it?
It's half a dozen of one, 6 of the other. I can't understand why anybody puts anything on Facebook. No. I'm not exactly positive on that. The two detectives that have worked this case solid since Tuesday night, literally, I mean, they passed out this morning. They were so tired. And I didn't want to wake them up to ask them that question before I walked in here.
There were some reports.
Yes, but I don't know the exact circumstances behind it, so I can't. No. I'm sorry? When the downstairs neighbor told them, I'm going to call the police if you don't knock off all that noise, the two females came down and booted her door in, and they actually grabbed something as they were walking out. So hence, it's a forcible entry. Where a theft is concerned, it becomes a burglary. He's in his parents' custody, presumably out at his residence.
He's
Crystal Lake. It appears that he was in that physical position, tied up in the corner, for about 4 or 5 hours.
And of course, the video just shows a small window of time. Anything else that was happening to him? We see what's in that video, but what else has happened to him that perhaps we don't know?
Well, we have no other video, but we have the statements of the 4 of them. I mean, they admit that they were beating him, kicking him. They made him drink toilet water. And then obviously the video where they're cutting a piece of his scalp.
Yesterday you said he might have been held hostage for 24 to 48 hours. Can you give us a better solid time frame of how long he was with them?
Well, he was with Mr. Jordan from last Friday. The actual, but you have to realize the first 2 days he's with him voluntarily. He's riding around in a van that he thinks is Jordan's. It's not until they get to the apartment on Lexington, and even then it's several hours later before the fight breaks out and they tie him. And so he was with them, or at least with Jordan, since Friday, but the actual assault and kidnapping and the crimes took place over probably a 6-hour period on the 3rd.
Friday or Saturday? Parents said they hadn't seen him Saturday.
What was New Year's Eve? Saturday. I'm sorry, I misspoke. Saturday.
All right, thanks. Offenders live there? Did any of the offenders live in that?
The 2 females lived there, yes.
And then what date did you say the assault actually happened?
January 3rd.
So tomorrow, bond court's at 1 o'clock. Mug shots are online. You guys have the charges. Kevin Duffel.
I gave up raising my hand.
He's the command manager.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
30.
Okay, everyone, we're going to replay this in case you missed it from the beginning. We're going to replay it for you now.
When we addressed the deplorable acts committed on social media against an adult male with mental health challenges, I made a public commitment that CPD would hold the individuals in that video fully responsible for their actions. I also made it very public that we would conduct a methodical investigation based upon the facts, including whether or not this incident would be considered a hate crime. Let me be very clear. The actions in that video are reprehensible. That, along with racism, have absolutely no place in the city of Chicago or anywhere else for that matter against anyone, regardless of their race, gender, state of mental health, or any other identifying factor. There was never a question whether or not this incident qualified to be investigated as a hate crime, but as I said yesterday, we need to base the investigation based on facts and not emotion. I'm pleased to announce that the investigation has concluded and charges have been approved by the Cook County State's Attorney for hate crimes, aggravated kidnapping, aggravated unlawful restraint, and aggravated battery with a deadly weapon against all 4 of the offenders in custody. 3 of the offenders have also been charged with residential burglary, and 1 of the offenders has also been charged with robbery and possession of a stolen motor vehicle. As police officers, we took an oath to be guardians of the peace, here to protect every citizen. Because of it, the offenders in this case were apprehended due to the good police work by 11 district officers you see standing behind me. And thankfully, the victim in this incident will recover from his injuries. Now I'm going to ask Area North Detective Commander Kevin Duffin to provide the timeline of the case. Kevin.
Good afternoon. Our victim in this case was dropped off on the 31st of December by his parents at a McDonald's in Streamwood, Illinois. He was to meet his friend there, Jordan Hill, who actually ends up being one of the offenders in this case. When he was dropped off, it was under the premise that he would be spending the night with his friend, so his parents naturally didn't look for him until the next day. They then subsequently report him missing in Streamwood. He comes to Chicago. He's at the McDonald's, and Jordan Hill goes and steals a van in Streamwood. He then picks up our victim, who has no knowledge that the van is stolen. He assumed it's Jordan's. They drive to the west side of Chicago, where they basically are driving around and visiting friends for the next 2 days. The victim sleeps in the van. On the morning of the 3rd of January, they go to the address on Lexington, which is where 2 of the other 3 offenders reside, the 2 sisters. And then about several hours later, that's when they bind him and start the assault on him. He is able to escape when a downstairs neighbor calls the police complaining that of all the noise upstairs. The police respond, and the 2 female offenders now go downstairs. They're angry that the police were called. They kick in the door of that apartment. Hence, they are both charged with the burglary. That gives our victim an opportunity to get out, and then he's observed walking down the street by our 11th district officers. Officer Michael Donnelly will explain how they happened upon him.
Thank you. Donnelly, Donnelly. While at our call, we observed our victim. He was walking with Jordan Mills, at which time I observed him wearing a tank top inside out backwards with jean shorts and sandals on. He was bloodied, he was battered, and due to the cold weather conditions, I approached him for a field interview, at which time, after talking to him, he didn't seem like he was very discombobulated. He was injured, he was confused, and at which time I called an ambulance. I left him with 2 other officers, Officer Adamski and Officer Cronin, to continue my investigation. I left him with them, which revealed that he was missing and endangered out of Streamwood, Illinois. They contacted Streamwood Police and conducted an investigation, which revealed and put the pieces of the puzzle together for what we have right now.
Okay, we'll take questions now if you have any questions.
It appears the fight on prior to him being bound, tied up, and assaulted, the victim tells us he got into a play fight with Jordan, and it escalated from there. The 2 female offenders then, who are obviously, I mean, you can see on video that they're smoking cigars, which we presume to be blunts. They then get aggravated at him, and that's when they tie him up, and that's the racial slurs and the deference to his mental capacity starts coming out. That's primarily one of the reasons that they were charged with the hate crime. I believe it escalated. There was certainly no premeditation between Jordan and him when the initial fight broke out. No. They are sisters, yes. They are acquaintances. They attended a school together in Aurora at some point. I don't know if it recently, but at some point.
Did they hang out?
They have hung out occasionally before, not frequently.
When was the last?
I can't answer that. I'm not sure.
And there seems to be a little.
The police are called. The two female offenders know that because apparently the downstairs neighbor came up and said, if you don't knock off the noise, I'm going to call the police. So they go downstairs. They're mad at her. They start kicking her door in, and that's when the police arrive. I believe your call was a damage to property? Criminal damage to property was the assignment. That's when he has his opportunity to get out.
5:15.
5:15 in the afternoon. Tuesday evening. Well, the two girls are sisters, and they're just acquaintances of the other two. No. Well, again, I mean, his diminished mental capacity, the fact that they tied him up, the obvious racial quotes on that they post live on Facebook. I mean, taking in the totality of the circumstances, the state's attorney agreed with us. I mean, we sought hate crime charges, and they agreed.
Just to be clear, was it?
It's half a dozen of one, six of the other. I can't understand why anybody puts anything on Facebook. No. I'm not exactly positive on that. The two detectives that have worked this case solid since Tuesday night, literally, I mean, they passed out this morning. They were so tired. And I didn't want to wake them up to ask them that question before I walked in here.
There were some reports.
Yes, but I don't know the exact circumstances behind it, so I can't. No.
More guys?
I'm sorry? When the downstairs neighbor told them, I'm going to call the police if you don't knock off all that noise, the two females came down and booted her door in, and they actually grabbed something as they were walking out. So hence, it's a forcible entry. Where a theft is concerned, it becomes a burglary. He's in his parents' custody, presumably out at his residence.
He's not from.
Crystal Lake. It appears that he was in that physical position, tied up in the corner, for about 4 or 5 hours.
Last one.
And of course, the video just shows a small window of time. Anything else that was happening to him? We can see what's in that video, but what else has happened to him that perhaps we don't know?
Well, we have no other video, but we have the statements of the four of them. I mean, they admit that they were beating him, kicking him. They made him drink toilet water. And then obviously the video where they're cutting a piece of his scalp.
Yesterday you said he might have been held hostage for 24 to 48 hours. Can you give us a better solid time frame of how long he was with them?
Well, he was with Mr. Jordan from last Friday. The actual, I mean, but you have to realize the first 2 days he's with him voluntarily. He's riding around in a van that he thinks is Jordan's. It's not until they get to the apartment on Lexington, and even then it's several hours later before the fight breaks out and they tie him. And so he was with them, or at least with Jordan, since Friday, but the actual assault and kidnapping and the crimes took place over probably a 6-hour period on the 3rd.
Friday or Saturday? Parents said they hadn't seen him Saturday.
What was New Year's Eve? Saturday. I'm sorry, I misspoke. Saturday.
Defenders live there? Any of the defenders live in that?
The 2 females lived there, yes.
And then what date did you say the assault actually happened?
January 3rd.
So tomorrow, bond court's at 1 o'clock. Mug shots are online. You guys have the charges.
Okay, guys, we're gonna switch from Facebook. We're gonna take you to Joe Biden live.
The time I was a kid, my dad was one of those guys who never raised a hand to any one of his children. But my dad expected us that if we saw it, get engaged. Try to stop it. Get engaged. When I wrote the Violence Against Women Act, you may recall, you may not recall, none of you are old enough to recall, but you may know that not a single women's group in the country supported me. Not one single group, as some will remember. And the reason was not that they didn't think it was important, but they were worried it would detract from gender issues, detract from the issue of choice, detract from other issues. So what I did was, I wrote the legislation, as my sister would say, with my own little paw, and I was going nowhere. So I went to 2 places. I was invited to speak with a group of providers, women in the field running rape crisis shelters and intervention initiatives in the state of Rhode Island. And I met with them in the Capitol. And then I went to the state of Washington, and I met with another group of women. And they absolutely said, no, we're not going to remain silent on this. We have a chance to begin to change the culture. And after a significant amount of time, the legislation had been written, and all of a sudden, all the women in the Congress began to sponsor it. And Ellie Schmiel deserves great credit because we all sat around my conference table, and I said, look, I'm going to introduce this, whether you like it or not. There were 9 organizations, including AAU and a whole group of the civil rights organizations. And Ellie Schmiel finally spoke and said, why aren't we supporting this? Then everybody raised their hand, and we got started. We got started. And they made it happen. We got it passed with only 7 votes from the other team. We got it passed with only 7 votes on the other team. We got it reauthorized. We knew we didn't have it perfect the first time. We kept trying to improve it. And we improved it to immigrant women and Indian reservations, et cetera. We've expanded it, these rights. And we did basically 3 things. We said, number 1, we were going to embarrass police departments into organizing better to deal with this issue. And so we changed the law, for example, arrest on information, because that's what I learned out in the state of Washington, what they did. So if before this law was written, if you and I were standing in a corner and I smacked you and your eye was black and a cop saw it, he'd come and said, do you want to swear out a warrant against me? And I'm standing here and I'm 6'1", 178 pounds, and you know I'm going to be let out immediately, and I'm looking at you as the cop's asking. I'm not joking. This is how it worked. I'm invading your space. That's but that's exactly how it happened. And so what would a woman say? The same thing any man would say. He was overpowered. No, I'm fine. I'm fine. We changed the law. I'm standing there, my hand was raised, you have a bruise, the cop can arrest on information. Begin to change the burden. I spent more time going around all around the nation to I'd find, and I did this, try to every group that was predominantly men. I'd go to the Chamber of Commerce dinners and lunches. I'd speak in other states. I'd go into the Elks Club, speak, all these operations. And I'd say, you guys, you think that, because what happened was, it was like, well, look, if she's getting beat up, why don't she just leave? Why don't you just leave? Or if your boss, as you walk out, pats you on the rear end, why didn't she just turn around and quit? Why didn't she tell him something? And I'd say, how many of you guys saw the movie Deliverance? There's reruns these days. There's a scene in Deliverance where these badass guys who are going down a river, tough guys, and they get dragged into the woods, and one of them gets tied to a tree and raped anally by another man. And he goes out of the woods. I said, what would you have done if that happened to you? You know, I'd go get my gun and I'd come back and I'd do whatever. Why wouldn't you say something? Because I was embarrassed. That's when the days when a judge was able to say to you before I wrote the law to change it federally, how short was the skirt you were wearing? What did you say to him? Because the impression was there must have been something that you did to provoke this action. My state of Delaware, a progressive state, they had a law in the books. And we went back and I had an incredible staff of women who put this together for me. We did this study, a day in the life of abused women. We took every day of the year and gave real live events of the way women were treated and abused. And it had an enormous impact on the way people looked at this. And we found out, I'd say to these men, okay, guys, you say you go out and do something. Well, why is it you don't? Why is it you don't? Because society is going to judge you as well as the abuser, the attacker. So things begin to change. They begin to change. Violence against women, and by the way, significant most of the violence against women is by known partners. People you know. How you doing, kiddo? People you know. We're old buddies. People you know. And so I thought, wow, we're really making some progress here. The president asked me, as the staff can tell you, did I have any requests when I agreed to be vice president? I said, yeah, I want to bring the Office of Violence Against Women into my office, that I control it, into the vice president's office. Because we had a great attorney general, and we have had two great attorney generals, they demurred. And I get to appoint who's going to head up these elements of the office. And so I would have people. There's a woman named Cynthia Hogan. She's the one that the NFL brought in after that idiot dragged his wife out by the hair out of a, real first-rate, tough lawyer. So Cynthia came on to head it up. And there's a difference when the authority is inside the White House, because no one questions it. No, I mean, nobody in the administration questions it. The president's, the great thing about serving with this great man is whatever he gives me the authority to do it, and everybody knows I speak for him, and it's done. Well, I was feeling very good about the Violence Against Women Act, what was happening. So Cynthia went over and checked with the Bureau of Justice Statistics about how things were moving. And we found out something that was really the most discouraging thing that's happened in my career. Not just the violence, but across the board. Girls and women between the ages of 14 and 24, guess what? The violence of sexual assault and rape hadn't gone down at all. It was still as prevalent as it was when I wrote the legislation. So I'm short-circuiting this, but so I held a virtual town meeting with thousands of young women and men on the phone, high schools and colleges all across America. And I asked them, I gave them a website and said, what one thing would you want me to do that would make you feel safer on your campus? Men and women. And women aren't the only one abused. A lot of men are raped as well. And you know what they came back with? Spontaneously, the overwhelming response was, Get men involved. Get men involved. So I talked with the president about it, and that's why he started It's on Us. It's not just men, it's on all of us. Silence is complicity. Silence. You're an accessory. And so, I started going to a lot of your campuses and asking people to take the pledge. It sounds silly. Take the pledge. You talk about all these tough guys. I was a pretty good athlete in high school and college. By the way, I never heard the kind of talk in a locker room that allegedly took place. No, I never did, by the way. Never did. That's assault. That's just plain assault. But here's the deal. But there's a lot of pressure on men. There's a lot of pressure. You're a 5'7", 135-pound man, and you got a 220-pound football player hitting on a girl, and you're going to say, oh, wait a minute now, what do I do? But you got to stand up. You got to stand up. My oldest son was the Attorney General of the state of Delaware, a decorated Army veteran. His second year in college, in a co-ed dorm, he's walking up the stairs to his room, passing the room, a young woman, and a guy is really hitting on her, physically putting his hand up her skirt, and he said, hey, Jack, what the hell are you doing? By the time the guy turned around, she opened the door, got in and left. Well, the whole lacrosse team came after him. But they didn't count on my number 2 son. He beat the living crap out of me. No, you think I'm tickling. But my point is there's a lot of peer pressure on young men as well not to say something. But it's starting to change because of all of you. As I so eloquently point out, if a fraternity brother sees a drunk co-ed being taken upstairs, and he doesn't walk up and say, not in my house, Jack, he's a goddamn coward. He's a coward. So guys, we can change the culture. I really believe it, because the vast majority of men are not abusers. The vast majority are not. Look how rapidly the domestic culture has changed on LGBT issues. When I got in trouble for saying I support gay marriage, I was the only one to do that. I wasn't taking any chance. I got back here and they said, oh God, what have you done? I said, the American people are already beyond us, man. 58% of the people already support my position. What the hell are you doing? What are you doing? No, I mean it. But here's the point. I wasn't taking any chance, and you're not taking any chance now, speaking out. Think what's happened. Just when I took this job, when the president and I acquired these jobs, it's been a great honor. If you men went to you had a business luncheon at a fancy restaurant, and 4 or 5 of you in a major city are having lunch, and a waiter comes up and says, what would you like? If one of the people sitting with you said, well, let me tell you, everybody remained silent. They wouldn't say anything. Today, if that happened at a luncheon, the other 4 guys said, what the hell's the matter with you, Jack? No, I'm serious. Because what's happened is, just like those brave women who came and testified before my committee, and they took enormous chances with millions of people watching them to tell their story. It takes enormous courage to do that. Enormous courage. And the reason why we made the change we have in the LGBT community is because so many people have the courage to come out. In many cases, risking their physical security by doing it. What happened? The rest of America looks and says, hey, they're just like me. What's the problem here? And how many of you How many of you young women have had someone come to you in the dorm and say, this is just what just happened to me? And you weren't sure what to do. I don't mean you in particular, but your colleagues. You didn't go to the RA, you didn't go to the school, you didn't say anything. Because you didn't know what to do, and you weren't sure, and you didn't want to get involved. I'm using you in an editorial sense. Nobody wants to be involved in this dirty little secret. Nobody wants to be involved. So they turn their head, a blind eye. Oh, I didn't see that. I'll bet that every one of you have either been abused yourself or you know someone personally who has. And silence is a killer. I mean, it really is. And the more people speak up, the more people they speak up, the more it's going to become, the abuser becomes the pariah. The abuser's the pariah, not the abused. Tell the president I'm busy. No, I'm only joking. He's a great friend. But if I'm going to be late, he'll understand this one. Let me say it this way. Look, guys. Do you all know what, you've heard the expression lots of times. Well, the rule of thumb on this is the following. You've heard that expression, haven't you? So whatever. Well, the rule of thumb is anybody know where that saying came from?
Absolutely. You can't feed your life with anything smaller than a thumb.
That's right. Larger than your thumb. And it came from the 13th century in English common law because women were considered chattels in our English jurisprudential system. Just like the cow, not a joke, or the sheep. And a man had the right to chastise his wife. But too many women were dying. And the common law, which is not codified, the common law develops over time. And in order to deal with too many women dying, they said no man can beat his wife with a rod that is bigger than the circumference of his thumb. As much as we think we're so advanced, our Western culture, this is a cultural problem. A cultural problem that we are making significant inroads into changing. And it really is on you guys. You guys are smart as hell. You're engaged. You care. You have passion about this. And encourage other people to speak out and speak up. I spent time at the academies talking about violence against women. Things are beginning to change because of you. Beginning to change because of you. I really do have to go, but here's the deal, guys. I'm no longer going to be vice president, but I'm going to be associated with several major universities and have a significant staff. I'm going to be setting up a foundation that's going to devote the rest of my life to dealing with violence against women. To deal with it on me. And I'm going to need your help, because what we can't let happen, we've gained momentum, genuine momentum. These two women here are leaders in the community and have been leaders for some time. I mean it sincerely. Major, major, major factors in dealing with this issue. I've never felt this momentum before, have you? I mean, it's real. And I hope and pray, and I'm making no judgment, I mean this sincerely, I'm not sure what the next administration will do. I pray they will continue to make it a priority as Barack and I have. But whether they do or not, we can do so much of this as private citizens. And I plan on having some of the very brilliant women and a few men that have continued to work on this, continue to work with me full time when I leave in doing this. And so we have to just continue to organize. Because look, my daughters, I lost one, but I have 2 daughters, and my 4 granddaughters. I have believed from the time I was conscious of this issue and the issues relating to women and men, because I've been surrounded by women who are straight, tough, and smarter than I have been. I mean that sincerely. Strong, strong women. From my mother to my sister to my deceased wife, my wife. There's not a single solitary thing that my grandson and my 2 sons could do that my daughters and my granddaughters can't do. Not a single solitary thing in life. Nothing. Not a single solitary thing. And the ultimate answer for changing this culture is when we get to the point where that is endemic to everything we think about. And a lot of you are part of the millennial generation. You're the most understanding, you're the most open, you're the most tolerant. It's not hyperbole. These are facts of any generation in American history. And so I'm counting on you. For my granddaughters, I'm counting on you. Stay engaged. Stay engaged. And I am not allowed to announce until we're out of office exactly what I'm doing with this foundation. I mean, as a matter of ethical concern, I'm not allowed to say this is what the organization will be, this is where it will be, this is the money we'll raise this up. But I'm going to be asking for your help. No. I know. I'm not being. It's not a joke. It'd be inappropriate for me to say I'm going to raise X number of dollars, and then, well, who you're raising it from? Well, you're talking. I can't do that now. But in January 21st, we're going to start, or we're going to continue. And I'm working very hard with this oncoming administration to convince them that this is, in a sense, the civil rights issue of our time. It's the human rights issue of our time. I actually had a good speech to deliver for you. Hey, pal, how are you? You see this man here? This man is more connected than anybody I know with Hollywood, and one of the great things we did, I got an opportunity to introduce a woman who made a song famous, Until It Happens to You, at the Academy Awards. Over 200 million people worldwide watched the introduction that I gave to her and to the end of the song, and to the young women and men who walked out on the stage afterwards with the courage to say, I've been abused. The frightening thing was, for 3 of them, their parents never knew. Think how many young women you know who got drunk, got abused, and were more afraid to tell their parents than to do something about the accuser. I'm coming, okay? I better take my note back. I never worked for anybody before this. You know what I mean? But the good news is Barack feels as strongly as I do about this. You're going to have a lot of people having your backs. Hope you'll have ours. We can make a great deal of progress. My goal is that within the next 5 to 7 years, when a father and mother drop their child off on a campus, their least worry is whether or not they're going to be raped or whether they're going to be abused. I really mean it. And by the way, hold your universities responsible. I'm about to put out a report. Hold your universities responsible. They have a moral obligation to step up. Thank you all very much. I love you. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Greg Schultz, and I'm Senior Advisor to Vice President Biden, and along with Kyle Learman, he and I have been involved with It's on Us literally from its inception. And as you can imagine in this building, with 2 weeks left to go, there's a lot of reflection going on. We're reflecting about where we've come from, where we have left to go, but it's also, I think, important to reflect a little bit about how we approached the last 8 years and why we approached them the way we did. And I think the best way to do that is to look right from the top, and that's with the president and the vice president. We started with a president who at one time was a community organizer and believed in a philosophy of respect, empower, and include. And we have a vice president who, despite being in the U.S. Senate for 36 years, never actually lived in D.C. and never became part of the D.C. culture. And the culture that the president and vice president brought to this administration, to this White House, really has trickled down, and I think is part of the reason we ended up with so many of the great programs like It's on Us to start with. As I mentioned, there's a lot of reflection going on. There's a lot of reflection because we're literally packing boxes. Yesterday I was in my office with a cardboard box going through my drawers, and I found my notes from April 28th, 2014. It was a meeting in the Roosevelt Room, and the title of the meeting was Men's Groups Listening Session. That was the first iteration of the It's on Us campaign. A couple people, Jason Harris from Mechanism was in the room, Kyle and a few others. And I remember distinctly the vice president, actually I'm paraphrasing, these are from notes from 2 years ago. I remember the vice president had kind of two statements. One was he said, how do we make the decent guys do something? And the second thing was a challenge to all those in the room. And his challenge was to reach the audiences that they have and change the culture in the way only they know how, because real change happens in the cities and the states across this country. I think the thing I appreciate and I love about our president or vice president is they know change doesn't come from Washington, it comes to Washington. And as you leave today, hopefully that your reflection includes thinking about where we came from, but where we have left to go, and the real power to make the change we need to make is with all of you, and it's in your college campuses, and it's in your neighborhoods, and it's with your friends and the people you meet. So thank you for coming today. Thank you for what you have done. Thank you for what you're going to do to keep this cause going. And we look forward to working together, as the Vice President mentioned, in the coming years in lots of different ways. And with that, safe travels, and thank you.
Just as hearings for President-elect Trump's cabinet nominations were beginning. Hearings for nominees like Tom Price to be Secretary of Health and Human Services. Now, as you know, Republicans backed off their crusade against ethics for now, but it begged the question, who were they trying to protect? Well, as the Wall Street Journal published just before the holidays, Representative Price has reportedly traded more than $300,000 in shares of roughly 40 healthcare and pharmaceutical companies, while simultaneously pushing and advocating for legislation on the federal level that could potentially impact these companies' stock prices. Let me repeat that. President-elect Trump's pick for HHS traded hundreds of thousands of dollars in health-related stocks, while as senior member of Congress, he advocated and voted for federal legislation that could impact those very companies' stock prices. Now, let me remind you that Congressman Price's influence and access to information on these health care issues was second to none. He chaired the House Budget Committee, sat on the Ways and Means committee and was a member of the Republican Congressional Health Care Caucus. And Congressman Price didn't simply vote on health care bills when they came to the House floor. He championed them. According to the Wall Street Journal, just last Congress, Congressman Price sponsored 9 and co-sponsored 35 health-related bills in the House. Right before the Congress ended, we passed a massive new health care bill called the Cures Act. In a new letter released today by the public watchdog Public Citizen, the group raises serious questions about whether this bill, which speeds up drug approvals by the FDA, could benefit the stocks owned by Congressman Price. Since the bill passed last month, one of those stocks has doubled in value. And Congressman Price didn't make 1 or 2 small trades in healthcare and pharmaceutical stocks. Nope. In fact, last year he made over 70 trades in just one day and purchased thousands of dollars of stock in a single healthcare company. Bottom line, Congressman Price had the influence and was actively involved in pushing healthcare policies while simultaneously making dozens of trades in companies that would be impacted by those policies. He did this repeatedly and in such large numbers, he's likely to have made tens of thousands of dollars on one of these trades alone. Every American should be shocked by this. So today, we are here to call on the House Office of Congressional Ethics to investigate whether any laws were broken. We don't know if he broke the law, but there is certainly enough serious questions to warrant a serious investigation before any hearing is held on Congressman Price to become Secretary of HHS. You may remember the Congress passed and signed into law a few years ago the Stock Act, which prohibited insider trading by members of Congress. So, it's worth noting that we can ask for this investigation as an outside the House entity, but if House Republicans had had their way Monday, we wouldn't be allowed to do this. As my colleagues will outline, we also have a series of questions that will demand that Congressman Price or the OCE must answer before any hearings on the Price nomination can begin, all related to this issue. This is serious stuff. And that's why we need full hearings with plenty of questions and full disclosure. We do not believe any of these hearings should be rushed through. Senator Murray.
Well, Senator Schumer, thank you very much. Yes, this is a very serious issue, and frankly, it is pretty simple. When you serve in the United States government, whether you are a congressman or a senator, a cabinet secretary, or the president of the United States, you are there to serve the people, not yourself. Your job is to think about how workers and families, not your own bank account, will be impacted by decisions made here in Washington, D.C. And any suggestion that any elected official, Republican or Democrat, has fallen short of this basic standard must be taken seriously. So, as a result of recent concerning reports on Congressman Price's stock holdings during his time in the House of Representatives, I and members of the HELP Committee have some questions that have to be answered before this nomination can advance. We want to know who he met with and when, whether the transactions in question were initiated by a broker or by Congressman Price himself, what, if any, non-public information Congressman Price had when those transactions were made, and exactly how much profit he made from each transaction. We will be looking into these questions and others very carefully. And I hope that partisan politics do not keep Republicans from insisting on a thorough investigation of Congressman Price's financial investments. The two parties have agreed before. Elected officials should not be able to benefit financially from using information they have access to as a result of their official roles. This time should be no different, and I urge Republicans to work with us to make sure that we have all of the facts in front of us, and they are fully reviewed before Congressman Price's nomination advances. That is what our constituents deserve. It is what we should deliver. And with that, let me turn it over to Senator Wyden, whose committee also has jurisdiction.
Thank you, Senator Murray, and Senator Schumer and Senator Murray both have said it very well. Let me just add a couple of additional points. If you are not a public official, making a smart investment is just that. It's smart. If you are a public official, however, at a minimum, you have to be sensitive to appearances of conflict of interest. And this is not political. Independent authorities, including some from the Bush administration, have made exactly the same point. And certainly, if you have used your position as a public official to get inside information, that is a serious ethical breach. In this instance, there are reports, there are materials about Congressman Price that warrant a careful and thorough review, particularly with regard to investments in industries that he would directly regulate if he is confirmed to lead the Department of Health and Human Services. And simply put, there is enough here that if you're serious about oversight, you can't simply say it's all a coincidence and then just move on. The Finance Committee has a thorough history of vetting nominees that come before the committee. That's true whether the president is a Republican or a Democrat. You look, for example, at 2009, our process surfaced issues then that involved Democrats, but the reality is we have done it by the book. Our vetting has surfaced issues on both sides. The nomination process in the United States Senate cannot and must not be a giant rubber stamping. And we are here to tell you on our watch that simply will not be the case. We're going to be asking tough questions. Senator Murray outlined a number of them. Our committees are both involved in this issue, and we understand that Dr. Price, if he's confirmed, is going to be responsible for the health care of over 100 million Americans, certainly those that depend on the lifelines that are Medicare and Medicaid. And he'll be making decisions that amount to life and death for some Americans. So it is paramount that we get to the bottom of these issues. The American people need the assurance that no public official has abused their official position for personal profit.
We'll take questions. I know there are some on other subjects, but first on this subject. Yes, and as to all three of us.
Sure. Yeah. First of all, Republicans have indicated they're going to move full steam ahead on confirmation hearings for Congressman Price. Will there be any retribution if they don't listen to your request?
Look, I am in process of negotiating with Senator McConnell. We have certain leverage, areas of leverage. We hope we don't have to use them. This is something that Democrats and Republicans support. The very facts that the three of us have talked about indicate why rushing through nominations is no good at all. And we will use whatever abilities we have to get fair, full, and open hearings.
Do you have any evidence that Price knew about regulatory actions before he invested in any of these companies?
That's why we need an investigation. But does I mean, there's enough evidence here that cries out for an investigation. Whether the law was actually broken, whether there was quid pro quos or inside information is the better way to put it, we don't know. But there's enough evidence here that it should be investigated before Secretary Price or Congressman Price comes up for a hearing.
Yeah, I would just answer that. The questions are serious enough that it raises this to a level that we believe an investigation must occur so that members, Republicans and Democrats, are confident that if this nomination moves forward, they are voting for someone that they clearly have the information on that we do not have today. We have a responsibility to make a vote, each one of us, Republican and Democrats. We cannot do it, and we should not do it on this nominee until these questions are answered.
And when you look at what's on the public record, the question is, are you just going to say, gosh, this is all a coincidence, and we'll move on? That's not what our responsibility is about. These nominations, and why we support what Leader Schumer is talking about here, they involve hundreds of billions of dollars. They involve enforcing years and years of law. They involve life and death decisions. And we're making it clear the Senate is out of the rubber stamping business. Not going to happen anymore.
And one other thing I'd say, if there would ever be an example of the swamp that President-elect Trump promised to clear out, it would be congressmen, senators using the inside information they had to benefit themselves personally by buying stock. And as we said, we're an accountability Congress. We're going to hold people accountable. And this is a glaring example of the need for accountability and oversight.
I have a question about another cabinet-level position. President-elect Trump has signaled that he may not fill the role of Director of National Intelligence. He says he has problems with that office. You all voted to create the role back in 2004. Does the nation still need a Director of National Intelligence?
I'm going to defer to Senator Wyden, who's on the Intelligence Committee.
One looks at the comments that have been made on intelligence over the last few weeks. It seems that the president-elect is more sympathetic to Mr. Assange than our intelligence officials. For example, the Office of National Intelligence is an extraordinarily important position. It was designed to break down the walls that kept the agencies from sharing information. We all understand that smart policies ensure that you have security and liberty. And I'd like to see some of the details with respect to what the president-elect is talking about on intelligence, and I'm not willing to just say, without any additional information, we're going to toss the position that's supposed to ensure that information is shared in the trash can.
In your briefings, have intelligence officials expressed any concerns about Mr. Trump's skepticism about their findings?
We're not going to get into anything classified, but obviously intelligence officials going back to October 6th, going back to what Director Clapper said and Director Jay Johnson said, they were very troubled about Russia's interference in the election. And that goes back months now.
Okay. Yes, Robert.
Some of you have met with Dr. Price, I believe. Would you care to share any impressions?
I have not met with him.
I have, and I remain very concerned.
Senator Murray.
Wait, just before we... Go ahead, Pat.
I mean, so you met with him yesterday, I believe.
Correct.
And so what did he say to you about why he traded in stocks in the industry he was overseeing? And did he have an explanation as to whether or not, he thinks he violated the Stock Act or not? How did he explain it to you?
Well, I'm not going to speak about what we talked about in private. I respect him feeling that that's private, but it is part of why I believe so strongly today this needs a serious investigation by the OCE. We all have a right to hear him, not just a private meeting.
I just want to say this. This kind of discussion about something so serious, we have to hear what Mr. Price says in public, not what he whispers in private corridors to one person or another.
Let me just add, and it relates to the point you asked earlier with respect to the process. Dr. Price has not yet furnished the documents that have been part of a 20-year bipartisan tradition that the Finance Committee has used before it goes forward. We're going to vote up or down, possibly, on Dr. Price. So we're going to do it by the book. We're going to do it the way we've done it for more than 20 years. I would point out in 2009, that was what we did with Tim Geithner. That's what we did with Tom Daschle. That's what we did with Ron Kirk. We're going to do it by the book. And you asked with respect to obstructions and the like, what we're doing is doing it exactly the way the Finance Committee has done for more than 20 years in a bipartisan fashion.
We'll take one more on this subject, and then we'll open it up to other subjects. Go ahead. Yes, ma'am.
Insider trading is the purview of the Securities and Exchange Commission. Have you talked with the SEC, and will you seek assurances from the new SEC chairman that staff will be allowed to investigate this without fear of interference?
Well, the immediate place to get the investigation is the Office of Congressional Ethics, because they are empowered to do this. We have a new SEC commissioner, and so that will take quite a bit of time. And if we want this information before Congressman Price comes to a hearing, that's the best place to go. But personally, speaking for myself, I have no qualms about the SEC looking into it as well. Well, there is an obligation, I think, to the American people that the answers to the questions that Senators Murray and Wyden have asked and all the questions that arise from the trades and the legislation that passed concurrently to be made public and to be investigated. So if it takes a while, then Congressman Price's nomination should wait a while. Okay, we'll go to other subjects if you wish as well. She's very eager. Go ahead, one more.
How should lawmakers invest to avoid these kind of questions?
They should, well, in my view, they have to be very careful and even avoid any appearance of conflict, which most do. And personally, I don't own any stocks because I don't even want to be accused of a appearance. Okay, we'll go to other issues. Okay. Okay. Well, we'll do more on this if you have a few more.
But should you think about updating the Stock Act? Should Congress members be trading actively in the stock market?
Well, look, some of us would have wanted the Stock Act to be even stronger than it was, but it's certainly there on the books. And first step, let's see if Congressman Price violated that act with an investigation.
Can I answer one question on the timing?
Please, Patty.
Yes, it may take them a little while to get through an investigation, but I would think that the Trump administration also would want that investigation to be completed. The last thing I would think any administration would want is to have someone become Secretary of Health and Human Services or any other place and find out 6 months from now they have violated a law. They don't want to be in that position. It's in their best interest, it's in our best interest as Republicans and Democrats to have those answers and to be clear about it before he's confirmed.
Okay.
A slightly different question about Tom Price. He said some concerning things like he doesn't believe not one woman could afford contraception, and that if he gets into HHS, he could conceivably take executive action to end the contraceptive mandate in the ACA. So how do you intend to try to stop him from his attacks on women's health?
But he has a history of attacks on women's health. I don't have any doubt that he will continue that. Members of Congress, Senate, who have to vote on him, pass this investigation, separate from that, will have to ask themselves if they are comfortable with someone overseeing the public health that has made comments about eliminating Medicaid, about Medicare, about women's health, about a series of issues. Those are part of what each senator will have to ask themselves if they're comfortable with this vote, separate from this investigation.
Let me add a sentence on that, because the Finance Committee is the pay-for committee. We're essentially the committee that pays for programs like Medicaid and Medicare, and we are not going to let these hearings go forward, where you are talking about health policy that touches on decades and decades of efforts to expand protections for vulnerable women. We're not just going to have those hearings and pretend those issues are unimportant. They are going to be front and center at the confirmation hearings, and we have a direct responsibility because the Finance Committee essentially comes up with the money for programs like Medicare and Medicaid and the various tax aspects of health policy, and we're going to make sure that the country does not, without a conversation, just turn its back on decades of progress in terms of expanding healthcare choices for vulnerable women.
Rick.
Senator Schumer, you seem to be the latest target of Donald Trump's name-calling. He twice has called you a clown. Will this affect the way that you are able to work with him, and could it change public sentiment against Democrats as he rallies Republicans on Obamacare?
Here's what I'd say to the president-elect. I'd say to the president-elect that this is serious, serious stuff. People's health is at stake, and people's lives are at stake. Now, we understand that President-elect Trump is in a difficult spot, that Republicans are in a difficult spot. They want to repeal ACA and have no idea how to replace it. But instead of calling names, President-elect should roll up his sleeves and show us a replacement plan that will cover the 20 million Americans who gained coverage, that will cover students or post-college students, 21 to 26, who want to stay on their parents' plan, that will show how we cover people with pre-existing conditions. So I'd say to the president-elect and the Republicans that this is not a time for calling names. It's time for them to step up to the plate if they want to repeal and show us what they'd replace it with. Yep.
OCE is a complaint-driven office. Have you guys or any of your offices filed a complaint with them about the price?
A complaint has been filed by a public citizen this morning. One more question. Mr. Blue Shirt. I'll learn all your names.
Two questions on this. I mean, if OC doesn't move forward that rapidly and Republicans schedule hearings on this, what is your response at that point on Congressman Price? And are you more concerned about him than other nominations like Sessions and Miller?
Well, just speaking, and I'll let my colleagues address it too. We're concerned with a whole lot of nominations. There are 8 that we have highlighted that evoke the most concern, although there are others that evoke concern as well. Every one of them deserves a full, thorough hearing after filing all the necessary documents. Almost none of them, a very small number, have even filed the necessary documents. Senator McConnell says, well, all these nominees were approved in 2009 very quickly, but they all had filed their papers way in advance and given the relevant committees time to explore the answers on those papers, and then they move forward. We're not going to rush this through. It's too important to the American people. Who knows what other... The Wall Street Journal wrote the article, the initial article on Congressman Price. Who knows what else will come up? No? Someone else wrote it? Okay. The Wall Street Journal had an article about it. They may not have been the first. Do you want to answer that?
You want to add to that, Patty? I'll just tell you, I think this is a particularly important nomination. And we've been talking about issues certainly relating to pharmaceuticals. You know, we've got millions of Americans walking on an economic tightrope every month, balancing their food bill against their rent bill against their prescription drug bills. This is an enormously important appointment, and I'll tell you, I take this one particularly personally. For almost 7 years, I was director of the Oregon Gray Panthers, a senior citizens group, and our credo was that Medicare is a guarantee. It's a guarantee of defined benefits. It's a promise and a guarantee. And certainly there's stuff in the nominee's background that suggests he's walking back that promise of guaranteed benefits. So you asked, is this particularly important? I think all 3 of us would tell you it's particularly important. And as far as the American people are concerned, this particular agency touches the lives of millions and millions of the most vulnerable Americans. So you bet this is right up at the top of our priority list.
Thank you, everybody.
All right, everybody. Mike Pace here. Welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. And once again, we are on Southwest Florida. Can today be the day that the second little eaglet comes into the world? Little. We're going to call him or her Little 17. Little 17. We're waiting for it. It's only a matter of time, everybody. But, yeah, we're all pulling for Harriet and M15, those eagles who it's so nice seeing them, especially when they're there together and they're feeding the little one already. I like that. I really like that. And I'm glad everyone is here watching live with this on Fox 10 News Now, fox10phoenix.com. Samia here. She likes it too. She just can't really express it yet because she's dealing with a little bronchitis, but she'll be back better than ever soon. So nice. Well, I'll continue talking here, Samia. Yeah, so we're all pulling for the Eagles here. We've been following. It seems like every day we just have sometimes a little bump, a little time we're going to show the Eagles here, Southwest Florida. Think about it. These people who have been running this live stream have been doing an incredible job. I mean, they go 24/7 with this stuff, and they even have like night vision. I love the night vision as well. It's kind of a little creepy as well, but it's like, yeah, it's fun. It's fun to watch these little eagles. And now, where's the little baby at? Is that a piece of fish as well in there? I think that's a fish, like, well, half of a fish. Yeah, because look at yep, that's a fish. Okay, what we do need to see is the little guy right under little Harriet right here. I don't know. Yeah, resting, warmth, especially in Southwest Florida. It can get a little cold in January there. So we'll continue to monitor that though. But yeah, it's just been a pretty great day today up here, and Mary Kate's coming up next for a little coverage. Simon, you're going to be back tomorrow. So, it's going to be something. And I hope you guys are really enjoying Eagle Watch. It was Eagle Watch 2016, now it's Eagle Watch 2017. It's gone from 2016 to 2017. And you know what's great about this? Not only do they have like 30,000 viewers watching this, but they also have 3 cameras set up as well. And they'll split it up. So the people at Dick Pritchett, really, the realty there is doing a great job. Yeah, so hope everyone's having a great day, and we are just weeks away from inauguration. I know, so it's going to be something. I just got back from actually, went for my little lunch break, and instead of getting regular food, I did a little thing different today. I just got frozen yogurt. Vanilla. Yep, I got a large, super large. I mean, like, we're talking very big, large with M&Ms only. Because they don't do it by the weight. They do it by the items you put on. Different, right? You know, like, I feel like all the frozen yogurt places pretty much do the, you know, you put whatever you want and then you weigh it. Not this one. They charge every time they got to put a new item on. So I only did the M&Ms. Pretty good, though. Yeah, I think everyone should at least once or twice or maybe 3 times a week get that frozen yogurt. It's so good. It is so good. It's really good, everyone. I'm just coming off from a sugar high, I think. So that's great. But continuing to watch Eagle Watch, if you're just joining us maybe middle of that, you're probably wondering, okay, why is he talking about frozen yogurt and why is there eagles here? Well, we're doing a little bit of everything. Multitask here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. That's a great quote. The bird is thinking, why do I have the feeling I'm being watched? There you go. Very nice there on the comment section of fox10phoenix.com. We've always get some great thoughts on there, don't we? That's amazing. Well, a little bit later in the show, we're going to have information from the State Department, the Defense Department, a little bit of everything today. It's going to be a little bit of everything. And Simon, you'll be back tomorrow, and you know what I'm thinking? I'm already going to put this out there in the world. I think tomorrow you're already going to be able to talk. I think it's going to happen. You might not be able at full strength, but we're going to hear from her tomorrow. That could be the thing. We could have Southwest Florida has their Eagle Watch. We could have Sami watch. And when is she going to talk again? That could be something. We got 2 cameras. That could be something. Maybe we could do it like start the show off, have the 2 cameras and you just trying to talk. Yeah, see? There you go. There you go. Well, tune in tomorrow to see if she'll be talking, folks. Right? She's dealing with, she's trying. A little bit. But we're going to try to get her to go for it tomorrow.
Literally just a great face up there.
Let's see. Mike Vember saying honey and lemon, Samia. Honey and lemon. That's what you need. There you go. Well, she's very happy for everyone. Mary Kate's coming up next. Why don't we show a little bit of the White House, everyone? That is where Donald Trump will be staying after January 20th. You guys watching the Fox 10 News and Now stream.
All right, everybody, welcome to the Fox News Now stream. Bear with us here for a second as we switch the feeds out for you here. Here's a live look of the Capitol building right now. All right, everybody, let's take you to a press conference that's set to begin in just a few moments here on that train crash that happened in Brooklyn, New York.
He's been working nights for almost 12 years. He said 10 to 12 years he'd been working nights. He's been on this particular job and operation or run for the last year. Okay. Now these are all dates and times that we verify with the Long Island Railroad and their actually employee history, but this is from the engineer during his interview. Okay. He was off for 3 days, so this was his first trip after 3 days off. And there wasn't much more from that. Now, the last item of the event recorders, we've gotten several data points from the event recorders. We're still trying to verify them and compare them. Each car had an indicator of some kind or captured data on each car, plus the lead car, as you know, in the collision, or you may not know, but in the collision, that event recorder was compromised horribly. So what we're looking at is comparing all the data. I will give you that initially, right now, we believe the collision at the end of the track was over 10 miles an hour. Okay, and that kind of concludes the information that we've been able to gather so far. And this will be our final briefing because the rest of the time we're here is we're going to be gathering a lot more documents and long-term data from the history of the cars, the history of the employees, and so on. So we won't be able to release too much more information or factual tomorrow. So this will be our last briefing. And anything further, you can contact Peter Knutson at 202-314-6100. Okay? Now I'm open for questions.
You talk about the fact
State, what organization you're with?
I'm Peter Haskell with CBS Radio.
Uh-huh.
You mentioned more than 10 miles an hour. So a couple of things. What is the speed limit there? Does the data device contain the speed and from the signals, and when they pass, can you determine that?
Okay, the question is the speed, and can we overlay the speeds to the location of the train and the signals? Yes, but we currently don't have that overlay done yet. That takes a little bit more work to take the track plan and the signals, where their location is and the distance traveled. So we're working on that, and we will have that later, but not right now.
What is
the track speed is 5 miles an hour.
You say that the engineer says he doesn't recall the moment of this accident. What is he saying to you? Did he black out? Why would he not remember this?
We don't have anything else besides that statement. He basically said, I don't recall. And to let you know, he was very cooperative for the interview. So that's all we have. I mean, that's all we can say.
The NJ Transit engineer in Hoboken also said he couldn't recall the moment of the accident. Is this a common explanation from engineers in accidents like this?
Oh, I wouldn't really string that together, you know, from accident to accident. I've had one in the past where the operator just came forward and told us that they remembered everything, you know, so not necessarily. Yes, here.
You said this engineer had worked nights for 12 years. He was now on the day shift, or he was finishing a night shift?
He was finishing a night shift, and he had been on this particular night shift for the last year. Okay. So he went on duty somewhere after midnight, and he had made several trips, and he was finally coming into Atlantic.
Was this his last run of the day?
No, I don't believe so. I think he had to make one more flip back to Jamaica. Yes.
Hazel Sanchez, CBS 2 News. How often are these trains inspected, and do you know when the last time this particular train was inspected?
How often are the trains inspected? There is a routine and a regular inspection process. I'm not sure of the exact time on it. However, the mechanical group will be gathering that documentation. That is one of the things we get as a routine.
So at this point, you don't know when the last time this train was?
I don't. Although the crews do a cursory examination of them and test the brakes and so on almost every trip.
And for this particular train, there were no issues prior to?
Not that we know of. Nothing has been mentioned. I'm sorry.
Jose Martinez from New York One. From the time that he recalls entering the terminal to the time striking, what's the distance and do you have a length of time? And also, have you spoken to all three crew members at this point?
Not yet. We're actually interviewing the the conductor and assistant conductor will be tomorrow. We're interviewing a second employee witness that was on the platform today, and I believe we'll have another employee witness for tomorrow as well. So right now we're looking at 4 more interviews. And no, I don't have those distances yet. We will be getting that, absolutely. It's going to be part of the layout. We'll see how far it was from the beginning to the end. And the changes in speeds. That's what we do once we get and verify the event recorder speed and data, is lay it over the top of the track to know what he was doing at what location and what was happening. Over here?
Oh, and you asked my question, thank you.
Oh, okay.
And based on what the engineer has said, is there any reason to believe there might have been a mechanical failure or defect at some point?
We haven't even tested the cars yet. So we hate to comment on that until we've actually done a brake test or an examination of it. And we can't do that where it is because we can't get power to the train. We have to remove it and take it to a different location. So we really can't comment on that. Yes?
You mentioned you're going to start testing the train tomorrow. When is it going to be removed? The part that isn't compromised tonight or tomorrow?
Okay, they've taken 4 of the cars away out of the 6.
Okay.
And then they're obviously going to have a challenge with that first car that's sitting at the end of the track.
And I'm with NBC News Radio and WOR. Can you talk about that challenge with that first car? What is making it so difficult to remove it?
We don't do that job, sorry. I do know that I was there watching the people trying to evaluate how to move it, and the comment was, and what I saw, they were scratching their heads. But it's hard to get out of there, obviously. It's a difficult place. So that we don't do that kind of work. We don't do wreck removal, but Long Island Railroad is working on it now, as we speak.
Dipti Hajiala with the Associated Press. You had done drug testing on the engineer. Are there any results?
We don't do the drug testing, but he has been drug tested, and there are no results yet. That's correct. I might add to that, too, in that same area of our investigation, he has stated that he was not on his cell phone. He was not using his cell phone. We will verify that. We subpoena his records, and we will check that cell phone activity. That takes a while before we have that data.
To your knowledge, has this engineer been involved in any prior incidents?
I haven't looked at his personal record yet. I've had some hearsay that he was fairly clean, but I can't verify that yet.
What is his age?
50.
And based on what you saw, understanding you don't remove the train, but is it hung up on something? Did something fall on it, or it's just went over the bumper block and it's just stuck there?
It's over the bumper and on top of the concrete at the end of the track.
And as far as you know, this injury doesn't have any type of medical history. For example, the engineer in the Hoboken incident, maybe he had sleep apnea. This particular.
We don't have any data for that yet. Yeah, and medical history is something that takes a little bit longer to dig up and analyze. Yes.
At this point, I remember the MTA saying that they would begin testing their operators for sleep apnea. Have they begun doing that? Do you know?
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
Take one more question.
Positive train control, can you tell us, was that in place here? Is it supposed to be? It's been an issue with other accidents.
Right, it's not in place, and it wouldn't be required on the end of the track by regulation. However, railroads can opt to, exceed the regulation. So It's not in place at this time, though.
This is something the NTSB's pushed for, though.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, for many years now.
Would it not necessarily make things safer at the end of lines for various trains?
If you use the end of the line as a target to stop the train, the PTC system will stop a train before reaching the end of the line. That's just a factual statement. That's what PTC will do.
So if it had been in place here, could it have potentially stopped this accident?
If the PTC system in this application had used the end of the track as a stop sign.
How common or uncommon is that?
Well, it's not going to be required in the PTC system to use stub tracks and PTC.
In other places, though?
Other locations and station platforms.
But in other places, do they have it at the end of the track?
Not yet. PTC is still in development. There's only a few properties that are actually have it in place, and it's just starting. So no, the answer.
Why would it not be? Why would it not be required at the end of the track?
I couldn't answer that. That's instituted by the regulation and FRA, and how they set up the regulation, the requirements, and they have to go through a lot of issues to develop those regulations and make decisions on that. Of course, the NTSB wants all trains to be able to stop short of any dangerous or hazard.
So why should it be in place at the end as opposed to just on curves or other places?
I can't really answer why.
Why do you think it should be in place at the end?
Why should it be in place of that? It should be in place to stop trains before reaching a hazard.
Just to be clear, PTC isn't just something for when you're in the middle of the stretch out there anywhere. This PTC can make a difference on any end of the train, at any end of the run, including the very end. Is that correct?
If designed that way, yes. Yes. But well, there's a lot of detail to this. Many terminals, even now, don't really have signal systems for those tracks that are 5 miles an hour. You know, and we're looking at historical tradition of railroad systems. They use the signal systems to operate and move the trains throughout territories. When they reach a terminal to get to a station, they're berthing the train, and they often reduce the signal system and just simply slow the speed of the trains down to stop at the terminal. So we're looking at a kind of a historical infrastructure before we make a big jump and say everything needs to go fully automated.
Would the NTSB like to see positive train control at the end of the line for all?
As I said, we want to have a PTC system that will prevent hazards anywhere. Okay? We're good?
Thank you.
You bet. Channel 5.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ow.
All right, everybody. Well, that was the live press conference for that train crash in Brooklyn, New York. I want to take you guys to a new video now. This was happening at the same time as that live press conference about the train crash in New York. This is a press conference out of Los Angeles where the police are speaking about the helicopter that crashed near San Pedro, killing 2 men on board. So it's very short, but I just want to show you what we missed while that was live. So let me bring this up for you guys. And here we go.
Police and U.S. Coast Guard discovered wreckage and debris inside the breakwater of the Port of Los Angeles, about 3,000 feet west of the lighthouse. Divers from the Port of Los Angeles Police entered the water, confirmed the debris was consistent with the Robinson aircraft that was lost last night from Torrance Airport, reportedly from JJ helicopter. Shortly thereafter, 2 individuals were identified on board. Their identities have not been confirmed at this time. However, the individuals have been removed from the fuselage. Their remains are currently at the U.S. Coast Guard base, Los Angeles, Long Beach. The LA County Coroner's Office is on scene, along with the FAA, to confirm the identities. The fuselage wreckage will be raised this afternoon. by Port Police assets placed on a construction and maintenance barge from the Port of Los Angeles and moved to the U.S. Coast Guard base for further examination. It is presumed at this time that Michael Justice was one of the passengers on board. Michael is a renowned international photographer, had done extensive work with the Port of Los Angeles, highly respected, highly revered, and his work will go on into perpetuity with great regard, respect, and honor. If in fact it is Michael, he will be greatly missed by the Port of Los Angeles family as well as his family and relatives. Christopher Reed is recognized as an accomplished aviator, and assuming that this is in fact Christopher, based on the information we had last night and the identity of the aircraft, he also is an accomplished individual in his field and will be greatly missed. And if I can answer any other brief questions. Yes, sir.
Have you heard of any signs of trouble that led up to that accident, whether a distress call, weather problems?
There was weather challenges last night. The nature of what the cause of the accident is under investigation.
How about the depth of water or finding the wreck?
Inside the breakwater in that area, the depth is between 15 and 20 feet.
How difficult was it to find this?
Well, we were dealing with, this occurred at darkness. The search began last night at darkness. There was weather, rain, overcast. We had restriction of aircraft that could have assisted in the search. And then obviously we resumed significant operations this morning when daylight came back. Yes, sir.
I suspect it'll be a question for the coroner, but is there any indication that they were killed on impact or perhaps they survived for a while?
I can't speak to that at this time. All right, we appreciate you all being here very, very much. Please keep the families of both the Reed and the Justice family in your thoughts and prayers. Thank you.
Who's heading up the investigation now? Is it NTSB?
So the Port of Los Angeles Police will complete the recovery operations and that portion of the investigation. The FAA and NTSB will pick up the investigation relative to the cause and so forth from this point forward. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
All right, everybody. Well, that was concerning the helicopter crash in California that killed 2 men on board. Very sad story. And the one we were showing you earlier was another live press conference concerning that train crash in Brooklyn, New York. We're going to take you to a bunch of top stories that we have for you today on the Fox News Now stream. We have a lot of Donald Trump updates to share with you. I'm going to have Fox 10 anchor Carrie up here with me in a little bit. She just got back from vacation. She's got a great tan. She looks beautiful. Can't wait to have her up here. We're also going to be talking about CES 2017, the big tech show going on in Las Vegas, kicked off today. So I'm going to have a tech expert up here with me a little bit later in the show to talk about some of the things that we can expect at the show. And he's also been to a couple of shows himself, including South by Southwest, so he's going to be sharing his experiences with me, so that'll be fun as well. Let me take you to some of the top stories I want to share with you guys. Oh, looks like we have something coming in.
Decisions out on National Channel 1. Paul Ryan is on the floor of the House speaking out about the resolution to condemn the UN vote condemning the Israeli settlements.
All right, everybody. I don't know if you heard that, but we are going to take you to a breaking event now. This is live. Paul Ryan on the floor talking about condemning the UN vote. Let's take you there right now.
Our commitment to her security. And it's time to show all of our allies that regardless of the shameful events of last week, the United States remains a force for good. I ask the whole House to support this resolution on behalf of the American people. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of this measure, and I thank the Speaker for his words. Before making my statement, though, I would like to yield 15 minutes of my time to my friend, the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. David Price, and I ask unanimous consent that he be allowed to control that time.
Without objection, the gentleman from North Carolina will control 15 minutes.
So now I yield myself as much time as I may consume, or is the chairman? This is good. All right, I want to start by thanking our chairman, Ed Royce, who authored this resolution. I'm proud to be the lead Democratic co-sponsor and glad to say that more than 30 Democrats representing a broad cross-section of our party have signed on as co-sponsors of this bipartisan resolution. Ed Royce and I have worked together for the past 4 years, and we believe that foreign policy should be bipartisan and that partisanship should stop at the water's edge. And frankly, this is what we're doing today. We are condemning what happened because we think it's unfair and unjust. I want to also mention that I joined with my friend from North Carolina, Mr. Price, in authoring an amendment to this resolution that wasn't accepted, which emphasizes a two-state solution. I want to thank Mr. Price for his hard work on that approach, and I support it. We talk in this resolution about a two-state solution as well. Mr. Speaker, throughout its entire history, the state of Israel has never gotten a fair shake from the United Nations. Year after year after year, member states manipulate the UN to bully our ally Israel, to pile on with one-sided resolutions, placing all of the blame for the ongoing conflict on Israel. We saw a resolution like this come before the Security Council a few weeks ago, and today the House of Representatives will go on record saying that that UN resolution is wrong, plain and simple. And frankly, we should not have voted for that. The Security Council resolution is highly critical of Israel, yet asks nothing directly of the Palestinians. That's biased, that's unfair, that's not balanced, and again, we should have opposed it. We should have vetoed it. And the language about Jerusalem is not new, but it remains deeply offensive to Jews whose holiest site lies on the Temple Mount in East Jerusalem. The Kotel, the Holy Western Wall, is simply non-occupied territory, and it's offensive to hear that. So in the measure the House is considering today, we repudiate this flawed Security Council resolution. And at the same time, we will say once again that we support a two-state solution, that the only way to reach that goal is through direct negotiations between the Israelis and the Palestinians, and that this shameful Security Council resolution put that goal further out of reach. Mr. Speaker, the international community faces a long list of pressing issues: mass killings in South Sudan, a crisis in Yemen, a humanitarian disaster in Syria, Russia's illegal occupation of Ukraine, and North Korea's nuclear weapons program. Yet rather than deal with those critical problems, the member states of the UN have chosen instead to use the international body to embarrass Israel. It's outrageous, and this House resolution that I'm co-sponsoring with Mr. Royce rightfully says that it's outrageous. Now, I think it was a mistake for the current administration to abstain on this vote in the UN. I've been very clear about that, but I want to be fair. Before anyone turns this debate into another attack on President Obama, we should be aware of the history of this issue. This is the first time in 8 years the Obama administration has allowed a resolution opposed by Israel to go forward. The George Bush administration allowed it to happen 6 times, the Clinton administration 3 times, the first Bush administration 6 times, and the Reagan administration 10 times, including voting for one strongly condemning Israel for its premeditated and unprecedented act of aggression, that's a quote, when it wisely destroyed Iraq's nuclear weapons reactor in 1981. But regardless of that history, doesn't justify this latest abstention. My mother used to say, 2 wrongs don't make a right, and she was right. It was wrong then, and it's wrong now. I think allowing governments to bully Israel in the UN is a mistake, no matter who's in power. Instead, let's focus on what we should be doing when it comes to advancing the two-state solution. This resolution calls for us to get back to the policy that many of us support. 1, standing with Israel in the United Nations. 2, stopping one-sided resolutions. 3, supporting direct negotiations is the only way to move toward a two-state solution. This resolution says all that. Everyone in this Congress should be voting for it because it's balanced. I'm pleased to support this resolution, and I urge all members to do the same, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves the balance of his time. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I might consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I want to begin by thanking the ranking member, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Engel. And I thank him for working with me in a bipartisan manner, not just on this resolution, but on the one that we worked on late last year in order to forestall, unanimous vote by this body directing the administration not to take the steps that the administration has taken. And I appreciate the leader. I appreciate the speaker as well for working with us to ensure this resolution was brought quickly to the floor of this House. Today, we put Congress on record objecting to the recent UN Security Council resolution that hurt our ally, that hurt Israel, and I believe that puts an enduring peace further out of reach. Mr. Speaker, the United States has long recognized that a solution to the Israel-Palestinian conflict can only come about through direct bilateral negotiations between these two parties. And that is why it is long-standing U.S. policy to veto the many one-sided, the many anti-Israel resolutions at the United Nations Security Council that violate that principle. But just the other week, the Obama administration broke with this long-standing U.S. policy by failing to veto UN Security Council Resolution 2334. This dangerous resolution effectively states that the Jewish quarter of the old city of Jerusalem and the Western Wall, Judaism's holiest site, are, in the words of the resolution, occupied territory. Why would we not veto that? It also lends legitimacy to efforts by the Palestinian Authority to put pressure on Israel through the UN rather than to go through the process of engaging in direct negotiations, and it puts wind in the sails of the shameful boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement. Unquestionably, this UN Security Council action damages the prospects for peace. The resolution and the bullying and harassment of Israel that it will spur only happened for one reason. The Obama administration let it happen. And that went against the distinct warnings from this body. Mr. Engel and I engaged in letters and conversations with senior administration officials seeking their assurance that the United States would veto one-sided anti-Israel resolutions. And in November, the House unanimously, all of us, passed a resolution which warned the administration against taking such last-minute action. And with that resolution, House Concurrent Resolution 165, the House unanimously stated that the United States government should continue to oppose and veto United Nations Security Council resolutions that seek to impose solutions to final status issues or are one-sided and anti-Israel. Yet the administration rejected the call from Congress and chose a course that will bring harm for years to come by failing to veto UN Security Council Resolution 2334. If the Palestinians want a lasting peace, they must accept that Israel, not the UN, is their negotiating partner. And that means ending the incitement to violence against Israelis that goes on in so many of the mosques, that goes on in the schools, that goes on in the newspapers and on television there. And it also means ending, and I think this is the most important fact, because leaving this out of the resolution at the UN is beyond me, ending their pay-to-slay scheme. You talk about a lack of balance. Here we have a situation where since 2003, it has been Palestinian law to reward Palestinian terrorists to go out, and they're given this incitement, this stipend for life. And the more mayhem they create, the more horrific the number of civilians they attack, and therefore the longer the sentence, the more they know, well, I can serve my time, and then when I get out, I can get this stipend for the rest of my life, and it is larger and larger depending upon the amount of mayhem And if I don't make it, or if I'm a suicide bomber, my family gets the stipend. That, by law, is the way the Palestinian Authority has engineered this, costing the lives. And you can read about it every month of those attacked, those civilians attacked on the streets. And it's not just Israelis, of course. Taylor Force, a U.S. Marine, was killed simply because he was in Israel, but it was by someone responding to the incitement. So, $300 million per year spent by the Palestinian Authority to do that. No mention of that, of course, by the United Nations. And that's why today's action is so important. To demonstrate our united opposition to UN Security Council Resolution 2334, call for its repeal, to head off any more moves the Obama administration might have in the next few days with respect to the Paris conference next week as well, and to provide the foundation for the next administration to move forcefully to counteract its dangerous impact. Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves the balance of his time. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the ranking member, Mr. Engel, for yielding a portion of his time to opponents of this resolution. I also appreciate his willingness to work with me and other members on our alternative resolution that's more accurate and less divisive, a resolution, unfortunately, the majority has denied a hearing on the floor today. I yield myself, Mr. Speaker, such time as I may consume. I rise in opposition to H.Res. 11. The resolution before us today fails to credibly reaffirm our nation's support for a two-state solution. It provides an inaccurate accounting of the United States' long-standing policy toward the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. It includes reckless and divisive charges regarding the recent United Nations Security Council resolution, designed, it would appear, solely to embarrass the outgoing administration. It falsely claims, for example, that the Security Council resolution, quote, contradicts the Oslo Accords. It goes so far as to link the resolution to the boycott and divestiture movement. Now, Mr. Speaker, there is room for honest debate about the UN resolution and about the U.S. decision to abstain, but there is not room, there shouldn't be room, for this kind of disgraceful distortion. H.Res. 11 doesn't really engage the issues. It obscures and distorts them. I'd suggest that both those who support and oppose recent U.S. actions should oppose this irresponsible and divisive resolution. It does distort the record. In fact, during the Obama administration, fewer UN Security Council resolutions related to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict have passed than under any other modern presidency. In fact, the December resolution is the only one that has passed under President Obama's leadership. And if you want a fair and comprehensive account of the thinking that went into that difficult decision, I commend to every member Samantha Power's statement at the United Nations, one of the finest statements of its sort that I've ever read. House Resolution 11 also doesn't take into account the fact that Republican and Democratic administrations alike have allowed Security Council resolutions addressing the Israeli-Palestinian conflict to pass, many of which were opposed by Israel. The fact is, H.Res. 11 runs a real risk of undermining the credibility of the United States Congress as a proactive force working toward a two-state solution. And in this period of great geopolitical turmoil and uncertainty, we must reaffirm the most fundamental aspects of our foreign policy, including our strong and unwavering support for Israel, while also demonstrating to the world that we are committed to a diplomacy that defends human rights and promotes Israeli and Palestinian states that live side by side in peace and security, a formulation that has characterized our country's diplomacy for decades. At best, Mr. Speaker, H.Res. 11 would muddy the waters of our diplomacy and foreign policy. At worst, it could undermine our decade-long efforts to achieve a just and lasting peace between Israelis and Palestinians. So I can't in good faith support the adoption of this resolution, and I urge a no vote. Reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves the balance of his time. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Yes, in response briefly, Mr. Speaker, we did have a substitute for Mr. Price, and we looked at that substitute, but it did not once mention the United Nations Security Council Resolution 2334. You know, we've worked hard together, Mr. Engel and I, in good faith in a bipartisan manner to develop a measure that rejects and repudiates this dangerous UN resolution that was passed. And also, ours warned the White House against taking additional measures in the last few weeks of the current administration. And I think it's important to remind the body that this is very concerning given the backdrop of the Paris conference on the 15th of this month and the very real concern that the President could take further steps at the UN. Again, Mr. Price's amendment did not include this urgent warning. And so I wanted to say that I am happy to work with Mr. Price in a bipartisan manner once the Foreign Affairs Committee organizes, but time is of the essence. We must act to reject United Nations Security Council Resolution 2334, not remain silent on it, and we've got to limit the damage that the administration has caused to prospects for a lasting peace. I will yield 3 minutes to the gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Ross-Layton, Chairman Emeritus of the Committee on Foreign Affairs.
Gentlewoman from Florida is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank our esteemed chairman for the time. This resolution, Mr. Speaker, will not undo the damage that has been done at the Security Council, but it sends an important message to the world that the United States Congress resoundingly and in a strong bipartisan manner disapproves of the vote taken on Resolution 2334. And it sends a warning to the nations that will gather in Paris next week to discuss the peace process that there will be repercussions if there is a move to introduce a parameters resolution before the 20th in an effort to further isolate Israel. Our closest friend and ally, the Democratic Jewish State of Israel, has been under constant attack by the United Nations. Abu Mazen and the Palestinians have pushed a campaign to delegitimize the Jewish state, to undermine the peace process, to achieve unilateral statehood recognition. We've seen it this year at UNESCO, where that sham of an institution voted on several occasions to deny and distance Jewish and Christian historical and cultural ties to Jerusalem. We've seen it at the Human Rights Council, where Israel is constantly demonized and falsely accused of human rights violations, while the real abusers of human rights go unpunished because that body has utterly failed to uphold its mandate. This is a body that allows the worst abusers of human rights, like Cuba, Venezuela, and China, to actually sit in judgment of human rights worldwide. What a pathetic joke. Yet the only thing they can agree on is to attack Israel, the only democracy in the Middle East, and the only place in the region where human rights are protected. We've seen this scheme to delegitimize Israel at the General Assembly, where in its closing legislative session, the General Assembly passed 20 anti-Israel resolutions, and only 4 combined for the entire world. These institutions have no credibility, and now we have the unfortunate circumstance of the White House deciding to abstain from this anti-Israel one-sided resolution at the Security Council. Our ally was abandoned, and credibility and momentum were given to the Palestinian schemes to delegitimize the Jewish state, to undermine the peace process. And while the damage has been done, Mr. Speaker, by this act of cowardice at the Security Council, we will have an opportunity to reverse that damage. In the coming weeks and months, this Congress and the incoming administration must show unyielding support for our ally Israel and to undo the damage done. This resolution by the Speaker and by the Chairman and the Ranking Member is an all-important first step that signals our intent. I urge my colleagues to support this measure, and I look forward to working with Chairman Royce and Ranking Member Engel in further strengthening our U.S.-Israel bond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, it's now my pleasure to yield 1 minute to my good friend from California and senior member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Mr. Brad Sherman.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Let's look at the historic timeline. The Reagan administration and other administrations have failed in the past to veto anti-Israel resolutions, and that failure has not been helpful to the cause of peace. Over the last 2 decades, Israel has frozen or removed settlements in an effort to negotiate peace, all to no avail. On November 29th of last year, this House unanimously urged our UN ambassador to veto any UN resolution that sought to impose peace settlement terms. But a month later, our UN ambassador ignored the input of this House and allowed the UN to adopt a one-sided resolution that sought to impose peace terms on the parties. Worse yet, that UN resolution equates the Western Wall, Judaism's holiest site, with outposts deep in the West Bank that are illegal under Israeli law. Today, we consider a House resolution that has over 30 Democratic co-sponsors. It is not a pro-settlements resolution. It strongly and repeatedly reaffirms our support for a two-state solution achieved through direct negotiations, and it objects to a UN resolution that set back the cause of peace. Vote yes.
It's expired. The gentleman from California is recognized.
I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Smith, the longtime chairman of the Foreign Affairs Subcommittee on Africa, Global Health, Global Human Rights, and International Organizations.
I thank my good friend for yielding and
recognized for 2 minutes.
Authoring this important resolution along with the ranking member, and I'm proud to be a co-sponsor. President Obama's decision to abstain and not veto Security Council Resolution 2334 seriously undermines the peace process, abandons Israel at a critical hour in its life as a nation, and does serious injury to the historical record. The egregiously flawed UN text says that all Israeli settlements after the 1949 armistice, including East Jerusalem and West Bank, have no legal validity and constitutes a flagrant violation under international law. The pending House resolution repudiates 2334 and makes clear that a durable and sustainable peace agreement between Israel and the Palestinians will only come through direct bilateral negotiations, not one-sided anti-Israel resolutions. Mr. Speaker, the UN resolution could open Israeli leaders and even average Israeli settlers to criminal prosecution. Israel's enemies are likely to exploit 2334 by seeking prosecutions in venues like the International Criminal Court for construction activities, even though the vast majority of this activity takes place legally pursuant to Israeli law. A few hours ago, the European Jewish press reported that the leaders of the Conference of Presidents of major Jewish organizations have called on France to cancel or at least postpone what they called an ill-conceived, poorly timed, and damaging event, the Paris Mideast Conference scheduled for January 15th. I hope that we will also call upon our government not to go to this right before a transition of the White House and the presidency and mischief that could be forthcoming from that. They pointed out in their statement that Israel has long sought direct talks and that it is now time for the Palestinian leaders to stop evading their responsibility and seeking to use international fora to avoid the only true path to a lasting peace, and that is a negotiated settlement. The indictment of the Orthodox of Jewish Congregations of America pointed out that the UN has a long-established bias against Israel, and as my good friend from Florida said a moment ago, 20 anti-Israel resolutions against just 4 in 2016. A bias and a discrimination against our best ally.
The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to our colleague from Illinois, Ms. Schakowsky.
Gentlewoman from Illinois is recognized for 2 minutes.
I stand here as a proud Jew and someone who throughout my entire life has been an advocate for the state of Israel, and I am standing here to oppose our HRES 11. And as a member of Congress, I've been committed to maintaining America's unwavering support for Israel which has lasted from the very first moments of Israel's existence. The U.S.-Israel bond is unbreakable, despite the fact that the United States administrations have not always agreed with the particular policies of an Israeli government. Contrary to the assertions of H-Res 11, the U.S. has often expressed those differences in the context of the United Nations. Presidents from Lyndon Johnson to George W. Bush have each vetoed and...
All right, you guys, we're going to hop out of that. I've got Carrie Lake here with me. She just got back from vacation.
Yeah,
and
I took
you
a
said
long one.
You were totally off the grid for a little bit, right?
You know, I went completely off the grid. I posted one thing on Facebook. I just shut it down, and it was the best feeling. I'm pretty active on social media.
Yeah.
And I love it. I love the communication that I have with viewers and Facebook followers and just people out there in the social world, in the social media world. But it really was nice just to shut it down. I mean, I didn't really pay too much attention to the news. I tried to, hi Jude, I tried to just keep it really mellow and just let it go and spend time with the family. I highly recommend it.
It's nice to shut down for a bit. Yeah.
It's amazing how much I find myself on that when I'm with my kids and really turning it off and not being on it so much with my kids around.
Yeah.
I really reconnected in a very deep way. So
That's what vacation's
great.
about, you know?
Yeah.
That's funny that you're
And
on
we
your
were
phone so
active.
much, and you probably want your kids to be off their phones too.
True, yeah. You know, as a parent, you're always trying to find that balance. It's like you want your kids to have it because that's kind of how they communicate now.
Mhm.
It's hard to, you know, you just think, well, we never had that growing up. You didn't have it probably.
I mean, not in grade school. Yeah, I didn't get my first cell phone till I think 8th grade, high school. So, but then it was like dinner time and stuff.
And
Put it away.
you know, growing up when I grew up, you couldn't even imagine having something like that.
Yeah.
But that's how kids are communicating now. And so I do try to give it a little bit into that. But it was so nice to get away and just have a relaxing time. I got a little bit of a tan.
See, tan, it looks so good, makes the dress pop. That's what I love about it, you know.
I love, you know, I know that you're not supposed to get a tan. You're supposed to wear, you know, SPF 180. But I love a good old-fashioned suntan. I'm guilty.
Me too.
It's my vice, and I'll take it.
Yeah,
right?
sometimes you can use a tanning oil that has SPF in it, so I think that's sort of counterintuitive. But
You know what I like? I like the smell of the sun tanning product.
Me too.
But I did find myself towards the end of our vacation putting 70 on, which is completely unheard of for me. But we were getting pretty burnt. We were in the sun. The nice thing about being on vacation and being in a sunny climate and a warm climate was we were outside all day from pretty much the minute we woke up until we went to bed. We were just outdoors.
Oh,
so it
that's
felt
so
so
nice.
good to just be at one. You know, we're really just animals. We're mammals, and we're not that far removed from our cavemen days when we spent most of our time outside.
Yes, we're animals. It's time to be out there.
Yes, and we should be outside. The final day, Tuesday, we came back Tuesday night, and it really was like a planes, trains, and automobiles type day where we're taking a van to the airport, and then from the airport we're flying, and then we take a tram to the next gate. And then,
wow.
You know, we fly here to Phoenix and take a taxi home, and it was kind of like, oh my gosh, we've been in vehicles all day.
No one could find you for days.
Yes, we've been in vehicles all day, and the last several days we had been just outdoors in the sun and enjoying, you know, nature.
I love that about those kind of vacations, because then you're exhausted by like 9 o'clock and you're in bed after a nice dinner with the family instead of just sitting around watching TV in the hotel room.
Yeah, we did watch a few movies at the end of the day. You know, we planned to watch more movies than we actually did, but I'm trying to think which one that we really liked. At first I didn't like it, and then I liked it. It kind of makes a little bit of a turn. Is the Sully. Did you see it yet?
I agree. I didn't like it at first. I thought, oh, this is sort of anticlimactic.
It's slow,
It started in the room where they're discussing the flight as opposed to starting it with the flight.
Yeah, they really make you wait for that flight, but they did a nice job with it.
I think they did,
It turned out to be a good movie. And then we saw a very old classic, Steve Martin's The Jerk.
I never saw that.
I hadn't either.
Who's
I'm
the
the only
jerk in it?
person.
His boss, or is he the jerk?
He's the jerk.
He's the jerk.
I think. I don't know. I didn't. I'm going to be honest. I have full disclosure
Who's the
here.
jerk in this?
I fell asleep. The kids stayed up and watched
Well,
it, but
it's
I'm
a
like,
Steve
okay,
Martin
I'm
movie,
done.
you know?
Yeah. So we really only watched 2 movies.
Well, that's good. Well,
I
I'm
know
glad you
we're
like
boring
Sully.
everybody with my week off.
They're like, talk politics now.
But it was so nice to get away. And then I come back and everyone's acting like I was gone forever. They're introducing me as the new person.
They're like, Carrie, so great to see you. Yeah, John was like, do you still want to do this?
You know, it was really weird when we were flying into Phoenix. Usually you fly in and you're like, oh, you look out the window, oh, we're coming home. I looked out the window and I'm going, what is this strange land?
Yeah,
Because
we're
it felt like
back
we were
in-
gone for so long.
Well, yeah, and you were so far away, so it's
Yeah,
and
and
then
I
you were
really-
off the phone for a while too.
When you completely disconnect from this, time just slows down. I can't tell you how thrilled I was to disconnect. But I'm back, and I'm going to be on this thing 24/7 from
So
here
make sure
on
to
out.
tweet her, follow her,
Right.
everything. She's back in the game.
Now I got to
people.
get back into the, how do you find stuff to post and what's interesting, what's not.
I know.
I do tend to post things on my Facebook page that are a little bit controversial.
Mhm.
They get my whole point of my Facebook page is to get people interacting and talking. And sometimes it's a difficult story. And people go, why do you have to be so negative? I just had somebody send me something because I posted something about Mariah Carey.
Oh, yeah, what happened with that?
Well, I didn't watch the performance because we were out on New Year's Eve, but when I got back, I checked and it was all over. My phone was blowing
Yeah.
up with Mariah Carey stuff, and I'm like, what is all this? So I watched a little bit of it, and I figured it was an issue with her earpiece, and I really wasn't that into it. I'm a huge Mariah Carey fan. I love Mariah
Oh, she's
Carey.
so talented.
Super talented, but I didn't look at that performance and write her off as somebody who is worthless. She just had a bad situation, and people who don't perform and have earpieces and things like that don't understand how disconcerting
I didn't hear it.
that
Was it
is.
really bad, or was
Well,
it
she
just...
wasn't. I don't think she was hearing her music in her ear, and you have to be able to hear that. People just think that you get up and sing like you're singing in front of 5 people.
Right.
But when you're in a crowd like that, massive crowd, you can't even hear yourself, and you can't hear the music. It's
And to be
really
on key and-
any performer would tell you it's impossible to sing along when you can't hear it.
Yeah.
You don't even hear what's playing. So, but my post was about the outfit she was wearing, and it wasn't
What'd she
even.
wear?
It wasn't even so critical of the outfit. It's just it's something I've been thinking of lately. She and I are about the same age,
Mhm.
and as I said, I'm a huge fan. I've been following her since the very beginning.
Yes.
But one thing I've been noticing is that women, as they hit middle age, it's like they're not allowed to be in middle age. They have to cling to the 20s, and then eventually they're in their 60s and they're deemed irrelevant by society. It seems.
Oh, okay. You mean so her outfit was...
Yeah, it was just like a really. It was provocative, which
young.
is fine. But I'm just thinking, what I'm wondering is, as a society, are we so unaccepting of women in middle age that all of these stars, many of them who are now in their middle or even older age, Cher's older, and I love Cher as well, Madonna.
We
they
know
all,
you're a big Cher fan.
Yeah, they all have to dress kind of like they're in their 20s still. It's like and it makes me feel like they're clinging to that 20-year-old age.
Or Madonna, yeah.
Madonna and Cher and all them. And I say this as the hugest fan. I've seen all of them in concert. I love these performers. But I wish that they could, like men at the same age, just kind of age gracefully a little bit without
Sure.
having the societal pressure of being 20 or clinging to 20s.
Yes, I totally agree.
So I did post that afterwards. I had a lot of support, people saying amen. I said, I hope 2017 is the year that we can accept people who are middle-aged, not just cast them aside. But then I had some of the Mariah Carey diehard stalker
Ooh.
fans turn on me, and it was brutal.
Well, can you imagine Madonna coming out on stage with slacks and a sweater or something?
I would love it. I mean, I
wouldn't
tell
mind
you,
it.
I think I told you last week when we were talking that I saw, oh gosh, I can't believe I'm forgetting her name.
Celine Dion?
Celine Dion
Yeah.
at a very small venue performing. And this is
Oh,
when she
yeah,
was
you
doing the
loved
stuff.
it. Yeah.
She was doing all the stuff where she was, flying on stage, and she had costumes and just, and she's got an amazing voice. She's got such talent.
Yes,
That I
she's
saw her in this
amazing.
small venue, and she literally was in slacks, and she was dressed kind of like you, slacks and
Yeah,
a
she
sweater.
does dress well. She dresses
And
appropriate.
it was just a normal outfit like you'd see anybody wearing maybe at a restaurant or something. And all that was showing was just her inner beauty and her voice, and it was perfect.
I have to say, though,
It was
on
so
the other
refreshing.
side of it, too, though, I feel bad sometimes, my mom will say, oh, I don't think I should wear this, it looks too young, or I don't want to wear that skirt, it looks too young. And it really doesn't. And I'm like, Mom, you don't always have to wear, sweaters and slacks. Like, you
Yeah.
can wear skirts and things,
Cute stuff.
too.
And that's where people were criticizing me. It's not that I'm opposed to having something fun.
Right.
It's just that
A brawl
I
top
feel like
with nothing
sometimes we're
else.
watching like Jennifer Lopez, Mariah Carey, Madonna, and to me, it's not just them being free and going, I'm choosing to wear this. I feel like there's a lot of pressure in the industry and in society for them to cling to this really young part of their life.
I wonder if they even want to wear it.
Instead of just being a little bit more demure.
I know, some of the outfits are like those ice skating ring outfits where it's just glitter,
you
little
can't want you
one-piece.
can't want to throw that on a cold night in New York City. You
I'm
think she really
sure.
wanted to pull a one-piece leotard on?
Probably not. J-Lo maybe. But Madonna, she's probably like, I just don't. I don't know.
I want to put like a turtleneck on and be warm.
Yeah.
So
wouldn't mind
anyway,
a
the
turtleneck.
post, it was the one post I did post while I was gone, and it was really, I felt, an empowering post for women saying, hey, let's, I'm hoping, my wish for 2017 is that we can just embrace whatever age we're at, wherever our comfort is, and not feel like we have to be the 20-year-old anymore, especially for these performers who I love. And I had a few people turn on me, that I was anti-woman, and I'm like, oh God,
I
really?
wonder what Wendy Williams has to say about it, because she's always
love
talking
her.
about Mariah on her show.
Oh, does she?
I love Wendy.
Does she
yeah.
like Mariah?
She likes Mariah. Sometimes she's standing up for her. She calls Mariah the voice. She'll be like, let's talk about the voice now. She says, she's the voice of our generation or whatever.
She's
she
great.
is so talented.
I love Wendy because Wendy always kind of encapsulates what everyone is
thinking,
thinking or
but
should be
doesn't wanna
thinking.
say.
Or
I
should be
know.
thinking, because I think she's pretty right.
I love that about her.
Somebody says it's all about the goddess image. That's true.
That's true.
Someone said she's not wrong. It's not forced. Well, yeah, you know what? She's not forced to wear all that. But I do think there is pressure coming from society for these entertainers. And they can say, look, I chose to wear this skimpy little thing. Okay, yeah, true. But if society was just all embracing of Mariah Carey at the age of 48, maybe she would have come out wearing. Because I love the pictures. I follow her on Instagram. I love the pictures she posts when she skis in her ski jacket.
She's gorgeous.
Yeah,
she's got a great skin tone, beautiful hair.
And her kids are adorable.
She's gorgeous.
So that was about the thrill of my vacation when I went the one time I went on social media.
It's good to have you back.
It's good to
so
be
we
back.
have a lot of stuff to talk about now.
I know. Well, what are we going to talk about first?
Well,
you gave me a few things that you want to talk about, and I love them all.
So, all sort of political related.
Let's do this one because we were just talking about what people wear.
Yeah, so this is Tiffany Trump and Melania,
Okay,
both
now
kind of in the press right now.
This is
about
somebody
that.
who's, Melania is middle-aged.
Yeah.
40-something is middle-aged now, right?
Yeah.
And Tiffany Trump is young. She's in her 20s. And, okay, so remember all the criticism that that performer or that designer got? She did designs, a French designer who did dresses for First Lady Michelle Obama. And she said, I refuse to dress our new First Lady, and I'm encouraging all other designers to do the same. Well, Dolce & Gabbana have not followed that, and they dressed the incoming First Lady, and here's her picture. This is from Instagram. And that's a beautiful dress. The bows, it's very Dolce & Gabbana.
Cool. Yeah, that deep red on the bow there and the black, very Dolce.
Regal. This is New Year's Eve, so that's the kind of a night that you're going to dress up a little bit. And they're getting a ton of slack initially, but now I'm finding as you read their comments, the support is coming out. Initially it was, oh, how dare you, you're terrible, why would you dress her, blah, blah, blah. And now, basically,
most of these are in a different language, but...
Yeah, that's true. So what if you want to design for her? You are an artist. You can do anything you want. Let's remind people hatred and boycotting people gets you nowhere. She's a human being and she's done nothing wrong to anyone. Amen.
Amen. Exactly. That is what a lot of designers are now coming out and saying. Not a lot, I guess, but all these other designers, like you said, were saying we're never going to be dressing Melania or any of the Trumps.
It's going to take a couple people who have, pardon me, can I say it, balls?
Yeah.
It's going to take a couple people with cojones to come out and say, you know what? I have nothing against these people. Let's give them a shot. They're going to become the president and first lady. Let's see what they can do. I mean, let's wait and criticize them when they're in office and something happens. But Melania has done nothing wrong to anybody. And if to me, you are really crazy and you're really a bad business person if you say,
I know,
I'm
bad
not
for
going to
business.
design for these people.
Yeah, it looks so petty.
It does.
And, okay, you might not support the Trumps, but what if half your buyers do? You're going to lose all of them? Is that what you want? I just think that, yeah. Again, it's like that art collection thing we were talking about where the artist told Ivanka to take the art down.
Yeah.
So petty.
I wonder if she did. I hope she spray painted it.
I bet she did. I bet she sold them or something.
I'm back from vacation. I hope she spray painted it. Okay, let's see the other one. Tiffany
this
Trump.
one's
This
Tiffany.
This is the same evening, right?
Yes, yeah, this is New Year's Eve.
Wishing everyone a happy and healthy 2017, she writes. Nice. And this is her
so,
boyfriend.
Again, this is another label. I'm not familiar with this one. It's Addiker.
Addiker. John Paul Addiker.
He's came out with a couple statements saying, it's sad that you support what does that say?
He's saying he will be honored. The designer who did this dress. Are we looking at the dress right now? Let's look at it.
This is the dress we're showing.
Oh, okay. I'm looking
Sorry,
over
this
here.
is
and I thought
behind. Yeah, this
okay,
is what
so
we're showing.
the designer who did this is saying, yeah, I'm happy to design for them. But there's a lot of, it released a statement saying that they would be honored to dress Melania Trump as well. This comes after, we just spoke of the French designer who said, no, I'm not going to dress, it was Sophie Théolet. Théolet, I don't know how to say her name. I bet nobody else will know how to say her name either.
Yeah.
She's the one who said she wouldn't dress. Tom Ford also said he would not be providing Mrs. Trump with his threads.
That's surprising that...
I'm just stunned. But Calvin Klein, Diane von Furstenberg, Jean-Paul Gaultier, Tommy Hilfiger have said that they have no problem dressing Melania Trump. Bravo.
Good for them.
Bravo. These are people who get it.
Yeah, they get it. Calvin Klein sales have skyrocketed ever since he had Kendall Jenner wearing his underwear. And maybe you don't like the Kardashians, but people went out and bought his underwear because
It's
of that.
advertising.
It's advertising. That's
Especially
the way it
when they
is.
have millions of followers. So, millions of people have seen this dress on Tiffany Trump.
Yeah.
She looks fantastic in it. Beautiful dress.
That is a really pretty dress. Good for the
Yeah, it's
designer.
very
And
simple.
good for Dolce & Gabbana on this one, too.
Yeah, it's really simple. There's no color. Now, is this going to be the trend of 2017, black and white?
All black and white.
If that's the case, I'm in trouble. My whole wardrobe needs to
I
go.
like color.
You ever think about just renewing your whole look?
Oh, all the time.
Like, I need to have a look.
Yeah, I want to have a statement. I want to have a look.
Or do you ever think how nice it would be just to have like one dress in a bunch of different colors?
Yes. Oh my gosh.
How easy that
Especially
would
for
be?
this job.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would love it. Like the dress you're having on now, I would love that in every different color.
Yeah, where you just go, it's easy. I know the dress fits, put it on, different color.
Yes.
Although people would probably figure it out and go, why do you wear the
Just
same
that
style
same
dress?
every day. I have done that. I've bought one dress in similar colors, but
I have
whatever.
too.
Just switch it
if
up.
it fits and works, go for it. Other story that I thought was interesting, and you'll have to tell the viewers about this, is the Bernie Sanders one.
Okay, yeah, so...
He's jumping back in, getting his fists out, ready
Bernie
to fight.
is ready to fight. He was on the Senate floor, and he was angry that Donald Trump sent out a tweet. Trying to think about where the tweet was. I'll have to pull it up and show you guys. Trump sent out... Where's the tweet? Trump sent out a tweet about Obamacare.
Oh, you can. Oh, I surprised you with this, didn't I? Before you were ready.
Trump sent out a tweet about Obamacare, and then Bernie was angry about it, so he printed off the tweet and put it on a cardboard board behind him as he stood on Senate floor. So
Do you want me to find what the tweet says? Did you find it?
I think here it is. So. Time for Republicans and Democrats to get together and come up with a health care plan that really works, much less expensive, far better.
Yeah.
There's a lot of tweets on here that he
You know what?
sent out
Let's
that-
take away who wrote that tweet. Let's act like that tweet didn't come from Trump. What's wrong with that tweet?
I don't know.
I have some friends who recently posted on Facebook, and they're self-employed. They run a small business, and they have always had to purchase their own health care. And before Obamacare, the Affordable Care Act came out, they paid a lot of money, but they said it's gone up. It's more than doubled what they're paying now.
Yeah.
And that's just for the premium and all of that. Now the medicine that their son takes has gone up to $252 a month.
Oh my gosh.
On top of what they're paying. And they said, at this rate, we literally cannot afford it. And they have a great business. They're doing relatively well, middle-class people.
Sure.
And they literally are saying their health care right now, and they have to do it, you have to have it, is making them broke, and they're having to forego other things and other expenses.
So
and they posted it, and they said, this is not a political post, this is just an economic post. We cannot afford this health care anymore. So something has to be done. And
I don't think that's just a Republican thing. And
right. I know that Trump has said we need to repeal and replace health care. It needs to be fixed, and it would be nice if everybody could come together and find a solution.
Absolutely.
I don't know what's wrong with that tweet, other than the fact that it's from Donald Trump.
Yeah, Bernie actually had this, and so this is another one. This is one he had printed out. It says, "I was the first and only potential GOP candidate to state there will be no cuts to Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. Huckabee copied me." So that's what he said in his tweet.
Oh, that's
Bernie
the
had
one
it
that he
printed
put
out.
Okay.
Yeah, and had it printed out. So when he was on the Senate floor, he was discussing his you know, his issues with this, and I just thought it was
Yeah,
funny.
but
It just sort of
was he
trended.
agreeing with Trump? What was he saying? Do you know?
He was saying here in the article. So what it says is, with the fight over health care in Congress brewing, Bernie Sanders took to the Senate floor Wednesday afternoon to argue against the Republican plan to repeal Obamacare. So he's arguing against the plan to repeal it.
Bernie's tweet said either Donald Trump lied to the American people or he's got to say that he will veto any cuts to Medicare, Medicaid, or Social Security.
So, yeah, basically the tweet that he's showing us, it's trying to prove that he promised he would make these cuts. So he's saying, here, look at this tweet.
No,
He
he's saying no
promised,
cuts,
or
right? No cuts.
There will be no cuts. Okay, sorry, this is
There, I
sort of a
screwed that up.
confusing story. I just thought it was hilarious because of the fact that he printed out the tweet
Right.
and had it
It's like
on
really
the
old
Senate
school.
floor.
It's like you're taking the new way of communicating, which is a tweet, and you're turning it into a a cardboard.
Oh, this turned into memes all over. They
Oh
were
my
like,
gosh.
"Oh, Bernie, would you like a PowerPoint on a computerized screen behind you?"
Yeah.
No, just print it out and put it on a cardboard.
Yeah, do it
box
the hard
behind
way.
me.
Do it the hard way.
So I guess that's why people were laughing, about this
I see.
picture.
Okay, and here I'm making you get into the
No,
minutia
I
of
mean,
it.
obviously we should
And
go
the
into the
story
news part of
is-
it too, but
is
I
that it's
just
just
thought it
become
was-
a huge meme.
Yes, I thought it was very funny. So those are some of the top stories.
I'm really
of the
hoping
day.
that as we near the 20th, we don't know how Donald Trump will be as a president. We really don't. I mean, he could be great, he could be horrible, he could be somewhere in between. But I'm hoping that the people who just are filled with vitriolic, energy can just mellow it out and see what happens. I saw somebody driving with a Bernie Sanders
bumper sticker
today, and I thought, as far as shaking up, rocking the boat a little bit and shaking things up,
Yeah.
Bernie Sanders was the candidate who did that, as was Donald Trump. Now, in my opinion, I think one of the mistakes that the Democratic National Committee made was really kind of forcing Hillary Clinton as a candidate on people when I think there really was a movement for Bernie Sanders.
Absolutely, yes.
But
You sort of-
they were just trying to put that fire out because it was Hillary Clinton's turn. And I think they've got to get away from that kind of politics.
It shouldn't be that way, and he should have had his chance. I think.
It should be the will of the people. So I'm looking forward to see what happens. I just hope some of the vitriol can kind of mellow out.
Hillary and Bill are going to go to the inauguration.
You know what? I saw that. They have to.
Yeah.
The fact that there was even a pause and going, we may not
They
go,
waited a
was
while.
insane. I mean, you're
They
really not.
yeah.
Al Gore was there.
When his opponent.
And many people thought that was snatched from him when his opponent won based on the Supreme Court justices voting.
Yes.
So if he can sit there and kind of grin and bear it, I think President Clinton and Hillary Clinton can be there.
I think that should show it to everyone. I think that's the statement, like you were saying. Hopefully the meanness, the bullying will stop between both parties. I think the fact that the Clintons are going, the Bushes are going, should show the American people that, hey, we can all be grown-ups here and accept the choice. So we will see. Maybe it'll be awkward. We never know.
I wasn't here for, you've been here all week, right?
Yes.
So we have a new sheriff, and Paul Penzone took the oath of office. And
yesterday he was sworn in.
This is so weird because I have to tell you, as long as I've been in town, I moved here in 1994, and Sheriff Joe Arpaio had just been voted in, I think, a year before. So he was just relatively new. He's literally been the only sheriff that I've ever known in this town. So this is like, I saw a picture of Paul Penzone dressed in the sheriff, uniform, and I was like, whoa, this is wild.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah. So I missed this, and I
sheriff.
was traveling that whole day, so I really didn't see how it all went down.
So it's
but
probably strange, yeah, because when you moved
it's
here,
really
you had that
strange.
same sheriff until now.
I am rooting for Sheriff Penzone to do a great job and be a great representative for our county. It was just really weird, though, to see him dressed like that, because I've always known Sheriff Penzone.
Right. Yeah.
When he was dressed in a uniform as a Phoenix police officer. As a matter of fact, my son was really excited. He goes, "Did you know, Mom, that our new sheriff gave us a ride once?" And it was funny because I was at Discount Tire getting my tires put on. This was like probably 4 years ago. And Paul Penzone was there as well.
Yeah.
His car had just gotten finished, and mine was just going in, and we were going to go down and grab a lunch. So we're going to walk somewhere and grab lunch. And he's like, "Oh, let me give you a ride." So he gave, and I've known Paul for a long time, Sheriff Penzone, And so he gave my son and I a ride down, like, a few blocks away to a little place.
That's
that we're
so
gonna
nice.
So my son was really excited. He's like, wow, that's very cool.
Well, that
our
shows
new
good
sheriff."
character on his
Yeah.
part. That was nice that he did that.
It's really
That's cool. Well, it's good you knew him. It wasn't like, hey, lady,
Oh,
can
yeah.
I give you a ride?
Can I hop in the car?
That's good.
No, I've known Paul for a long time, and I'm really rooting for him that things go well. I know that it's like for the people who work at the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office, it is. We've had the one sheriff for so long. It's going to be a big learning curve on how things
Big
are going.
adjustment.
But I'm hoping that it goes really well. I think for the county and for the taxpayers and people here, it'll be great to see how things turn out.
That'll be cool.
Well, on that, it's 4:14, so I'm going to get ready to go do the news. I haven't been off for about a week and a half, so.
So everyone has to tune in and see Carrie on her first day back.
I'm going to be rusty.
John Hoke's like, do you still know how to do this, Carrie?
No, I don't. Fine, tune in. It should be interesting.
So we will catch you, what? You're going to be on the 5, the 6?
5 and 9.
5 and 9.
Yes.
All right. Thank you,
All right.
Carrie.
Bye, everybody.
Appreciate it. All right, everybody. Well, that was Fox 10 anchor Carrie Lake up here with me discussing just some Trump news. We are going to be having another guest up here in just a little bit, a tech expert. Hopefully I can find him. He should be somewhere in the newsroom here to talk about CES 2017. That's the Consumer Electronics Show. We have a lot of cool videos to show you guys. So let me see if I can find him. I'm going to take you guys back to Senate floor. This is live. And I will bring our guest up here in just a few minutes. Stick with us.
To stand up and recognize that Israel exists and they don't have a right to flood into that country with a right of return. That's what undermines the peace. The settlements wouldn't be taking place except the Israelis and the United Nations and their supporters of the Palestinians have made a mockery of the deal that was made. The Israelis withdrew from control of a territory. They withdrew and they permitted the Palestinians to establish authority there with two promises. Number one, they wouldn't use the territory to attack Israel. And number two, they would recognize Israel's right to exist and this right of return, permitting them to flood into Israel and eliminate it that way, did not exist. The Palestinians have given up nothing. The Israelis have given up territory and made themselves vulnerable to the type of attack that leaves Israelis dead every day from terrorist attacks. No, the UN has it wrong. That resolution by the UN makes peace less likely than more likely.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, it's my pleasure now to yield 2.5 minutes to my good friend, the Democratic whip, the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Steny Hoyer.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 2.5 minutes.
I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I rise today to reiterate the strong bipartisan support for our ally Israel in the United States Congress. Support for Israel has always been a bipartisan value, and it reflects the values of our country. Although we're entering a period of one-party government, bipartisan support for Israel remains a strategic asset. And those who support Israel need to be careful not to jeopardize that. I think none of my colleagues do that. I want to make it clear. In supporting this House resolution, we are expressing our deep concern regarding the decision to abstain in the UN Security Council Resolution 2334. Some may point out that the decision to abstain does not veer from the actions of past administrations. They would be right. It does not. That may be true, but it does not justify, in my view, this particular vote. Allowing a one-sided resolution, which I perceive the UN resolution to be adopted at this juncture sends the wrong signal and emboldens Israel's and American allies, enemies. The United Nations is notorious for its disproportionate criticism of Israel. As Ambassador Samantha Power said before the UN Security Council vote on Resolution 2334, quote, as long as Israel has been a member of this institution, Israel has been treated differently from other nations of the United Nations. She also noted that in 2016 alone, the UN adopted more resolutions critical of Israel than it did nations that brazenly violate international law and violate human rights. More than Syria, more than Iran, more than North Korea, more than South Sudan, more than Russia, combined. More about Israel. A one-sided resolution that assigns exclusive blame to Israel for the continuation of the conflict without addressing Palestinian incitement to violence, Hamas control of Gaza, or their continued insistence that the so-called right of return and refusing to accept Israel as a Jewish state undermines prospects for a two-state solution. Also, deeply concerning is this resolution's reference of Israeli presence in East Jerusalem, including the Jewish quarter of the Old City and the Western Wall, as illegal. The only way to achieve a real and lasting peace that enables Israel to protect its security. Can I get 15 seconds addition? Do you have it?
You don't really have it.
You don't really have it. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation.
The gentleman is recognized for an additional 15 seconds.
A lasting peace that enables Israel to protect its security and remain both a Jewish state and a democratic one is a two-state solution which I strongly support. There are two parties to this conflict. Both have responsibilities. Both need to take steps towards peace. For Israel, this means not building in areas envisioned in the long term as part of the future Palestinian state. And for Palestinians, it means ending incitement, ending terrorism, and affirmatively accepting Israel's right to existence. I urge my colleagues to support this resolution and yield back the balance of my
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Lance.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of House Resolution 11. The UN resolution, on the other hand, is vastly disproportionate and includes language that seems designed to provoke Israel. Categorizing the Western Wall, Judaism's holiest site, as occupied territory is entirely inappropriate. I believe that President Obama should have directed the United States to veto the UN resolution. Instead, our ambassador sat silent. Abstaining on this vote handed a victory to the forces that wish to delegitimate Israel. And this resolution erects a greater barrier between the two sides, hindering critical negotiations. The peace process must be negotiated bilaterally by Israel and the Palestinians, with support, not provocation, by outside actors. In this new year and new Congress, we should act to reassert a position of strength on the world stage. We must stand by our allies, including our strongest ally in the Middle East, Israel. This country should have exercised its veto power, as it has done before, and thwarted this divisive anti-Israel effort. Please vote yes on this resolution.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Connolly.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Who are we kidding? I heard the ranking member say this isn't about Obama, and yet virtually every statement on the other side of the aisle is trashing President Obama. If you want to simply condemn the UN resolution, let's do so. I'll join you. But that isn't what this is about. It's subterfuge. This is about kicking a president on the way out one more time, enhancing a false narrative about his lack of support for our ally, Israel. And it greases the skids to defund the United Nations while they're at it. And I say to my friends on my side of the aisle, don't be fooled. Don't be enablers. That's what this agenda is about. There was a viable alternative we could have had on the floor, and we were denied that right. We were even denied the right to have a motion to recommit for a reason, because they don't want to risk that. They want to control a platform that is negative and insidious, and a resolution filled with insinuations and distortions of fact and history. Vote no on H.R. 11.
The gentleman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Just by way of the facts, what this resolution attempts to do is to reject the UN resolution that calls for a Palestinian state but not a Jewish state. A resolution that opens the door for those who want to impose boycott, divestment, or other sanctions measures against Israel or Israeli companies, and in essence declares Judaism's holiest site as occupied territory. That is what is in this resolution. That's the facts that we are debating here. And I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Costello. That is the fact that needs to be rejected, my colleagues.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Costello.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to condemn the UN resolution which hinders the path to peace and aims to undermine Israel, one of our country's top allies. Our policy has long been that the Israeli-Palestinian conflict should be resolved by direct, bilateral talks between the two parties. This UN resolution contradicts our long-standing policy, first, by legitimizing Palestinian Authority efforts to utilize international organizations to carry out its own solution, and second, by not providing for the Palestinian Authority to uphold their own responsibility as it relates to the peace negotiations. And the UN resolution disregards that Hamas, a terrorist organization, presently controls a portion of what would be the Palestinian state. That is an outrage, Mr. Speaker. We must not sit on the sidelines or be silenced when anti-Israel resolutions are presented at international organizations. That is why I support HRES 11 today. I yield back.
And yields back. The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
It's my pleasure to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Illinois. We're pleased that he's back, Mr. Brad Schneider.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. For 19 years, when Jordan occupied East Jerusalem and the West Bank, Jews could not visit the Western Wall or the Jewish quarter of the Old City. They were denied access to places where for 2,000 years they have continuously made a personal connection to their faith and their history. It is impossible to separate Jewish identity from the Western Wall, or the Western Wall from its Jewish identity, or Jerusalem from the Jewish state of Israel. Yet this is exactly what has been happening in the United Nations for years, and exactly what Security Council Resolution 2334 sought to do. In addition, the resolution overwhelmingly assigns blame to Israel, while avoiding direct criticism of Palestinian incitement and violence. That's why last month I strongly urged President Obama to veto the resolution. The U.S. has and must continue to seek a sustainable two-state solution with the democratic Jewish state of Israel and a demilitarized democratic Palestinian state living side by side in peace and security. But the only path to two states is through direct negotiations by the two parties. Efforts to force a solution at the UN or internationalize the issues are misguided and risk moving peace further away. As an original co-sponsor, I call on my colleagues to join me in supporting House Resolution 11.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Yes, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. French Hill.
The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding. I rise in strong support of this resolution. We need to close ranks in the House of Representatives. We need, as colleagues, to support what for decades has been the cornerstone principle of American diplomacy towards Israel and Palestine. That's direct negotiations between these two countries is the only way that peace can be achieved. The fact that our ambassador to the United Nations went against those decades of precedent by abstaining from this vote is appalling. It's another vote for tyrants and terrorists. And so all of us need to close ranks to support a two-state solution between Israel and Palestine. I'm proud to stand with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle tonight, Mr. Ingalls, Mr. Royce, in opposing this mistake that's been made by our UN ambassador and by the UN resolution itself. Both are wrong. Both our decision to abstain and the drafting have been destructive. And I'm proud to have this resolution in the House to once again undo this harm and support our ally.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I'm reserved.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
I'll yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Allen.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H-Res 11 to reject the anti-Israel UN Resolution 2334. Since 1972, the United States has vetoed 42 anti-Israel resolutions, but all that changed in 2016. The facts are, in the very final days of his presidency, Obama left our only ally in the Middle East to stand alone by blatantly and deliberately violating long-standing U.S. policy. For crying out loud, either we're with Israel or we're not. I could go on and on about the severity of the president's refusal to veto an anti-Israel UN resolution and his decision to abstain from a vote on it. Instead, I will let Prime Minister Netanyahu's words speak for themselves. The Obama administration not only failed to protect Israel against this gang up at the UN, it colluded with it behind the scenes. Antagonizing our allies isn't much of a foreign policy strategy. This is betrayal of the worst kind. Anti-Israel policies will not be tolerated. We are partners in this world and allies in democracy. I urge my colleagues to stand with Israel and support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
It's now my great pleasure to yield 1 minute to a strong supporter of Israel, my good friend, the gentlewoman from the great state of New York, ranking member of the Appropriations Committee, Mrs. Nita Lowey.
The gentlewoman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of today's bipartisan measure. There are no shortcuts to peace. Only the Israelis and the Palestinians can resolve their complicated differences through direct negotiations. That is why it has been long-standing policy to defend our ally Israel against one-sided UN Security Council resolutions seeking to impose solutions. Last year, Congresswoman Granger and I led a letter to President Obama signed by 394 members of this body, cautioning against one-sided UN initiatives that dangerously hinder the prospects for resuming direct negotiations. I believe the administration's abstention is a stain on our country's long and consistent record.
Yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
I have only one additional speaker.
All right, everybody, we want to just get your attention here. We're going to take you to a live event here shortly. This is the press conference for the Facebook Live beating. Again, that boy that was beaten on Facebook Live. Those suspects have been arrested, but now the family of that victim is about to be speaking live here in a press conference, and we are just moments away from streaming it here on Fox News Now. Earlier, we did have some police officers discussing this video, calling it disgusting, calling it shameful. Let's hear what they had to say, and as soon as we get that press conference live, we will take you there.
Good afternoon. Yesterday, when we addressed the deplorable acts committed on social media against an adult male with mental health challenges, I made a public commitment that CPD would hold the individuals in that video fully responsible for their actions. I also made it very public that we would conduct a methodical investigation based upon the facts, including whether or not this incident would be considered a hate crime. Let me be very clear. The actions in that video are reprehensible. That, along with racism, have absolutely no place in the city of Chicago or anywhere else for that matter against anyone, regardless of their race, gender, state of mental health, or any other identifying factor. There was never a question whether or not this incident qualified to be investigated as a hate crime, but as I said yesterday, we need to base the investigation based on facts and not emotion. I'm pleased to announce that the investigation has concluded and charges have been approved by the...
All right, everybody, this is the live press conference of the victim's family right now.
We're overwhelmed and surprised. We're happy that everyone's concerned.
And yeah, this should never happen. So, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, everybody, bear with us here. We are trying to figure out what's going on here with this press conference. Again, this is the Facebook Live beating where that victim was beaten for 2 days, and it was streamed live on Facebook. Those suspects have been arrested, but we are trying to get a press conference here of that victim's family sharing their thoughts and feelings. And we're live here on the Fox News Now stream. All right, everybody, looks like we did lose that feed. Let's take you to live look of the weather here for just a second while we work out a few things here on the show. Bear with us here. All right, everybody, what looks like we did lose that press conference, unfortunately, but if we get a replay of that or if they give it back to us, we will certainly take you there. We appreciate you joining us here right now on the Fox News Now stream. We are going to take you to some of the top stories of the day. Let's start. Let me pull this up here for you guys. All right. So one of my favorite stories of the day that we had a little bit earlier on the Fox 10 broadcast was reporter Marcy reported on a great story where there was a house fire Family got out okay, but the two little dogs needed some extra help. So the fire crews were able to save the dogs' lives. It's a very heartwarming story, and Marcy's a great reporter here. She's reporting live on this story. Let me pull this up for you guys and you can see for yourselves. Really cute how they're able to save these dogs after the fire, because you're not the only one that can be affected during these house fires. You have to think about the animals too. So let's get a kind of an inside look at what happens during something like this. Here we go.
Firefighters, the dogs were pulled barely alive from a house fire in Phoenix last night. It looks like they weren't breathing at first. Marcy Jones live to show us what happened next using these Fido bags. This was so cool to see the video of the dogs doing better, Marcy.
Yes, that video was amazing, and actually I am here with the man, the myth, the legend, the one that took the video. This is Captain Rob McDade.
Yes.
Captain, so take us kind of through what happens when you get on a scene. Obviously humans first priority, but this is a lot of people's nightmares to have another furry member of their family trapped inside of a burning home.
Absolutely. We know that pets are our family members just as well. When we go in and we do a search and rescue, our function is to find humans. That's our job, to get in there and get everybody out safe. But we're also looking for animals just as well. It's heartbreaking. We've all been on fires where an animal has perished, and it's devastating for the family, especially if they have young children. And so we try to give every effort to make sure that every live, living person or animal is out of the house. So what we realized is we were taking the animals out of the house, and we had a lot of first aid equipment for humans,
Yes.
but we didn't have anything for animals.
Yes.
So
And you see it in the movies when they try to make little
absolutely, you're trying
tubes
to
out of things and it doesn't work
Exactly.
out. So
Right.
we also actually have
Fido bag.
we have a demo over here. Come on over here.
Yes.
Show us what's
so
happening.
this is kind of a stuffed animal, but this would be a dog that would come out. So show us exactly what we would do. What we want to do is put it over the nose and the mouth, and we're going to give them high flow oxygen right here. Okay, so they're hypoxic. They've been in a fire, a smoky environment. Their oxygen levels are low. Okay, so they're not responding to us. What we're going to do is put that high flow oxygen on them. It's going to infuse them to get those oxygen levels up, and we're actually going to see them start having a positive reaction to that. We'll see their tail start moving, the little paws start moving,
And
and
that's
then
kind of what we saw in that video. What happened
absolutely,
last night.
yep. And so some dogs react better than others, depending on how long they've been down. So what we do is when we start seeing that positive reaction, if it's taking longer than we want, we can go next level. We can start IVs on animals, especially in the summer months. We pull a dog out of an environment that's had fire and smoke, and it's 110 degrees outside on the front lawn. We're worried about them being dehydrated. We're going to give them every chance possible to survive. And so luckily last night, as you saw in the video, what a great outcome. Both animals had a positive outcome. They're both going to live. At first, they were slow to come around, but when they did come around, by about 35 minutes after we brought them out, they were wagging their tails and saying hi to each
So
other.
obviously called the Fido bag just for dogs.
Yes, just for no. Let me take that back.
This
We've
would
used them
work on some
cats.
of my ex-boyfriends.
Yes, exactly.
I wanted to say that.
Yeah, if he's a dog, we're going to use a Fido bag on him, of course.
Yeah, you guys like that one?
That was good.
So do you carry these all the time?
Every fire truck's got them, yes. But fire truck, battalion chiefs, rigs, we want to make sure that we give every animal every opportunity to use that. Yep. So, hey, we most firefighters, their families, they've got dogs, hunting dogs, family pets. So, that's right there with us. It says on the door, or used to say on our fire trucks, our family helping your family. We know that those animals are a part of your
You're
family.
always trying to save lives, and we appreciate everything that you guys do. Thank you so much. Guys, any questions? This is so cool.
No,
I love how you're just posing with the stuffed animal.
Great job.
He's so proud of his stuffed animal. He really
See what
is.
he was doing when he's giving it comfort? Show us again, Josh. how
Yes,
you
you
did
were
that.
very soothing to the animal.
Thank you.
Oh.
It's all about heart.
Every pet counts, yeah.
They do.
And I'm sorry to hear about your ex-boyfriends, Marcy.
Oh, thank you, Troy. We'll work on it. It's fine.
Thanks for being here, guys, and nice job, Marcy.
All right, everybody. Well, that was just one of the top stories of the day that I wanted to bring you guys to. Gotta love Marcy. She is a great reporter here at Fox 10. Some other stories I want to take you to on the show here. And again, we're going to do Tech Talk a little bit later this evening. And actually, my guest is going to be chatting with me tomorrow instead of today, because we've kind of had some crazy breaking news events happening. But tomorrow, I'm going to have that CES 2017 talk that's happening tomorrow for my guest, but we will talk tech a little bit later this evening. If you want to tune in, I'll be on from 7 to 9 again later tonight to talk about the Consumer Electronics Show. But again, let's take you to more, a couple more top stories that I wanted to show you guys here. Let me just pull it up for you. So this is another one of my favorite stories of the day. Our reporter Corey here, he's one of our best. He is so funny. He's great during his live shots, and he took us to a new cereal bar here in Phoenix, Arizona. Who doesn't love Captain Crunch or Fruity Pebbles? They're the best. So it's a cereal bar here in Phoenix where you can go and basically have good old-fashioned cereal, kind of like you're a kid again. So it's great. Let me know in the chat, what's your favorite cereal from childhood? Is it Lucky Charms, which I loved? I always pulled out the marshmallows, you know, and took them out and ate them separately. Anyway, let me know in the live chat. I appreciate you guys watching with us. Let's take you to this segment right now.
I think Corey's out checking out a cereal bar. Is that right?
Yeah, I used to eat a lot of cereal.
It's kind of a good like nighttime snack too, I think.
You were saying, what did you say, Fruity Pebbles earlier?
Uh-huh.
Count Chocula?
Captain Crunch. You look like a Captain Crunch guy.
Sugar snaps. Remember, are we going to Corey? Oh, yeah.
There he is.
Oh, yeah. I hope so.
And look at that spoon.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a little spoon.
Yeah, they're not. We can't call them sugar smacks anymore.
Right, remember?
No,
It used to be like sugar pops, sugar smack.
Yeah, sugar. Now they're corn pops
Yeah.
and crispy something or others. They're not sugar smack. Oh, golden crisp.
Yeah,
Come
that was my
on.
favorite
You
right
think-
there.
I know. You think kids don't know what's in it? We know what's in it.
Right.
Look over here. This is McKenna. Hey, don't eat all. This is Captain Crunch we're eating, right?
No.
It's good. They're not all the way soft. I hate it when they get too mushy.
Yep, that's how.
This is Rachel. What are we having here? What is this?
Reese's Puffs.
Reese's Puffs. It's just like eating a candy bar in the morning. Now, this is Mallory over here. You're eating a big combination. Tell me everything that you think is in your bowl. Everything you can remember, anyway. You're not under oath. What do you think? What are these parts? What's this thing?
I don't know.
You don't know? I think that's a frosted mini wheat. Let me see. Yeah, absolutely. You got some Fruity Pebbles in there? Mm. You seem less and less interested in eating your breakfast the more I eat of it. And I don't blame you at all. The good news is, we're over here at Crunch 50 Cereal Bar, and look who's here. Heather Ramon. And yeah, thanks for joining us this morning. Oh, look, your husband's here. He's tending to your baby. This little, look at this cutie. I know, it's so fun. What are we eating over here, by the way? These look delicious. You want to try one? Yeah, she saw my act over there with the other girls. She says, no, I don't think that I want this guy fingering all of my food. Well, tell me, what's the concept here? Obviously, we've got cereal, but what happens in this joint?
So when you come in, you just make a choice between having cereal, hot oatmeal, a yogurt parfait, or we even have soft serve ice cream.
What?
Breakfast or dessert, doesn't matter. So you just make your choice. You can mix and match anything that
This
you
guy's working the
want to do.
s'mores over there. Gotcha. Oh, Special K. Now that's a special kid right there.
Yes. So we have, yeah, he loves his drink.
I see he's cutting the nutritional value down by going with Marshmallow Safari.
Naturally.
Oh, love it. Now, how many options on the cereal side do you think
We
we have?
have 46 cereals. We also have, like I said, the hot oatmeal, the yogurt parfaits, and the ice cream. And then we also brew Cartel Coffee, local out of Phoenix, or I'm sorry, Tempe. And later this month, we'll be rolling out bagels and Saturday morning waffles. So
Oh my gosh, you got something for the kids, but mom and dad too.
yes,
right?
absolutely. We've got your healthy options. We have some organics. We have a whole toppings bar there that he's looking at with the fruits and nuts and berries. So all your choices of milk. We have skim 2% whole chocolate milk. We have almond milk, coconut milk, and protein milks. So whatever your dairy preference is.
I love the whole idea. Now, ladies, you're just about. Are you going to be able to finish all of this? Do you think?
No.
Really? Well, that's okay. How about you? Now, are you a tip up and drink the milk when you're done kind of a girl?
I hate milk.
Oh, really? It's merely the vehicle to convey the cereal into your mouth?
Yep.
Yeah, I understand. Well, you know you can eat it dry. Yeah, see, maybe you don't hate milk as much as you thought, young lady.
One time I tried to eat cereal and I put a whole bunch of chocolate syrup on it.
What?
Oh.
You're
Wow.
like Buddy the Elf. In a way. All right, we've got more coming your way from all your friends at Crunch 50 Cereal Bar. And as you've already heard, yeah, we've got yogurt and ice cream, you know, all the regular breakfast foods. And there's also some fruit. If you accidentally stumble into the fruit area, everything will be fine. Hey, keep eating there, son. We got a lot of cereal to finish. Keep going there, buddy.
All the different cereals there, Corey. That's like, it would blow your mind, right? All the mixes.
One of the best things about
I love to mix it.
The Fruity Pebbles.
Yeah, there's someone right there going for Fruity Pebbles as we speak.
The best part of that is going to be at the end drinking out of the bowl the Fruity Pebble flavored
so
milk.
You pound the milk.
Oh, so good.
Yeah, you got to drink the milk.
I can still taste it.
Yeah, I know.
When I was 7, to be 7 again.
All right, you guys, well, that was just another story that I wanted to take you to, one of my favorites from this morning. Doesn't that look so good? I want to see what you guys are saying in the chat here. Jared saying, mint chocolate chip cookie crisp, why has no one invented it? Jared, such a good question. That would be so good. Why has no one invented that? Let's see what else you guys are saying. Moose is Loose saying, I have a hankering for peanut butter Captain Crunch now. Yeah, that's a great one too. Let me scroll up here. See what you guys... So, Daniel says, is this a breakfast restaurant? Yeah, basically, it's a breakfast restaurant, which is really cool. I mean, take a look at this. You can just go and get your bowl of cereal, basically, and hang out. So I thought that was a pretty funny story there. Looks like Sean's saying breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Moose is Loose saying, I remember when Cookie Crisp first came out, my mother said no. You know, my mom wouldn't let me have the Rice Krispie Treats cereal. Not just Rice Krispie, but the Rice Krispie Treat cereal. So it was like clusters of Rice Krispie Treats. It was all sugar. So I can understand that. Appreciate you guys watching that segment. That was one of my favorites of the day. I've got another one to take you guys to. Let me pull it up here. 1 second. So one of our other great reporters here, Liz, reported live at a furniture store here this morning, and she was so funny during her live shot. And this is sort of Thrifty Thursday, how to save money on furniture, and it looks really familiar to the same place that I went and got my furniture for my apartment when I first moved here. So it's kind of funny, and Liz is great. You'll love seeing her during this live shot. So let's take you there, and you guys can let me know what you think.
One of the best segments of the day, Thrifty Thursday.
Liz is looking at a place to get some cool furniture for not that much cash. Hey, Liz.
Hey, good morning. So I want to explain to you how all this works first. So when you see those big hotels get their remodels and you wonder, where does all that furniture go? Well, this is where it happens. So this guy, Michael, who you're about to meet, he's got this moving company. He goes and helps these guys move, works out a deal with them, takes the old furniture and brings it all here. So this is their warehouse. They're one of their many warehouses, and this is actually their only showroom. A lot of their stuff is on display here. Great prices. Michael, these are the kinds of pieces that you're going to see here. $299 for this beautiful, what is this, a chest and entertainment center with a very interesting story, Michael.
This one here came from the Miraval Resort out of Oprah Winfrey's suite.
Oprah Winfrey, so she touched this. She opened
this. Possible, couldn't tell you.
But we're just going to assume that that is the case. What a cool operation that you have here. Let's walk around and kind of talk about some of the stuff you have. Some of this is from local hotels and resorts. Others are from California and places like that.
Correct, yeah, Colorado. I mean, anywhere in the country that's doing renovations, we do all of your liquidation and your installation and pull it out of the hotels.
Okay.
You know?
So it's all used, obviously, and some of it is in better quality than others. But for example, let's talk about this one here. $129. It's really comfortable.
I believe this. Oh, no, it doesn't say. This is a charter chair, and that's out of the La Quinta Resort of Waldorf Astoria in California.
There you go. So if you didn't like, I guess maybe the upholstery or anything like that, you could do it yourself. And if you don't know what you're doing, you can help them out with that too.
Sure. I can send them to different places. I know that people take good care of us and reupholster for us.
Okay, so let's keep walking because we also have mattresses. Oh, and look, we're on TV. Look at that. You guys know what you're doing over here. You got the right channel on and everything. So let's talk mattresses. How many of these do you guys have?
A plethora. I'll always have beds, because they come out of the hotels. We're always switching around every 10 to 15 years. Hotels always doing different renovations all the time.
And this one right here is from the Biltmore, isn't it?
This one.
The Serta one.
This is a Serta Beauty Rest Sleeper from the Arizona Biltmore. We just renovated this past summer.
So $199 for the mattress and the box
spring, yeah.
How about that? Cool. Okay, what else? What else can you show us here?
We got new beds that came out of the JW Desert Springs Marriott. That was their attic stock. And
Yeah. So you have mirrors here as well. We can see a ton of chairs. Well, yeah, $119. That's a great price. A ton of chairs back here, probably from sort of a conference center or something like that.
Always have stack chairs.
Okay, so you guys are constantly bringing new stuff in. You've got warehouse back here, a couple others in other locations as well.
All different places in Phoenix here.
Okay, so what if I say, I'm remodeling my house. I'm looking for a big red couch. Is that something you can go and look and see if you have?
Of course, yeah. No, that's a good color, and we get that in all the time.
Okay, so tell me about your Facebook page because you're very excited about that.
Oh, well, with the Facebook page is because of advertising costs and stuff like that. Facebook's helped out quite a bit, and we're able to like us on Facebook. Just go to Furniture Bargain Outlet and like us, and we'll get all the updates every day.
Okay, Michael, thank you so much. If you're wondering where all of this is, we're at 19th Avenue in McDowell. We're by the State Fairgrounds there. So you guys are open, every weekday?
Monday through Friday, 9 to 6, and Saturdays, 10 to 3.
Okay. Michael, thank you. So how about that for a Thrifty Thursday? All of this stuff from fancy resorts that could be in your home. Back to you guys.
$99 right behind her, that sofa, that brown sofa. And then the Oprah thing was only
like this one?
$299. Well, for $99, I love
this
it.
is $99. $99, and it's comfortable. Look at that. That's
at
really
you.
comfortable, actually.
Is that a sleeper, or is that just a straight sofa? Is there a bed in there?
Michael, is this a sleeper?
Just pull
Is this a sleeper?
Pull a cushion up. You can tell.
He's checking. He's checking. He's
Yeah,
checking.
that's
Wait
how you
for
check.
it.
No, it's
It is not. Oh, it's a charter. I could have totally done that myself and checked. Sorry, Michael. Well, thank you. Sorry, not a sleeper, but it's comfortable. You could sleep. You could sleep on it, though.
Yeah.
I could fall asleep
no
here.
sleeping for you. Nice
That's
job.
right down the street from
come
us.
on.
Good stuff.
Maybe at 10 we should take a
it's not
break.
far.
Hustle on
Run
down,
over.
hang with Liz, look for some new furniture.
I really can't believe some of the prices. That's amazing.
Great stuff.
All right, you guys. Well, that was just another story that I wanted to bring you to here on the Fox News Now stream. That was our reporter, Liz. She does such a great job. And she was just walking around the furniture store here in Phoenix this morning. So those are some of the live shots I wanted to take you guys to. We showed you Marcy, Corey, and Liz. They're all really great. So I appreciate you guys watching with me here on the stream. Again, we're going to be talking tech a little bit later in the show. I'll be back on again between 7 and 9. That's Phoenix time. And then tomorrow is when I'll have my guest on. I thought it was going to be today, but we had some breaking news. But tomorrow's actually when I'll have my guest on. He actually used to work at Intel, so he's got a lot of great insight into the tech show. And we're going to be talking about what we can expect, what we can see, virtual reality, which, by the way, I went and tried on a virtual reality headset, and I looked totally silly, and it's hilarious, and I took the video, and I'm going to show you guys, and that'll be great to talk about as well. For trying it for the first time, it's much different than you would expect. You sort of don't realize how silly you look with the headset on, and you're flailing your arms about, but that's something that we'll be talking about as well later on in the show. Coming up now, we're going to have my other host here, Mike Paish, taking you into the next few hours, bringing you guys the latest in breaking news, Donald Trump updates, and anything that happens here or across the U.S. on the Fox News Now stream. While we transition, I'm going to give you guys a live look of, Arizona. And we'll be back up here. Mike's joining you in just a few minutes.
Years ago on Sunday, she was engaging in one of the most fundamental activities of representative government by meeting with her constituents to hear their thoughts, concerns, and ideas, just like we will all do in the days ahead. As representatives, we each carry out this critical discourse when home in our districts. Its exercise is vital to our free society, which is why this shooting wasn't just an attack on Tucson, but this body and our very democratic foundations. The attack marked the first time in our country's history that an assassination attempt was made on a congressional member engaging with her constituents. It also is remembered as the first assassination of a congressional staffer, Gabe Zimmerman, in the line of duty. As we remember those we lost, we also reflect on the renewed sense of compassion and civility that emerged from this tragedy. This weekend in Tucson, we will commemorate how our community came together to support those grieving and provide an example of courage and unity that the entire country could follow. And it's in this spirit of unity that we stand here for a moment of silence to remember the 6 lives that were cut tragically short that day.
The House will observe a moment of silence. 1 minute.
9-year-old Christina Taylor Greene, Dorothy Morris, Judge John Roll, Phyllis Schneck, Dorwin Stoddard, and congressional staffer Gabriel Gabe Zimmerman.
Pursuant to House Resolution 22 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House and the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the further consideration of H.R. 26. Will the gentleman from Idaho, Mr. Simpson, kindly take the chair?
The House is the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the further consideration of H.R. 26, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill to amend Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code to provide that major rules of the executive branch shall have no force or effect unless a joint resolution of approval is enacted into law.
When the Committee of the Whole House rose earlier today, a request for a recorded vote on Amendment Number 12 printed in House Report 115-1 offered by the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. King, had been postponed. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, proceedings will now resume on those amendments printed in House Report 115-1 on which further proceedings were postponed in the following order. Amendment Number 2 by Mr. Messer of Indiana, Amendment Number 3 by Mr. Cahava of Arizona, Amendment Number 4 by Ms. Castor of Florida, Amendment Number 5 by Mr. Cicilline of Rhode Island, Amendment Number 6 by Mr. Conyers of Michigan, Amendment Number 7 by Mr. Johnson of Georgia, Amendment Number 9 by Mr. Nadler of New York, Amendment Number 10 by Mr. McNerney of California, Amendment Number 11 by Mr. Scott of Virginia, Amendment Number 12 by Mr. King of Iowa. The chair will reduce to 2 minutes the minimum time for electronic vote in this series. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on Amendment Number 2 printed in House Report 115-1 by the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Messer, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes were prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment Number 2, printed in House Report Number 115-1, offered by Mr. Messer of Indiana.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having arisen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. 235, the nays are 185. Majority voting in the affirmative, the amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 3 printed in House Report 115-1 by the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Grijalva, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevail by voice vote. Clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 3, printed in House Report number 115-1, offered by Mr. Grijalva of Arizona.
Recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having arisen. Recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote.
All right, folks, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, brought to fox10phoenix.com, showing you the top videos of the day and the most trending topics as well. We'll get you to the top headlines in a little bit, but let's go to the It's On Us campus sexual assault summit at the White House. Vice President Joe Biden was the headline keynote speaker. Let's take a look at that, folks.
Without her and the organization the president put together and his firm and strongly held embrace of this issue, we wouldn't have made nearly the progress we've made so far. I want you to know that, you know, I sometimes, as you've observed, I sometimes become a little passionate about this issue, and I'm often asked, and I really mean this, by the press, is the reason for my passion that my mother or my wife or my sister was a victim of violence? And the answer was no. I was raised by a gentle man. My dad, I'm going to walk out here. My dad was a guy who thought that the worst sin of all was the abuse of power. The abuse of power. And the cardinal sin was for a man. What are you doing? Oh, thank you. I didn't think I needed it. The cardinal sin was for a man to raise his hand to a woman. He would argue that there is no justification under any circumstance other than self-defense. None. Zero. None. None. For a man to raise his hand to a woman or to abuse her, mentally or physically. I mean that sincerely. The time I was a kid, my dad was one of those guys who never raised a hand to any one of his children. But my dad expected us that if we saw it, get engaged. Try to stop it. Get engaged. When I wrote the Violence Against Women Act, you may recall, you may not recall, none of you are old enough to recall, but you may know that not a single women's group in the country supported me. Not one single group, as some will remember. And the reason was not that they didn't think it was important, but they were worried it would detract from gender issues, detract from the issue of choice, detract from other issues. So what I did was, I wrote the legislation, as my sister would say, with my own little paw. And I was going nowhere. So I went to two places. I was invited to speak with a group of providers, women in the field running rape crisis shelters and intervention initiatives in the state of Rhode Island. And I met with them in the Capitol. And then I went to the state of Washington, and I met with another group of women. And they absolutely said, no, we're not going to remain silent on this. We have a chance to begin to change the culture. And after a significant amount of time, the legislation had been written, and all of a sudden, all the women in the Congress began to sponsor it. And Ellie Schmiel deserves great credit because we all sat around my conference table. And I said, look, I'm going to introduce this, whether you like it or not. There were 9 organizations, including AAU and a whole group of the civil rights organizations. And Ellie Schmiel finally spoke and said, why aren't we supporting this? Then everybody raised their hand, and we got started.
we got started. And they made it happen. We got it passed with only 7 votes from the other team. We got it passed with only 7 votes on the other team. We got it reauthorized. We knew we didn't have it perfect the first time. We kept trying to improve it. And we improved it to immigrant women and Indian reservations, et cetera. We've expanded it, these rights. And we did basically 3 things. We said, number one, we were going to embarrass police departments into organizing better to deal with this issue. And so we changed the law, for example, arrest on information, because that's what I learned out in the state of Washington, what they did. So if before this law was written, if you and I were standing in a corner and I smacked you and your eye was black and a cop saw it, he'd come and said, do you want to swear out a warrant against me? And I'm standing here and I'm 6'1", 178 pounds, and you know I'm going to be let out immediately, and I'm looking at you as the cop's asking. I'm not joking. This is how it worked. I'm invading your space. That's but that's exactly how it happened. And so what would a woman say? The same thing any man would say. He was overpowered. No, I'm fine. I'm fine. We changed the law. I'm standing there, my hand was raised, you have a bruise, the cop can arrest on information. Begin to change the burden. I spent more time going around all around the nation to I'd find, and I did this, try to every group that was predominantly men. I'd go to the Chamber of Commerce dinners, lunches, I'd speak in other states. I'd go into the Elks Club, speak, all these operations. And I'd say, you guys, you think that, because what happened was, it was like, well, look, if she's getting beat up, why don't she just leave? Why don't she just leave? Or if your boss, as you walk out, pats you on the rear end, why didn't she just turn around and quit? Why didn't she tell him something? And I'd say, how many of you guys saw the movie Deliverance? There's reruns these days. There's a scene in Deliverance where these badass guys who are going down a river, tough guys, and they get dragged into the woods, and one of them gets tied to a tree and raped anally by another man. And he goes out of the woods. I said, what would you have done if that happened to you? You know, I'd go get my gun and I'd come back and I'd do whatever. Why wouldn't you say something? Because I was embarrassed. That's when the days when a judge was able to say to you before I wrote the law to change it federally, how short was the skirt you were wearing? What did you say to him? Because the impression was there must have been something that you did to provoke this action. My state of Delaware, a progressive state, they had a law on the books. And we went back and I had an incredible staff of women who put this together for me. We did this study, a day in the life of abused women. We took every day of the year and gave real live events of the way women were treated and abused. And it had an enormous impact on the way people looked at this. And we found out, I'd say to these men, okay, guys, you say you'd go out and do something. Well, why is it you don't? Why is it you don't? Because society is going to judge you as well as the abuser, the attacker. So things begin to change. They begin to change. Violence against women, and by the way, significant most of the violence against women is by known partners. People you know. How you doing, kiddo? People you know. We're old buddies. People you know. And so I thought, wow, we're really making some progress here. The president asked me, as the staff can tell you, did I have any requests when I agreed to be vice president? I said, yeah, I want to bring the Office of Violence Against Women into my office, that I control it, into the vice president's office. because we had a great attorney general, and we have had two great attorney generals, they demurred. I get to appoint who's going to head up these elements of the office. And so I would have people. There's a woman named Cynthia Hogan. She's the one that the NFL brought in after that idiot dragged his wife out by the hair out of a, real first-rate, tough lawyer. So Cynthia came on to head it up. And there's a difference when the authority is inside the White House, because no one questions it. No, I mean, nobody in the administration questions it. The president's, the great thing about serving with this great man is whatever he gives me the authority to do it, and everybody knows I speak for him, and it's done. Well, I was feeling very good about the Violence Against Women Act, what was happening. So Cynthia went over and checked with the Bureau of Justice Statistics about how things were moving. We found out something that was really the most discouraging thing that's happened in my career, not just in violence, but across the board. Girls and women between the ages of 14 and 24, guess what? The violence of sexual assault and rape hadn't gone down at all. It was still as prevalent as it was when I wrote the legislation. So I'm short-circuiting this, but so I held a virtual town meeting with thousands of young women and men on the phone, high schools and colleges all across America.
CBS
And I
2
asked
special
them, I gave them a
contributor Jay
website and
Levine.
said, what one thing would you want me to do that would make you feel safer on your campus? Men and women. And women aren't the only one abused. A lot of men are raped as well. And you know what they came back with? Spontaneously, the overwhelming response was, get men involved. Get men involved. So I talked with the president about it, and that's why he started, it's on us. It's not just men, it's on all of us. Silence is complicity. Silence. You're an accessory. And so, I started going to a lot of your campuses and asking people to take the pledge. It sounds silly. Take the pledge. You talk about all these tough guys. I was a pretty good athlete in high school and college. By the way, I never heard the kind of talk in a locker room that allegedly took place. No, I never did, by the way. Never did. That's assault. That's just plain assault. But here's the deal. But there's a lot of pressure on men. There's a lot of pressure. You're a 5'7", 135-pound man, and you got a 220-pound football player hitting on a girl, and you're going to say, oh, wait a minute now, what do I do? But you got to stand up. You got to stand up. My oldest son was the Attorney General of the state of Delaware, a decorated Army veteran. His second year in college, in a co-ed dorm, he's walking up the stairs to his room, passing the room, a young woman, and a guy is really hitting on her, physically putting his hand up her skirt, and he said, hey, Jack, what the hell are you doing? By the time the guy turned around, she opened the door, got in and left. Well, the whole lacrosse team came after him. But they didn't count on my number 2 son. He beat the living crap out of me. No, you think I'm kidding. But my point is there's a lot of peer pressure on young men as well, not to say something. But it's starting to change because of all of you. As I so eloquently point out, if a fraternity brother sees a drunk co-ed being taken upstairs, and he doesn't walk up and say, not in my house, Jack, he's a goddamn coward. He's a coward. So guys, we can change the culture. I really believe it, because the vast majority of men are not abusers. 'Cause. The vast majority are not. 'Cause. The vast majority are not. 'Cause. The vast majority are not abusers. 'Cause. The vast majority are not. 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 ' Look how rapidly the culture, the domestic culture has changed on LGBT issues. When I got in trouble for saying I support gay marriage, I was the only one to do that. I wasn't taking any chance. I got back here and they said, oh God, what have you done? I said, the American people are already beyond us, man. 58% of the people already support my position. What the hell are you doing? What are you doing? No, I mean it. But here's the point. I wasn't taking any chance, and you're not taking any chance now, speaking out. Think what's happened. Just when I took this job, when the President and I acquired these jobs, it's been a great honor. If you men went to you had a business luncheon at a fancy restaurant, and 4 or 5 of you in a major city are having lunch, and a waiter comes up and says, what would you like? If one of the people sitting with you said, well, let me tell you, everybody remained silent. They wouldn't say anything. Today, if that happened at a luncheon, the other 4 guys said, what the hell's the matter with you, Jack? No, I'm serious. Because what's happened is, just like those brave women who came and testified before my committee, and they took enormous chances with millions of people watching them to tell their story. It takes enormous courage to do that. Enormous courage. And the reason why we made the change we have in the LGBT community is because so many people have the courage to come out. In many cases, risking their physical security by doing it. What happened? The rest of America looks and says, hey, they're just like me. What's the problem here? And how many of you young women, have had someone come to you in the dorm and say, this is just what just happened to me? And you weren't sure what to do. I don't mean you in particular, but your colleagues. You didn't go to the RA, you didn't go to the school, you didn't say anything. Because you didn't know what to do, and you weren't sure, and you didn't want to get involved. I'm using you in an editorial sense. Nobody wants to be involved in this dirty little secret. Nobody wants to be involved. So they turn their head, a blind eye. Well, I didn't see that. I'll bet that every one of you have either been abused yourself or you know someone personally who has. It's silence. Silence is a killer. I mean, it really is. The more people speak up, the more people they speak up, the more it's going to become, the abuser becomes the pariah. The abuser's the pariah, not the abused. Tell the president I'm busy. No, I'm only joking. He's a great friend. But if I'm going to be late, he'll understand this one. Let me say it this way. Look, guys. Do you all know what, you've heard the expression lots of times. Well, the rule of thumb on this is the following. You've heard that expression, haven't you? So whatever. Well, the rule of thumb is anybody know where that saying came from? That's right, larger than your thumb. And it came from the 13th century in English common law because women were considered chattels in our English jurisprudential system. Just like the cow, not a joke, or the sheep. And a man had the right to chastise his wife. But too many women were dying. And the common law, which is not codified, the common law develops over time. And in order to deal with too many women dying, they said, no man can beat his wife with a rod that is bigger than the circumference of his thumb. As much as we think we're so advanced, our Western culture, This is a cultural problem. A cultural problem that we are making significant inroads into changing. And it really is on you guys. You guys are smart as hell. You're engaged. You care. You have passion about this. And encourage other people to speak out and speak up. I spent time at the academies talking about violence against women. Things are beginning to change because of you. Beginning to change because of you. I really do have to go, but here's the deal, guys. I'm no longer going to be vice president, but I'm going to be associated with several major universities and have a significant staff. I'm going to be setting up a foundation that's going to devote the rest of my life to dealing with violence against women. To deal with it, I mean it. And I'm going to need your help, because what we can't let happen, we've gained momentum, genuine momentum. These two women here are leaders in the community and have been leaders for some time. I mean it sincerely. Major, major, major factors in dealing with this issue. I've never felt this momentum before, have you? I mean, it's real. And I hope and pray, and I'm making no judgment, I mean this sincerely, I'm not sure what the next administration will do. I pray they will continue to make it a priority as Barack and I have. But whether they do or not, we can do so much of this as private citizens. And I plan on having some of the very brilliant women and a few men that have continued to work on this, continue to work with me full time when I leave in doing this. And so we have to just continue to organize. Because look, my daughters, I lost one, but I had two daughters, and my 4 granddaughters. I have believed from the time I was conscious of this issue, and the issues relating to women and men, because I've been surrounded by women who are straight, tough, and smarter than I have been. I mean that sincerely. Strong, strong women. From my mother to my sister to my deceased wife, my wife. There's not a single solitary thing that my grandson and my 2 sons could do that my daughters and my granddaughters can't do. Not a single solitary thing in life. Nothing. Not a single solitary thing. And the ultimate answer for changing this culture, that we get to the point where that is endemic to everything we think about. And a lot of you are part of the millennial generation. You're the most understanding, you're the most open, you're the most tolerant. It's not hyperbole. These are facts of any generation in American history. And so I'm counting on you. For my granddaughters, I'm counting on you. Stay engaged. Stay engaged. And I am not allowed to announce until we're out of office exactly what I'm doing with this foundation. I mean, as a matter of ethical concern, I'm not allowed to say this is what the organization will be, this is where it will be, this is the money it will raise, this up. But I'm going to be asking for your help. No. I know. I'm not being. It's not a joke. It'd be inappropriate for me to say I'm going to raise X number of dollars, and then well, who you're raising it from? Well, you're talking. I can't do that now. But in January 21st, we're going to start, or we're going to continue. And I'm working very hard with this oncoming administration to convince them that this is, in a sense, the civil rights issue of our time. It's the human rights issue of our time. I actually had a good speech to deliver for you. Hey, pal, how are you? You see this man here? This man is more connected than anybody I know with Hollywood, and one of the great things we did, I got an opportunity to introduce a woman who made a song famous, Until It Happens to You, at the Academy Awards. Over 200 million people worldwide watched the introduction that I gave to her and to the song, and to the young women and men who walked out on the stage afterwards with the courage to say, I've been abused. The frightening thing was, for 3 of them, their parents never knew. Think how many young women you know who got drunk, got abused, and were more afraid to tell their parents than to do something about the accuser. I'm coming, okay? I better take my note back. I never worked for anybody before this. You know what I mean? But the good news is Barack feels as strongly as I do about this. You're going to have a lot of people having your backs. Hope you'll have ours. We can make a great deal of progress. My goal is that within the next 5 to 7 years, when a father and mother drop their child off on a campus, their least worry is whether or not they're going to be raped or whether they're going to be abused. I really mean it. And by the way, hold your universities responsible. I'm about to put out a report. Hold your universities responsible. They have a moral obligation to step up. Thank you all very much. I love you. Thank you.
One of my constituents called and posed a question to me was, so we want to repeal the Affordable Care Act and replace it with what? And we want to nominate and confirm Jeff Sessions, who could not be confirmed as a judge, but he can lead the Justice Department. And we have members here today who will address those issues. And when we're done with that, we will open it up to questions. So with that, I will actually yield to our highest ranking African American and the Assistant Leader of the United States Congress, and that is Jim Clyburn.
Thank you very much, Chairman Richmond. I think that all of us are aware that there is significant anxiety existing among our constituents. People are concerned about the fact that we've just had an election where study after study seemed to indicate that there was significant suppression of African American votes throughout critical states in the electoral that made a difference in the electoral college. I represent the state of South Carolina. My legislature passed voter ID laws that made it very difficult for senior citizens, for students, and for various people in rural communities to cast their votes. I remember the hearing, the Senate hearing that Senator Sessions sat before when he was nominated to be a federal judge. He was turned down by the Senate to be a federal judge from the state of Alabama. Now he's being nominated to take over the vetting process of all federal judges. His record is still there and very clear. And we would be derelict in our duties and responsibilities to our constituents if we did not make it clear to all senators and to the public that his nomination to be the Attorney General of the United States is very problematic. As it relates to the Affordable Care Act, all of us are aware that there are 30 million new people with health insurance simply because this law went into effect. And if we repeal it, not only will we be affecting those 30 million people who are being covered for the first time, we will be affecting about 1.4 million people in South Carolina alone who get their insurance through their employers. Because we know from all the studies that their families have saved around $3,000 per family because you can no longer kick people off their insurance when they meet annual or lifetime limits. You cannot cap out people's benefits going forward. And so when you look at these things and you know that no child asks to be born with diabetes. In fact, no child asks to be born. Yet, we're talking about going back to a system where children born with diabetes were allowed to be denied health care coverage for their entire lives because we left it up to the insurance company to decide who could or could not be covered. Women with breast cancer, men with prostate cancer, being kicked off their insurance policies once they got sick. That is what our Republican colleagues would have us go back to. I just want to say that I see the Affordable Care Act as a civil rights act of the 21st century because it denies this kind of discriminatory treatment to people when they get sick. And so I'm pleased to stand here with my colleagues today to say we are not going to roll over just because someone has some kind of, I call it acumen to do twittering, to tweet policy. We're not going to roll over for that. And so I'm thankful that Chairman Richmond has brought us together, and we will be here day after day after day, making it clear where we stand on these issues. And with that, I'm pleased to yield to Ms. Robin Kelly of Illinois, who chairs our task force on health care.
Thank you, Leader Clyburn.
Good afternoon, and thank you for being here. First, let me start by thanking our new chairman, Congressman Cedric Richmond, for organizing this important press conference that's really about the life and death of millions of Americans. I'd like to thank my CBC colleagues for being here and for their steadfast commitment to protecting the health of all American families. As the chair of the CBC Health Brain Trust, I can tell you that if Republicans move forward with their plan to repeal the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act, Americans will live less healthy and shorter lives, including more than 70,000 of my constituents. More people will die from preventable diseases. More college students will face mountains of student debt and mountains of medical bills, and more parents will have to decide between life-saving medicine and bankruptcy. Since the enactment of the ACA, more than 30 million Americans have gained the everyday security of health insurance. They can go to a doctor, get emergency care, and afford their prescriptions. And many of these Americans are African Americans. In fact, more than 3 million African Americans have benefited from the ACA. In my home state of Illinois, we know that the ACA is saving lives and will continue to save lives. If Republicans succeed in repealing it, by 2019, there will be more than 1 million additional uninsured residents of Illinois than under the ACA now. Let me say that again. Because of the GOP's rhetoric, not reality, more than 1 million people will be living without the everyday security of knowing they can take their kids for a checkup, get a PET scan for migraines, or afford the medical bills from a car accident. While we can talk about numbers and stats all day, what really matters are the people who will lose their health insurance because our Republican colleagues desire to score political points. This is Mariel's story. On New Year's Eve, Mariel was hit by a car. She suffered several broken bones, a fractured skull, and traumatic brain injury. She was just 23 and fighting for her life in the ICU. Thankfully, thanks to the ACA, she was able to remain on her parents' health insurance. Mariel was able to get the specialized care she needed to fully recover, and she graduated college this year. Despite the years since the accident, she still needs regular checkups and rehabilitation care to maintain her gains. Without the ACA, she would never have received the care she needed to recover, and she would have faced mountains of medical bills. If our Republican colleagues repeal the life-saving ACA, and yes, really is a life-saving law, Mariel and millions of others will lose their health insurance. Some because they have pre-existing conditions, some because they exceeded their lifetime cap fighting cancer, and some because they simply cannot afford it without the ACA subsidies. Is this really the country we want to live in? A country where college kids can't stay on their parents' insurance while getting an education or finding a job. A country where being a woman is a pre-existing condition and you have to pay more. A country where, despite a raging opioid epidemic, rehab isn't covered by health insurance. A country where your insurance company can stop paying while you fight cancer or Alzheimer's. A country where if you are sick and poor, you might as well start digging your own grave. I ask again, is this the country we want to live in? It is now my honor to introduce Congresswoman Yvette Clarke. Not Congresswoman Yvette Clarke? Okay. Congressman Veazey.
Full of people trying to bring down an empire. I wish to balance
Congressman Bobby Scott.
to maintain peace.
You said you put your faith in a person, not a cause. And I put
Thank you, and want to thank Cedric Richmond for organizing this press conference to give us an opportunity to remind people of what's at stake in this up in the next few days when we consider the Affordable Care Act. It's important to remember what the health care system was before the Affordable Care Act passed. Costs were going through the roof. Those with pre-existing conditions couldn't get insurance. Women were paying more than men. And millions of people a year were losing their insurance. The Affordable Care Act did not cure all of these problems, but it didn't cause all of the problems we have now. For example, the costs are still going up, but they're going up at half the rate that they were going up before. Those with pre-existing conditions are getting insurance at the standard rate. Women are not paying more than men, and instead of millions of people every year losing their insurance, 20 million more people have insurance. One of the additional things we did, we inserted consumer protections. There's no limit on lifetime benefits. If you have a very serious illness, you don't run out of money and no more. Those up to 26 can stay on their parents' policies. You can get checkups and preventive care without copays and deductibles. We're closing the donut hole. All of that progress would be lost if we repeal the Affordable Care Act. Now, when they say repeal and replace, the only thing that's guaranteed is the repeal part. There is no indication that they have any interest in replacing. If there was a credible plan, we would have seen it. If there had any interest in health care, they would have shown it before. Republicans didn't even support Medicare or Medicaid. They showed no interest in helping pass the Affordable Care Act. They have worked their supporters up to a frenzy in making sure the Affordable Care Act is repealed root and branch, and so there's no indication that they could even come up with a plan, but if they have a plan, we'd like to see it. All of that progress would be lost. We would put the insurance industry into a total collapse and chaos, and so I ask the media, when people talk about repeal and replace, to insist that we have a clear idea of what replacement would look like before we go forward. This transition.
VCC or so.
Representative Vesey.
Thank you very much, Mark Vesey, Congressman from the 33rd Congressional District, Fort Worth, Dallas. And I got to tell you, whether I'm having a town hall meeting, whether I'm doing Mark Means Business, where I go out and work at a different place once a month, people are really worried. From what I'm hearing from individuals is that they're worried about the prescription drug cost and the donut hole. They're worried about their kids that are maybe trying to work on some graduate work or trying to finish up college, and they want to be able to stay on their parents' insurance until they turn 26. People that have pre-existing conditions. They're worried that Donald Trump and the Republicans are going to make America sick again. And also, let me be clear about this. I want to be crystal clear about this. It's not just people that live in the districts that we represent. It's all of America is concerned about these things, because if you have a pre-existing condition, it doesn't matter what neighborhood you live in, what your race may happen to be. Those are the types of policy issues that will have a big impact on people all across the nation. The district that I represent in Dallas-Fort Worth has the highest uninsured rate out of any congressional district in the entire country. About 40% of the constituents that I represent don't have health care insurance because of the Affordable Care Act. We've had so many people that have been insured. In Texas alone, we've had the uninsured rate drop by about 28%. And we need to continue to get people signed up. We need to continue to get people enrolled. Repealing it without any sort of a replacement would take away the health care of 20 to 30 million Americans. And again, it's 20 to 30 million Americans of all backgrounds from every congressional district across the country. Also, when you start talking about women's health and women's wellness, being able to have access to family planning and reproductive health care services, those are the type of things that empower families and empower people. Again, all of those things will be taken away. We can absolutely not let Republicans make America sick again. We have to fight to keep the Affordable Care Act, and we need for Republicans to wake up and realize what they're doing to Americans is harmful.
Back, Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank the Executive Committee and all of my colleagues from the CBC. I am concerned and quite frankly alarmed about the reckless and dangerous consequences that will result from the repeal of this law. As a member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce, specifically, I'm concerned about the adverse impact it will have on Black women and families. The Affordable Care Act has become the most crucial mechanism through which Black women and their families, including women in my own 9th Congressional District of Brooklyn, New York, access high-quality and affordable health care. The law eliminates out-of-pocket costs for many preventive services, including eliminating co-payments for mammograms, which could make the difference between life and death for many women, as well as eliminating co-pays for birth control and other reproductive health services. It also eliminates pre-existing conditions as a variable in charging higher premiums based on a woman's gender or because a woman is pregnant. And it provides low and moderate income families, many of which are single female-headed households, financial assistance in the form of subsidies to help cover the cost of health insurance. Access to high-quality health care provided by the Affordable Care Act is of particular importance to Black women who, due to the lack of health equity in our nation, experience far greater negative health impacts and outcomes than do white women. For example, Black women are more likely to be diagnosed at a later stage of breast cancer than their white counterparts. Once diagnosed, Black women are twice as likely to have the triple negative form of breast cancer, a highly aggressive form that is associated with a shorter survival outcome. As a result, Black women experience on average 2,400 more deaths from breast cancer than do white females. You should also know that Black women have an infant mortality rate that is 35% higher than their white counterparts. Of particular concern to me is the fact that Black women have a higher rate of HIV than do their white counterparts. Among all women diagnosed with HIV in 2014, 62% were African American, while only 18% were white. In fact, in my congressional district, close to 50% of new HIV cases are found in women of color. And finally, as a result of their health inequities, Black women's life expectancy of 78 years is 4 years shorter than the life expectancy of white women. We must defend the Affordable Care Act from this attack. Republicans in Congress and the president-elect who have attempted to delegitimize President Obama for 8 years and now want to dismantle his legacy, intend to start this session of Congress by denying health care to more than 20 million Americans and mandating worse health care for everyone. We will not surrender their future. We will stand up and fight for the Affordable Care Act in opposition to the heartless effort to leave American families in the cold. Republicans must cease and desist their hostile attacks on the Affordable Care Act. And I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Yvette. And our members just highlighted the importance of the Affordable Care Act and the good that it's doing. We understand that elections have consequences, but we also know what we fight for. And we fight for what's right. And this is not a game. You're talking about people's very existence. You're talking about the health of more than 30 million Americans. And this caucus will continue to fight and do everything we can to preserve the Affordable Care Act. We will now talk about Jeff Sessions as the nominee. And this caucus, from its inception, has always fought to make sure that what we say in the pledge actually means something, and that is justice for all. And this nominee is a threat to that very justice. We will not bend. We will not be broken. We will fight. We will fight every day. And part of what we want to do before I turn it over to Andre Carson is to let people know that we are adamantly opposed to Jeff Sessions to be the Attorney General of the United States. So if there's any question where the people we represent stand, and as we represent 40% of the African Americans in this country, and we fight for 100% of them, and we fight for this country, we are adamantly opposed, and we will do all that we can, and we will hold those who vote to confirm him accountable. And with that, I will turn it over to Andre Carson.
Thank you to my friend and brother, Chairman Richmond, to the executive team, and to the entire august body of the Congressional Black Caucus. You know, as a former police officer, I know how critical the top job is for the top cop in our country. The Attorney General must be qualified and committed to protecting the civil rights of every American. We live in a time where states are passing laws requiring special identification before a citizen can cast his or her vote. We live in a time when a police officer can break protocol and shoot a person of color without cause. And we live in a time when states can pass laws making discrimination legal, like my home state of Indiana, when our Governor Mike Pence signed the Religious Freedom and Restoration Act of 2015. But instead of calling for investigations and even justice, Jeff Sessions stands by and makes disparaging remarks against people of color who raise their voices in protest. The CBC is not alone in its opposition to Mr. Sessions. Senator Sessions, if I can remind everyone, was rejected by a Republican-controlled Senate when they determined he was unfit to serve as a federal judge. The people of Alabama may have picked him to be their senator, but the rest of America wants an attorney general who will protect everyone's civil rights. People of different races, religions, socioeconomic backgrounds deserve to be treated equally under the law. Their concerns warrant an attorney general who will take their rights seriously. Now, someone who a Republican-controlled Judiciary Committee found too regressive to serve as a federal judge should not be confirmed to lead the U.S. Department of Justice. Mr. Sessions is not qualified to serve as our Attorney General. He's been hostile to every community that the DOJ is supposed to protect from discrimination. So friends and family, brothers and sisters, please join us in urging your senators to do the right thing and vote against Jeff Sessions. I will now turn it over to Chairman Richmond.
We have our ranking member and former chairman of the Judiciary Committee, John Conyers, who will say a few words, followed by Maxine Waters.
Thank you, Chairman. I oppose Mr. Trump's pick of Senator Sessions to be Attorney General. Why? Because we need an Attorney General who represents the American people's best interests by fighting to strengthen voting rights, reform our criminal justice system, prevent violence against women, and work to reform our broken immigration system, among other priorities. Given Senator Sessions' views on these issues and his track record before he was even elected to the Senate, I believe that he's the wrong choice to be our nation's chief law enforcement officer and protector of our civil and constitutional rights.
Thank you very much. I'd like to begin my statement by saying to our new chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, Cedric Richmond, thank you for taking on this issue as one of the first issues that is being addressed and taken on by the Congressional Black Caucus. This is serious, and as Cedric Richmond has said, we intend to do everything possible to stop Jeff Sessions from being confirmed. Not only does Senator Sessions carry a long legacy of insensitive, racially charged comments against minorities in this country, his behavior ultimately cost him a federal judgeship in 1986, during which, in his confirmation hearing, former colleagues revealed that he used the N-word. At that time, Senator Ted Kennedy warned that he would be a throwback to a shameful era, and it was ultimately his Alabama counterpart, conservative Democrat Howell Heflin, who cast the deciding vote against him. Despite his record, Senator Sessions brazenly characterized himself, oh, as not a racist and is not insensitive to blacks. Senator Sessions has expressed contempt for the civil rights groups advocating on behalf of the African American community, calling the NAACP and the ACLU un-American and communist-inspired. In the 1980s, then U.S. Attorney Sessions oversaw a case about a young black man who was kidnapped, brutally murdered, and hung by two members of the KKK. When Sessions learned that the perpetrators of the crime had smoked marijuana on the same evening, he said aloud that he thought the KKK was okay, well, until he learned they smoked pot. On immigration, Senator Sessions has opposed almost every immigration reform bill in the past 2 decades that includes a pathway to citizenship. He was labeled by the conservative National Review as Amnesty's worst enemy in 2014. Senator Sessions has also fought against legal immigration, including guest worker programs and visa programs. Senator Sessions is also no ally to the LGBT community either, having opposed the Matthew Shepard Act of 2009, which expanded federal hate crime protections to victims of violence due to their gender, gender identity, sexual orientation, or disability. As Attorney General, Senator Sessions could neutralize this and other laws protecting vulnerable people. Senator Sessions' nomination should cause every American concern about how and whether Senator Sessions will enforce the bedrock civil protections of every individual, particularly those of our most vulnerable citizens. Ladies and gentlemen, Donald Trump ran on an agenda that included making an appeal to white supremacists and the alt-right. He placed right next to him Bannon, who was one of the founders of the alt-right, and as you know, was the leader of Breitbart. And so, what he is doing with Jeff Sessions is carrying out his promise and his commitment to that agenda by putting the person there that he knows is opposed to civil rights, and the person who has demonstrated that he's opposed to civil rights. And so, as Cedric Richmond has said, this is not a little fight. This is not just something we're including in our agenda. This is the first confirmation we're taking on, and we're going to fight until he is denied confirmation by the Senate of the United States of America.
To close us out, we're going to have Sheila Jackson Lee, and then I'll open it up to questions.
Mr. Chairman, thank you so very much. I respect all the members who have spoken, and as I've listened to them, I've not heard one member make a personal judgment on the incoming commander-in-chief and the individual that he's nominated. We don't take issues as being personal castigating, but it's personal for us because it is personal for our constituents. And so, if we are to understand the solemn responsibility of the Attorney General, it is, of course, the duty of that highest law enforcement officer of the nation to lead the Department of Justice in protecting and expanding the civil rights of all Americans and the pursuit of equal justice for all, and not to turn back the clock on hardworking, sacrificing Americans and those who have, in fact, felt the brunt of horrible discrimination. With that in mind, I'd raise the question of whether or not, in the indicia in the long list of credentials, where does Senator Sessions fall? On election night, the president-elect pledged to the nation that he would be a president of all Americans. That pledge now rings hollow. For Senator Sessions is not one who comes to this nomination with no portfolio. He was, in fact, one of the first vigorous prosecutors to go against civil rights leaders and activists in 1985 in supporting and advocating and prosecuting them for voter fraud.
He is, of course, a main leader on the border wall, of which no one on the border believes that that is a sufficient response to immigration reform. And he has repeated consistently opposition to myriad of groups. He has no interest in criminal justice reform and looking at the devastation of mandatory minimums. He has no interest in recognizing the value of prison reform or changing the matrix of how we deal with juvenile justice from punishment to incentives. And then, of course, you have to ask his peers. 1,100 law school professors from across the nation, 170 schools, have taken out a full-page ad to oppose him on the basis that they do not believe that he will enforce or fairly enforce our nation's laws. They include Lawrence Tribe, Jeffrey Stone, and Pamela Carlin. And so we know that the person who seeks to appoint him indicated that they want to make America great again. In the context of those who have felt the brunt of discrimination and who can only find relief in the United States Department of Justice, that is a direct target toward them, that we want to take you back for you never to rise again. And so I would make the argument that making America great again is a direct comment and attack on the most vulnerable of our population. And Mr. Chairman, with your leadership, the Congressional Black Caucus and the many responsibilities that we have in the jurisdictional committees, with our ranking member, John Conyers, on Judiciary and all other committees, we can assure the American people, more importantly, the United States Senate, that as my colleagues have said, this is a fight that we're not giving up, and this is a fight that we will stand against taking America back. I thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your courtesy.
We will take a few questions. We have other meetings going on, so members will be leaving and we won't, so we'll take a few. Yes. Well, I'll just tell you from the Congressional Black Caucus's standpoint, none of our fights have ever been easy, and we don't let the fact that it may be a long shot ever deter us. And we are fighting for the justice of everyone in America. And we're talking about voting rights, civil rights. We're talking about the basic fundamentals that make this the best country on earth. And as we talk about making sure it's a more perfect union, this actually takes us back, and we will continue to educate. We may not have a voice, a vote in the Senate, but we have a voice, and we have a voice for millions of Americans, and we will use that voice. So because it's a long shot, that's irrelevant to us because of the importance of the issue.
Many of the complaints against Senator Sessions seem to come from the 1980s and early 90s. Are y'all opposing him for who he was or who he is?
I will bring up Bobby Scott, who is one of the leaders on criminal justice reform. But and then, but let me just say about then and now. The best way to know what someone's going to do in the future is look at what they've done in the past. And the second thing I will say is that criminal justice reform is not a yesterday issue, it's a today issue. And he is not supportive of criminal justice reform. And many of the police departments around this country that are rogue, we fixed through consent decrees with the Department of Justice. And he has repeatedly said that he thought consent decrees were intrusive and that they did not serve justice. So those are two great examples of not yesterday, but today. And I'll bring up Marsha. Marsha, come on.
He supported the Shelby decision. That wasn't in the 80s. It was just a few years ago. He thought it was a great decision to roll back almost 50 years the rights of every American to an unfettered right to vote. He is a person that is extreme and divisive. He is one that does not believe in the dignity and the value of every person. That is why in the state that he now represents, he supported an unconstitutional school funding process, which now has resulted in the fact that 25% of all black children go to segregated schools. He is a person that does not believe that every single child and every single person has the God-given right to access to a successful life. And so that wasn't yesterday. That's today. And if you ask him, he will admit it. That's what's so sad about it. We've come to a place where people will say anything and we just accept it. We are not accepting it. And let me tell you one other thing about your question. We may not have a vote in the Senate, but I have a vote in my state for who my senator is. I want him to remember it.
Two-part question. One, do you think that Jeff Sessions is a racist? And two, there's been talk of some lawmakers objecting to the electoral count tomorrow. Is that something that you guys would support and are thinking about supporting?
Well, let me start with your first question, whether he's a racist. The truth of the matter is, it's irrelevant. His beliefs are discriminatory. His actions are discriminatory. And the things that he proposes and the things that he supports and the things that he doesn't support that are helpful to the minority community have a disproportionate impact on people of color. So whether it's intentional or unintentional, the fact that it is there is a problem. And, you know, I learned a long time ago in a really unsophisticated manner that if it looks like a duck, walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, it's a duck. Brother Al, would you like to respond to that question?
Thank you,
Al
Mr.
Green
Chairman.
from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is my belief that if a person pulls out a gun and he shoots me, whether he does it by accident or with malice aforethought, I'm still shot. Mr. Sessions has, with his actions, demonstrated that he is one who will support invidious discrimination, which is antithetical to the movement that we have engaged in for all of our lives that we were born into, civil rights, human rights movement. So I am absolutely opposed to him, and I will absolutely, without question, reservation, hesitation, or equivocation, do everything that I can to make sure that he never makes it over to the building. Now, let me just say one thing about health care. This is the richest country in the world. This country has a circumstance wherein 1 out of every 12 households has assets in excess of $1 million. 1 out of every 12. Just because you're poor doesn't mean that the country isn't rich. It's the richest country in the world. We had a man who made $3 billion in 2007. For edification purposes, $3 billion, a person who makes minimum wage of $7.25 an hour, it would take that person 198,000 years to make $3 billion. So because those of you who are watching this, many of you are poor, do not assume that the country is poor. Why is this important? Because in the richest country in the world, as President Obama said on just yesterday, in the richest country in the world, health care is a right, not a privilege. And we cannot allow health care to become wealth care in the richest country in the world. We have one senator who has said he believes that we can have cheap insurance. Cheap insurance, this is what they would put in their bill. Cheap insurance is great insurance. It's the best insurance in the world until you have to use it. Then you realize that you have cheap insurance. And then you realize that you are not covered. So I would assure you that we cannot allow ourselves to step back. My final point, thank you for the podium. My final point is this. The ideal thing for the Republicans to do is this. For them to delay this until after the next presidential election. If Trump wins, then he'll do it with impunity, whatever he wants. If he loses, then it becomes our obligation to do something about health care. They have no plan. They've had more than 6 years to develop a plan. It's a joke to say we're going to repeal and we'll give you a replacement at some point in the future when you've had 6 years and you've led the public to believe that you were going to replace and repeal on the same day? What a joke.
I think that is a great place to leave it. So let me just thank you all for coming out. And I want to thank my colleagues for their support and their articulation on what matters.
All right, folks, we are now going to go live to the House floor, already in progress.
Right of travel as we see fit, not as government sees fit. Two, this is about the American liberty and this fragile notion of, you know, if we don't protect it, government tends to grow. Jefferson talked about this theme a long time ago. He said that the normal course of things was for government to gain ground and for liberty to yield. And so if we don't push back, this is what the REINS Act was all about. If we don't push back against regulations or government edict or laws that have outgrown their usefulness, then what we're doing is we're allowing government to encroach on this fragile notion of liberty. And so, you know, fundamental to, I guess, the notion of common sense is if you've tried something for 50 years and it's not worked, might we not try something different? I was here in the 1990s. I actually signed on to Helms-Burton, but it didn't work. And so I said, well, why don't we try something different? And what Ronald Reagan proposed at the time that there was the Iron Curtain is for Americans with, you know, kids with backpacks to travel on the other side of that curtain, and that personal diplomacy, that one-on-one diplomacy would be key to, in fact, bringing down that wall. And it was part, that notion of engagement. So I think this is about saying, you know, American policy has been the excuse that the Castros have used for 50 years. We have almost the longest serving dictatorship in the history of the globe there with the Castro brothers. And what was oftentimes the case was that they would blame the blockade, the embargo, Americans' inability to travel, whatever it was, for what was going on in their country rather than simply addressing the real issue. The problem was communism and the way that it encumbers people and their dreams and their hopes, you know, but we gave them an excuse. And so this is about pulling back that excuse and trying something different. It's about pushing back on a regulation that has not served its purpose. Three, this is about engaging because that is part and parcel to American liberty. You know, I don't like some of the things that are going in Russia. I don't like some of the things that are going in China. I don't like some of the things that are going in Vietnam, or you could pick your country. But what we've chosen as an American policy is this notion of engagement, that we're ultimately going to be able to solve more by engaging with other countries. Again, that's why Ronald Reagan embraced it with countries of the former Soviet Union in helping to bring down that wall. So this is about perpetuating this notion of engagement. It's about, as well, government regulation. We have just passed the REINS Act, which is all about saying, you know, if something isn't making sense, let's peel it back. Let's not have the fourth branch of government going out and perpetuating all kinds of regulations without them going through Congress. And yet what we have with regard to Cuba to travel is you have to sign an affidavit of why you're going there. You have to keep receipts for up to 5 years in proving where you did or didn't spend money. If you fill out a form wrong, you can be subject to a $250,000 fine. Is that kind of regulation consistent with, again, free travel that we all should enjoy as Americans? And finally, I think that this bill is about bringing about change to Cuba. My interest is not primarily about Cuba. My interest is about American liberty and the need to perpetuate American liberty. But one of the offshoots, one of the benefits that would come would be indeed bringing about change to Cuba, because even the worst detractor of the bill, we're all about the same thing, which is how do you bring about more in the way of human freedom to that country and the 11 million people that make up that country. And I think that allowing Americans to go there and to, again, tell folks about, no, what you're hearing from your state-run radio station or television station is not the truth. Here's what's really going on, is part and parcel to bringing about a change in Cuba. It's part and parcel to eliminating the excuses that have been used by the communist regime there. It's part and parcel to continuing a theme of engagement that we've employed for more than 100 years. And most of all, it's part and parcel to maintaining this fragile notion of American liberty, which always needs to be protected. And if something is encroached upon in American liberty that is not about a tangible result in the here and the now, it needs to be pushed back. And so fundamentally, this bill is about those 5 different things. It's for that reason I would ask that, viewers talk to their House or Senate member and ask them to sign on to this bill. And with that, I would yield back the balance of my time. And I thank the gentleman.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3, 2017, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gomert, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today we took up what was intended to be a very noble action on House Resolution 11 to rein in the out-of-control, outrageous actions of so many despots that occupy positions of authority in the United Nations. The United Nations, whether you go back to Libya being in charge of human rights, you have UN troops molesting so many females, there are all kinds of problems that have been wrought. And yet the UN has the gall to continually show how bigoted it is, how anti-Jewish, anti-Israeli that it is. It's easy to find, if anyone bothers to check, that the United Nations never asked once for any other country to pony up land, and much less demand that other countries like Jordan, who is a good friend of the United States, but the UN never said, look, you're occupying this land that they call Palestine, so you got to give it up. Never did, until it was controlled by the Israeli people, thus making clear this is really a bigoted move by the UN to constantly slander and slam the nation of Israel. Also, if one wants to conduct another test to check to see how bigoted, if it is, the UN is. And you could check on the condemnations by the UN for activities of Israel, compare the facts of those activities and self-defense efforts by Israel, and compare them to acts of other nations, the genocide, for example, that even Secretary Kerry, as tough as it was for him to finally admit that there was a genocide of Christians going on in the Middle East. And is there any outrage by the UN? No. In fact, the UN, head of the refugees, who is now the UN General Secretary, made clear over about a year and a half ago or so that the reason that they weren't helping Christians to the extent that they're helping Muslim refugees is because of the historic importance Christians have in staying where they were. That means where they're being murdered, where they're having their throats slashed, being crucified, tortured, raped, incinerated. The UN General Secretary, when he was in charge of the refugee program, thought it was very important to leave Christians in the Middle East so they could be murdered in some of the most heinous, egregious fashions imaginable. So it was just and proper, to borrow from history, that we condemn the United Nations Resolution 2334 as being an obstacle to peace in Israel. Palestinians have made clear they don't want peace with Israel. They want it eliminated from the map. They name holidays and squares and all kinds of things for people who go out and kill innocent Jewish children and others just for being Jewish. And they reward their families of those who go and blow themselves up, killing in atrocious fashions innocent Israeli people. And the United Nations turns a blind eye to it. Since the UN has become so racist, so bigoted, so anti-Israel, the most anti-terrorist country in all of the Middle East, including North Africa, although Egypt is doing great help in that regard these days. And there are those in Libya that would like to, but after President Obama helped turn Libya into absolute anarchy and chaos, then Egypt is having their problems, even coming from Libya. And what has the UN had to say about all that? Not really anything, because if the Muslim Brotherhood supports it, so does basically the UN. And far too often, so has the Obama administration. That's why I guess Israel got the lecture from Secretary John Kerry. Secretary Kerry, even in the days when he talked about the heinous acts of Genghis Khan, never bothered to mention the plight of the poor Palestinians before 1967, when they were under control of the most non-Israeli people you could imagine. No, there's been no discussion about that. Only leveling really bigoted allegations at Israel. So we had House Resolution 11 today, and I was thrilled because it meant I was going to be able to come to the floor and vote to condemn the UN passage of UN's Security Council Resolution 2334. Unfortunately, as some of my friends here in Congress have pointed out, I'm a bit anal at times. I actually want to read the things that we're going to vote on. So I got my copy of House Resolution 11, immediately noting that in the very first whereas, it says the United States has long supported a two-state solution. Well, it does say sustainable solution, two-state solution. And it says, whereas since 1993, the United States has facilitated direct bilateral negotiations between both parties toward achieving a two-state solution. Well, it is true that President Clinton twisted the arm of the Israeli prime minister and convinced him to basically give Arafat almost everything he wanted. Now, if you believe what Scripture says about Moses going and pleading to Pharaoh to let the Jewish people, the children of Israel, go, we're told that God hardens Pharaoh's heart so that he could make a big demonstration of his power and glory down the road. And although there was suffering that came, great suffering, ultimately incredible miracles were performed as a result of his hardened heart. I think it's likely that when Arafat got everything he wanted, almost everything he wanted in the offer from Israel, I'm I thank God that Arafat turned him down. For anybody that's been in the military and goes to Israel, you can see readily if Arafat had accepted what the Prime Minister of Israel had been willing finally to offer, it would have virtually made Israel indefensible unless they were using nuclear weapons or the threat of nuclear weapons. Israel needs to be able to defend itself. And since King David was ruling from Hebron in the year around 1020 BC to around 1012 BC, and then he moved and he was ruling over Israel. And what's now called the West Bank was actually called Israel. I mean, it was part of the nation of Israel. Solomon had control, but he did so from up the city of David, because that's where, up to Jerusalem, that David had moved the capital from Hebron, which is also where Abraham and Sarah are buried. And I've also visited the tomb of David's father, Jesse, that's there in Hebron. And to be told, oh no, this needs to be Palestinian lands. And the reason some of us think that Hebron and Judea and Samaria should be Palestinian lands is because 1,600 years after David ruled from Hebron and then Jerusalem, Muhammad came along. Some say it was a vision, some say a dream, some say he actually, during one night, was taken by a winged horse or donkey and flown to Jerusalem. Some say he actually got there and back to bed before morning. Whatever the case, 1,600 years before that did or didn't happen, David was ruling over that whole country. There is no one alive today descended from any occupants of the promised land, the land of Israel, descended from people who lived in that land predating King David and King Saul before him, King Solomon after him. Nobody alive today has a prior claim. There is nobody, no country from whom the United Nations has demanded a cessation of land back to people that attacked that country, and the land was taken back in a defensive mode in protection from the attack. So at page 3 of our U.S. House Resolution 11, it points out that the UN resolution is a major obstacle to the achievement of the two-state solution. And at the bottom of page 5 says a durable and sustainable peace agreement between Israel and the Palestinians will come only through direct bilateral negotiations between the parties, resulting in a Jewish democratic state living side by side next to a demilitarized Palestinian state in peace and security. Mr. Speaker, there cannot be peace and security in the Middle East when a people are allowed to occupy an area and those people continue, with the encouragement of the United Nations, with John Kerry and this president, to conduct intensive terrorism on the people of Israel, and we continue to condemn the victims of that terrorism. You can't have peace in a land where the most powerful nation, possibly the most powerful nation up to now, we were at one time, our Navy's down, I think, to pre-World War I standards and our troops down below pre-World War II, but at one time we were the most powerful nation. But when the most powerful or near most powerful nation is taking up for the victims and encouraging that the victims give away more of the land that they've already given so much of to those who are inflicting terror upon him. I mean, it's like my friends on the far left constantly complaining about bullies who never had been bullied like I was as a small child, because I was very small in elementary school. I got beat up a lot, and I'd defend myself, but it didn't matter when you're taking on, people are coming after you that are 1.5 feet taller than you are, and they flunked 2 grades. You're not going to come out well. My 5th grade teacher, after I got beat up trying to get back my football I got for Christmas, took me up in front of the class and said, my nose is still bleeding, dripping down my shirt. I want everybody to see what happens when the little boys try to play with the big boys. She always took up for the bullies, and that's what this administration's been doing, and that's what this United Nations has been doing, taking up for the terrorist bullies. I'm amazed that the nation of Israel
We're going to
has
go
held
right back
back
to this in just a
all
minute here, but
hell
we're getting
breaking loose on the Gaza
feedback
Strip
from an
because
interview
the
earlier
continued
today with Chicago
assaults
stations.
day
President
after
Obama.
day.
From the federal level to provide assistance to the city. I've had my Justice Department specifically working with the mayor's office, providing them with additional resources, best practices, and what I hope to do once I'm out of office as a citizen and somebody who still has a home in Chicago is to work with community organizations, mentorship programs, anti-violence programs to see what we can do. I don't think that we're going to be able to reverse these things overnight. On the other hand, the fact that crime overall is much lower around the country than it was when I took office, and that Chicago is the one big city where you've seen this huge spike means that there's something specifically that's happening there, and that means we can fix it if we work together.
And the Department of Justice report expected to be released before you leave office. What are you hoping you can do before you're out of office to help and do something with the findings?
Well, my expectation is that when the findings are released, that we can do a better job of bringing the police department and communities together. Those communities that make a real dent in violence are communities where there's a trusting relationship between communities and police, where the police are aggressive in going after violent crime, but are respectful and are seeing the community as an ally. And I think that that's something that we can do, but is not there yet. And I will make sure that our Justice Department, for as long as we're here, is following up not just with identifying a problem, but more importantly, starting to find solutions.
So you're talking about the community after your daughter graduates. Do you expect to move back to Chicago and continue that community work that you started that really got you here?
Well, the one thing that's for certain is that we're going to be putting my presidential center and library in Chicago, which is a big project. It's an exciting one because I continue to believe that Chicago is this amazing laboratory for social change and progress. And what we want to do is, in a world-class city, have a world-class institution that is helping to train that next generation of leadership, that is a focal point for communities to be able to come together around important issues that they care about. So Michelle and I are very excited about doing the work. I'm going to be in Chicago a lot over the next couple of years, even if we won't be living there.
Will you go back, you think, to the honey-do list, walking the dog, taking out the trash, all of that stuff?
My hope is that, keep in mind, I've got a honey-do list here. It's just not the same honey-do list that a lot of people.
For that? Other people do?
I do, but Michelle finds ways to keep me busy.
Yeah.
I would love to be able to walk Bo and Sonny, but you know, whether Secret Service, because I'll still have some protection, how they feel about me just roaming around the park scooping the poop, I don't know. We'll have to check that out. That wasn't the thing that I was most focused on and what I would do once I left.
Last question, I just want to ask you, you know, when days were long and the days were hard and the critics were many, how did you keep your calm? How did you stay cool and focused?
Well, you identified...
what did you turn to?
You identified a part of it, which is my family. I mean, Michelle is an amazing woman who's just been a foundation stone for me, somebody who is a friend and a great advisor. My daughters, who I am amazed by because they've handled this whole thing with such grace and poise, and basically who, when we sat down at the dinner table every night, didn't really care about my stuff and were much more interested in talking about theirs. That grounded me and took me out of sort of the day-to-day stuff that goes on here in Washington. And we've just got wonderful friends and supporters who've been praying for us and thinking about us and encouraging us throughout this process. And finally, the American people. It's true that you get a lot of criticism, but every day I get 10 letters out of the 40,000 that are sent to me, and some of them are complaining, but a lot of them just say, thank you. You know, we appreciate what you're doing. And it's a good reminder of why I got into this business in the first place. Ultimately, it's not about all the pomp and circumstance, but knowing that you helped somebody out there, that'll keep you going. That'll wake you up in the morning.
Well, what's the first thing you're going to do when you wake up and you're not president?
Well, I think the most important thing to know is that I won't be setting the alarm, so who knows what time I'll wake up.
Good to know.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Look forward to seeing you back in Chicago.
Thanks, yes.
Take care.
Stop rolling.
All right.
All right, so that was from a reporter from Chicago. She got an invitation to go to D.C. and interview President Obama from Fox 32 Chicago. Now let's go back to the U.S. House floor, still in progress.
Around the world that if you're going to continue to be so anti-Israel, so bigoted, so racist, so anti-Jewish, then the United States is not going to continue to fund your outrageous, bigoted activities, your lush, lavish lifestyle. And I would think if the United Nations were to delay, if we could pass this, the United Nations delayed in withdrawing that resolution or rescinding it, then that should ultimately lead to our denial of any visas to diplomats of the United Nations. And then once that occurs, apparently under the deed to the United Nations, it was only for such time as the headquarters in New York is the main headquarters of the United Nations. And so if they can't get diplomats there, they'll have to move the headquarters elsewhere, and that land would be ceded back to the foundation. So hopefully if we will go ahead and do something that has teeth in it and not embrace language that will be fatal to this nation of Israel, we can make a difference. That could bring peace in the world, because terrorists only understand power. And sometimes power is conveyed in the way of money. We should not be funding a United Nations that is so bigoted and so hateful to the nation of Israel. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
I move that we do now hereby adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until noon tomorrow.
All right, everybody. Well, I appreciate you joining me here tonight on the Fox News Now stream. I'm Mary Kay Gaffney, and I will be hosting here with you guys for the next few hours. We got a lot of stories to take you to throughout the show, and of course, if we have any breaking news, we will be sure to take you there because we're always streaming breaking news events here on the Fox News Now stream. Also talking technology tomorrow. Now, I know I said it would be today, but tomorrow I'm going to have that special guest on my show with me between the 3 and 5 o'clock hour, because I'm on from 3 to 5 and then 7 to 9 Phoenix time. So I'm going to have a special guest here on my show tomorrow. We couldn't do it today because we had so much breaking news coming in. So we're going to try and talk about the Consumer Electronics Show tomorrow. And they're actually talking about it tonight on the broadcast. So maybe I'll take you there later on in the show and see what they have to say about it. I did get to try one of those virtual reality headsets. And if you don't know what you're doing, you feel very silly. So I can't wait to show you guys that video tomorrow. I had someone take a video of me trying it out, and I looked ridiculous. I wasn't even facing the screen. I was faced away from the screen, not knowing what I was doing, but it's really fun. So let's take you to some events here. I want to take you to some of the top stories of the day. Let me just get this ready for you guys, and I appreciate you watching with me. Love what you have to say in the live chat. Love to read what you guys are saying on the air. Let me get the top stories ready for you guys here. So we've got, okay. All right, everybody. Well, let me just take you to a live look of the Eagle for just a second. This is live. The second egg has yet to hatch. It's taken forever. I don't know why, but let's show you the Eagle for just a second before I take you to some of the top stories of the evening. Let me just get ready here. One moment. All right, everybody, let's take you to a look at some of the top stories of this evening. And before we do that, here is a live look of the weather map right now. Going to be a beautiful weekend here in Phoenix, Arizona. And if you're not in the area, I feel sorry because I know it's cold everywhere else. My mom back in Ohio told me that they already got a few inches of snow, but sometimes that can be pretty to see outside your window. All right, you guys, let's take you into those top stories here. So we have llama drama here. A llama in Georgia ends up running onto a busy highway. Police called to deal with some llama drama. It's a reminder of the sort of llama drama we had in the Northwest Valley, but this happened in Athens, Georgia. Police called out to capture the animal yesterday. The llama picked rush hour to take a stroll, making the silly situation pretty dangerous. The runaway llama walked behind a burger restaurant where it got fenced in behind the dumpsters. Later that afternoon, the animal was reunited with its owner. And letters sent by Britain's late Princess Diana, including one in which she described a young Prince Harry as being, quote, constantly in trouble while at boarding school. These are set to go on auction today, and the 6 handwritten notes were sent to a woman who is the head of Buckingham Palace in the 1980s and 1990s. Now, the collection also includes a boxed piece of cake from Queen Elizabeth's wedding in 1947. Can you believe that? A boxed piece of cake from 1947. Would you eat it? Let me know in the chat. And 2 top intelligence officials are testifying on Capitol Hill earlier today about that Russia hacking allegations in the U.S. election. They say Russia poses a major and growing threat to the U.S. These pictures are from Capitol Hill. Officials are answering questions about Russia's alleged meddling in the presidential election in an effort to help Donald Trump win. National Intelligence Director James Clapper and National Security Agency Chief Michael Rogers are testifying before the Armed Services Committee. Meantime, the intelligence reports are about to be released, which are expected to show Russia hacked Democratic emails during the election. And in court this morning, the Valley man accused of plotting an ISIS-inspired attack here in Arizona, Derek Thompson, will face a judge and enter his plea. The grand jury indicted him last month, and the FBI says he searched online for some of the things that he was doing there in Arizona and then tried to buy a gun from an online seller. He has past convictions and isn't allowed to own a gun. Agents had been watching Thompson for more than 2 years. And some violent hours overnight in California, and it ends as police shoot and kill a gunman accused of opening fire on 2 people overnight. Officers say the gunman shot a man and a woman in 2 different residences in an apartment building there in California. There are also unconfirmed reports that the suspect may have been upset with his landlord over getting evicted. It's not yet clear what the relationship was between the suspect and the victims, but these officers did shoot and kill the shooter. His identity has not been released. And that is just a look at some of your top stories that we're working on here on the Fox News Now stream. Jared says in the chat, I would never eat cake from 1947. Yeah, I probably wouldn't either. I would assume at this point the bread would be just a little stale. I do appreciate you guys watching with us. Pro Tool saying I'd give that piece of cake to an enemy. Yeah, here's a piece of cake. It's a little old, just from 1947. You'll like it. Reading what you guys are saying here in the chat. Temporary channel saying, hey, Ohio. Hey there. Yeah, I'm from Cincinnati, Ohio. And I know it's super cold there right now. I've seen some of my friends post on Snapchat all of the snow that they have right now. I mean, to be honest, it's actually really beautiful. It's nice when the snow comes down. But when it lasts into the spring and keeps going, you sort of start to get sick of the snow. So that's just how I feel. Sean saying, hey Sean, thanks for watching in the chat. Appreciate you guys watching with me here. Just brought you to some of the top stories of the day. We still have Eagle Watch. That second egg still hasn't hatched. Not sure what you can do about that. I guess you just have to keep waiting, right? You can't crack the egg. That's not cool. I don't think it works that way. It's not like making an omelet. You have to wait. And the bird, or the eagle, I should say, has been warming the egg and taking care of it. You can see right now she's playing with the one little bird that's already been born, but the egg is right under her. You can't see right now. And sometimes the father comes by, but he hasn't been around in a while. I don't know what he's up to. It's just her tonight, taking care of her babies. All right, you guys, just wanted to show you a little bit of Eagle Watch. I know it's very exciting, but hey, you know what? When the egg hatches, that's when it's going to be cool. So we always have to keep watch of it. All right, I'm going to get some more top stories ready for you guys here. Let me pull this up, get it all set up for you. All right, let's see. Okay, this is what I'm going to take you guys to. Let me set this up. There were a lot of live events today on the show. I hope you guys were watching with us. We had a press conference from the police officers about that Chicago beating of that boy that was beaten on Facebook Live. Just horrific. And then the family also spoke. So that was what we had going on the show earlier today. Just pulling this stuff up for you guys. Whoops. Let's see here. Okay, so they did have a meeting at the Pentagon today. This is serious stuff. They did send 4 Guantanamo detainees to Saudi Arabia. There's a bunch of other stuff they talked about during this meeting. Let's take you to it and get you guys all caught up. After that, I'm going to take you to some more top stories. We're going to talk tech, and then I'm going to have Dave Muncie up here with me to chat a little bit about weather and who knows what. So let's take you to this event right now.
The January 1st strike killed 5 al-Qaeda militants and destroyed 2 vehicles. And January 3rd strike killed more than 15 militants, destroyed 6 vehicles and 9 structures. Again, our assessment here is ongoing, but we are confident these strikes will degrade al-Qaeda's ability to direct operations in Syria and beyond. As you know, al-Qaeda remains committed to carrying out terrorist attacks against the United States, our interests, and our allies and friends. We will continue to take actions to deny any safe haven for al-Qaeda in Syria, and we will not allow al-Qaeda to grow its capacity to attack the United States or our allies around the world, and these strikes demonstrate that commitment. Second, I know you got an update yesterday from Colonel Dorian on progress in the counter-ISIL campaign, but even in the last 24 hours, we have again continued to see additional gains in both Iraq and Syria that I would like to detail briefly if I could. In the campaign to liberate Mosul, Iraqi security forces have made progress both in liberating new neighborhoods and in clearing areas already liberated. They have further linked the various axes of advance into Mosul, which, as we've mentioned previously, makes the ISF's job easier and ISIL's job more difficult. Of course, the global coalition continues to support Iraqi forces with airstrikes, 8 in the last 24 hours in support of the Mosul operations, as well as assistance from the ground. Meanwhile, in Syria, Syrian Democratic Forces continue to liberate territory on the way to Raqqa. SDF forces have now advanced to within 7.5 kilometers of Tabqa Dam and continue to make progress in clearing areas north and west of Raqqa. And in support of these operations, the coalition in the last 24 hours conducted 10 airstrikes, including strikes against both tactical units and the oil infrastructure that provides ISIL's shrinking financial support. Some operational deployments as well to update you on. Starting today and including tomorrow, ships and units from the Carl Vinson Strike Group will depart San Diego for a regularly scheduled deployment to the Western Pacific. The Nimitz-class aircraft carrier USS Carl Vinson, Carrier Air Wing 2, and embarked destroyer Squadron 1 will deploy with Ticonderoga-class guided missile cruiser USS Lake Champlain and Arleigh Burke-class guided missile destroyers USS Michael Murphy and USS Wayne E. Meyer. Homeported in Pearl Harbor, Hawaii, Michael Murphy will join CVNSG later this month as the strike group makes its way to the Western Pacific. CVNSG will deploy with approximately 7,500 sailors and will focus on maritime security operations and theater security cooperation efforts. The strike group assets will conduct bilateral exercises in the Indo-Asia-Pacific region to include anti-submarine warfare, maneuvering drills, gunnery exercises, and visit board search and seizure subject matter expert exchanges. And separately, on the deployment front, the United States